Chapter 41. If soul spirits can't be done, then let's start with ring explosion. What? You want other fierce beasts to also become your wisdom spirit rings? That's not very realistic. What's unrealistic about it? As long as Tianmeng, you research how to create wisdom spirit rings, then with the boost of top-tier spirit rings and twin spirits, our path to becoming a god will be almost certain. At that point, other fierce beasts will naturally want to join. But, no buts. Tianmeng, believe in yourself. As the only million-year spirit beast on the entire continent, you have already created a new system. It just needs to be normalized. I believe you can definitely do it. Xiao Chang said sincerely. He truly believed Tianmeng could create soul spirits similar to Electrolux's, and he genuinely needed such things as soul spirits. He himself could advance further with the Wisdom Spirit Ring, or Soul Spirit, system. In the future, if he were to face Tang San, having a sufficiently solid foundation would also prevent Xiaochang from being too passive. Moreover, ordinary medicine cannot push Bai Qingshan to become a spirit Douluo. With his innate bipolar spirit power, coupled with the many inferior medicines he took in his early years, even the so-called Empress War God Juzi, who later became Empress, was only pushed to a 7-ring spirit saint by medicine. At that time, Juzi was already the Empress, meaning she was taking the best elixirs the Sun Moon Empire had to offer. But even so, Juzi was merely a 7-ring spirit saint. In comparison, Bai Qingshan's age and early foundation were clearly worse. Although he could try refining the Qianyuan creation pill in the future, Xiaochang was not a grandmaster alchemist. And the Qianyuan creation pill was, after all, a pill. Continuing to take medicine after having consumed so many in the past, and having to take it little by little, Xiaochang was not very sure what proportion the medicinal effect and medicinal toxicity would achieve. However, with a soul spirit or wisdom spirit ring, it would be different. If Bai Qingshan can't reach an 8-ring spirit Douluo, can't he at least reach a 6-ring spirit emperor? If the soul spirit system is developed, Xiaochang can find a way to bestow 100,000-year soul spirit upon Bai Qingshan at his 6th spirit ring. With the boost of 100,000-year spirit ring, Bai Qingshan would have the opportunity to become a titled Douluo, or even a super Douluo. At the same time, this would also provide a destination for those 100,000-year spirits that Tianmeng intends to use for revenge. After all, Xiaochang is different from Huo Yuhao. Whether for Tianmeng or for himself, Tianmeng's revenge will definitely be carried out. Xiaochang alone cannot consume those dozens or even hundreds of 100,000-year spirit beasts, so the overflowing resources should naturally include a share for Bai Qingshan. Xiaochang wasn't worried about Bai Qingshan being unable to absorb it. After all, in Douluo E, a level 70 Shu Sanshi could fuse a 100,000-year spirit ring without much burden, while in Douluo I, Tang San almost lost his life fusing a 2,000-year man-faced demon spider, and that was with him being the protagonist. In Douluo E, Xiao Xiao could fuse a TW 0,000-year dark gold terrorclaw bear because he already had 2 spirit bones. However, in Douluo 3, Xu Xiaoyan could easily fuse a soul spirit of over 3,000 years at her 3rd ring with almost no pressure. Coupled with Dai Yunar's 10,000-year 4th ring, seemingly without a spirit bone in Douluo 3, this all indicates that soul spirits can be absorbed for a longer duration than spirit rings. The principle can also be explained. The hunted spirit ring contains the resentment of the spirit beast, so it has the intention of dying together with the spirit master who killed it. Therefore, it tries its best to destroy the spirit master's body, as the spirit beast is already dead, and the spirit ring's purpose is revenge. However, because the soul spirit retains its consciousness, the soul spirit itself does not want to die. As long as it wants to live, it is on the same rope as the spirit master. Even if it is dissatisfied internally, as long as it does not want to die, it will not desperately destroy the spirit master's body, and may even need to help the spirit master absorb the spirit ring. Therefore, the limit that the spirit ring can withstand is doubled. In Douluo E, during the spirit beast hunt led by senior apprentice Zhang Lexuan, which Huo Yuhao participated in, a Shrek spirit master who needed a 6th spirit ring absorbed a 35,000-year spirit ring. Compared to the people of Shrek, Bai Qingshan's foundation was indeed much weaker, but Xiao Chang could equip him with 10,000-year spirit bones. 5 10,000-year spirit T-bones plus the torso's innate bone before the ring, pairing 100,000-year soul spirit with his 6th spirit ring shouldn't be difficult. 100,000-year spirit ring will refine the body, cleansing it of all the medicinal toxins from previously consumed medicines. This was a setting in Douluo E, and this setting was not overturned by San Xiao later. Furthermore, whether in Douluo E or Douluo 3, 100,000-year soul spirit produces more than just 1 or 2 spirit rings. With just 100,000-year soul spirit, Bai Qingshan can be guaranteed to reach spirit Douluo, and even titled Douluo. Or even super Douluo afterwards, may not be difficult. His own and Bai Qingshan's growth are Xiao Chang's primary goals. In addition, once the soul spirit system is fully developed, its ability to allow people to absorb spirit rings beyond their normal level will be enough for Xiao Chang to gain a very high status. With status, Xiao Chang can then try to suppress the war. Before he had strength or status, Xiao Chang only wanted to avoid war, because on the battlefield, Xiao Chang could do nothing but act as cannon fodder. But once he has status, Xiao Qiang can find every way to postpone the war, postponing it until Xiao Chang grows up, at which point the war can cease to exist. Xiao Chang didn't care if this was a war of unification. What justice is there in a war under a feudal empire? It's nothing more than those in power being blinded by greed, desiring the reputation of an eternal emperor. By controlling public opinion, a farmer's child is sent to the battlefield each month with 4 silver coins to kill another farmer's child, who also receives 4 silver coins a month, 1,000 miles away, or to be killed by that farmer's child. Who also receives 4 silver coins a month. And those farmers' sons, their thousands upon thousands of aggregated bodies are merely numbers of fallen soldiers in historical records, dust in history that no one will notice. Just like the words, Great Famine, people ate each other. The last point is spirit beasts. After soul spirits replace spirit rings, the number of spirit beasts people need will decrease. As long as the higher-ups control it properly, the indiscriminate killing of spirit beasts will also improve significantly. With Xiao Chang present, a suitable monitoring system can be slowly established. And the most appropriate state can be gradually verified to ensure ecological balance. Of course, this is the least important matter, as Xiao Chang is a pure-blooded human, and has been a pure-blooded human in both his lives. He doesn't empathize with spirit beasts, and can't empathize too much with them. For spirit beasts, especially low-level spirit beasts, Xiao Chang truly almost only regards them as resources. Xiao Chang thinks of them only because he prefers sustainable development. After all, no one empathizes with the meat they eat every day. If you empathize too much, you wouldn't be able to live. No, absolutely not. Just thinking about that thing makes my brain explode. Wisdom spirit rings are definitely not possible. Just extracting the soul of a spirit beast is something I can't do. Let alone the follow-up. Tianmeng rejected Xiao Chang's request. This matter was simply too difficult. Tianmeng truly couldn't do it. Extracting the soul is something I can't do. Xiao Chang said while thinking about how to extract a soul, and then realized he also had no way to extract souls. I can't even figure out how to do this first step. Alright, we'll talk about it later, Tianmeng Zhe. In that case, let's start with ring explosion. Chapter 42. Journey to the Far North. What is a ring explosion? Tianmeng was taken aback by Xiao Chang's sudden change of topic. Simply put, it means breaking the spirit ring and then using the sudden increase in spirit power from the broken spirit ring to unleash a burst of power. Normally, this is something that is almost exclusive to a small number of titled Douluo, but with Brother Tianmeng around, this should not be difficult. After all, Brother Tianmeng is much stronger than a titled Douluo. That's true. My cultivation of 1,000,000 years is far beyond what a mere titled Douluo can compare to. However, your physical condition seems to be quite lacking in the ability to withstand the energy from the shattered spirit ring. After all, I have modified your first 2 spirit rings to the 1,000-year level. Even with my help in guiding your spirit power, it doesn't seem to be an easy task. Tianmeng didn't say he couldn't guide the spirit ring to break. After all, his cultivation level was what it was. Even non-spiritual titled Douluo from the Clear Sky sect could do something like that. So it would be even easier for someone like Tianmeng, who specialized in spiritual power, to control the spirit ring. My physical condition is indeed not good enough, but what if I add this? Xiao Chang said, taking out several whale glues, almost all of which were of the 10,000-year quality. Xiao Chang doesn't have Huo Yuhao's luck, so it's almost impossible for him to find a weathered 10,000-year-old whale glue through Tianmeng. Fortunately, after Xiao Chang became Jing Hongshan's disciple, he is not short of money. If you can't find a bargain, then don't bother. Just buy what you like. Although Wanian whale glue is expensive, Mingdatang has the money to back it up. Since those who have weathered away can no longer rely on their strong luck to find bargains, they will simply use the tactics of the wealthy to enjoy the good things. Xiao Chang is quite satisfied with this aspect. If we add this whale glue, Tianmeng pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. It might be barely possible. But I feel the risk is a bit too high. I don't think it's worth taking that risk. No, brother Tianmeng, it's still worth the risk. After all, you and I are going to the far north. On the way there, I only have level 40 soul power. Although with the soul tool and the soul skills you gave me, I can kill a level 50 soul master with level 40 soul power, it would be terrible if I encountered a level 60 soul master who wanted to kill me on the way. If it weren't for your strength, brother Tianmeng, we might have all died there last time. Brother Tianmeng, you don't want us to encounter an accident that we can't solve when we go to the far north, do you? Xiao Chang knew he wasn't Huo Yuhao and didn't have his luck, so he had to be careful in everything he did. Huo Yuhao had run to the far north and back without any problems when he was in the second ring, but that didn't mean Xiao Chang wouldn't encounter any problems along the way. Xiao Chang remembered that when Huo Yuhao was at the second ring, he was kidnapped by an evil spirit. As a result, because Ma Xiaotao wasted the ultimate skill that Tianmeng left for Huo Yuhao was thin king of taking that evil spirit master down with him. If Huo Yuhao is in such a predicament, Xiao Chang needs to find a way to avoid that situation and keep some trump cards for himself. Only after being protected by the Snow Empress can one be considered safe. Before that, one has no ability to withstand risks. I understand. Leave the ring detonation to me. Although the Wisdom Soul ring is troublesome, I don't care about a mere ring detonation. You can rest assured. As expected, I knew brother Tianmeng was the best. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. With the heavenly dream eye silkworm controlling the exploding ring, Xiao Chang's soul power would occasionally surge. Combined with the medicine from Xiao Hongshan given to Xiao Chang by Meng Hongshan, Xiao Chang's soul power grew very quickly. In the Sun Moon Empire, there are 2 semesters a year. A week before the end of the first semester, Xiao Chang's soul power had already reached level 38. On the eve of the holiday, Jing Hongshan called Xiao Chang to her side. Teacher. Okay. Take these 2 Sun and Moon Divine Pills. Sun and Moon Divine Pill. Xiao Chang recalled for a moment and instantly remembered that this was a super-enhanced version of the Xuanwu Divine Pill. It was a top-level pill that could make ordinary people become innate level 5 soul power soul masters. Even for the royal family, such a thing was not something that could be obtained casually. It seems you already know what's going on with this pill. Well, I don't need to explain it in detail. Take it. Although I can't get the body sect's secret techniques for the time being, I can still get the things that my Sun Moon Empire has to enhance innate soul power. Your innate soul power is only level 5, but after taking these 2 pills, your innate Su L power will be no worse than those with full innate soul power. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Chang didn't say much. He couldn't do anything for Jing Hongshan right now, but with the prophet's information, he wouldn't be unable to do anything for long after obtaining the Snow Emperor. Go ahead. You can go to Ma Teng or Jing Yun whenever you need a spirit ring. I don't have much time to teach you anything right now. But you can just tell me if you need my resources. Good. Xiao Chang bid farewell to Jing Hongshan, but he had no intention of eating the 2 pills that Jing Hongshan had given him. Xiao Chang knew how precious this pill was. If he had been given it a few years earlier, he would have taken it directly. However, Xiao Chang was already level 38, and he was planning to spend money to buy a soul up pill to reach level 40 directly, and then go to the far north during his vacation. Once Ice Emperor's soul rings, soul bones, and martial soul directly become Xiaochang's power. Xiaochang will not need these two pills to enhance his potential. A top-tier martial soul and top-tier soul rings are enough to solve Xiaochang's current talent problem. However, he won't waste these two pills. Xiaochang has already figured out what to do with them. When Xiaochang returned home, two small figures ran towards him. They were his younger brother Xiaosheng and younger sister Xiaolan. Elder brother. Big brother. Xiaochang casually ruffled their hair and took out the two Sun and Moon Divine pills that Jing Hongchen had given him. The Sun and Moon Divine Pill C. And grant ordinary people innate level 5 soul power. Soul masters can also increase their innate soul power level to some extent after consuming it. You two each have one. Upon hearing about the effects of the Sun and Moon Divine Pill, Xiaolan pushed away the pill Xiaochang offered. She didn't know much about pills, but from Xiaochang's explanation, she already understood its power. She knew had obtaining such a top-tier pill would require Xiaochang to pay a heavy price, and she understood his struggles. Without their parents, providing them with their current life was already difficult enough. Now that her elder brother had finally obtained two top-tier pills, how could she simply take them and add to Xiaochang's burden? Brother, you and second brother should take these pills. I can cultivate on my own. And I'm about to reach level 10. Xiaosheng shook his head. He and Xiaolan shared similar thoughts. He had been able to remember things since earlier than Xiaolan, and the Refor understood Xiaochang's difficulties better. You and Xiaolan should eat. I'm already 12. Even if I obtain the 5th level of innate soul power now, I won't go very far in this life. There's no need to waste resources. No. 2. Before Xiaolan could say anything, Xiaochang had already forced two pills into their mouths. These pills are for you. I have my reasons. Eat them. It wasn't right for Xiaochang to force the pills into their mouths and then spit them out for someone else to eat. Besides, as the head of the family, Xiaochang always had the right to make decisions about family matters. So the two of them had no choice but to swallow the pills as Xiaochang demanded. After dealing with the two pills, Xiaochang watched the two of them absorb the medicinal power until the next day when they finished absorbing the power. After giving them a few instructions, Xiaochang headed to the far north. Chapter 43. Elder Zan. I will lead the team in the competition, no need to worry. Inside Shrek Academy, Wang Yan bowed deeply to a disheveled old man who was gnawing on a chicken leg. Elder Zan. About Huo Yuhao. Alright, stop talking. The old man, who was lying down eating a chicken leg, waved his hand impatiently. You've been recommending Huo Yuhao to me for months now, haven't you? I remember you were talking about him to me during the freshman competition. Elder Zan, Huo Yuhao has an eye-shaped martial soul. Although his innate soul power is only level 1, it is still one of the top-tier body martial souls. Wang Yan spoke sincerely, but Elder Zan looked impatient. HMPH, if his eyes were awakened, they would indeed be one of the top-tier physical spirits, but he hasn't awakened them yet, has he? An unawakened first-level innate spirit. That kind of trash is already being given a favor by being allowed to come to Shrek Academy. Elder Zan, Huo Yuhao is not a waste. It is already very difficult for him to react. H level 10 with innate level 1 soul power at the age of 11. Moreover, I have been observing Huo Yuhao carefully during this period. His efforts are the most outstanding in the entire class, no, the entire first grade. As long as we give him some resources, he may have a chance to achieve a second awakening of his original martial soul. What if he doesn't awaken? Who will be responsible for all this wasted resources? You. Elder Zan. Wang Yan, I've already told you before, Shrek Academy needs a genius who has already awakened, not a piece of trash who needs Shrek Academy to help him awaken. If he can awaken, I will naturally order resources to be allocated to him, but since he hasn't awakened, it can only mean that his talent is just so. But Elder Zan, alright, let me ask you. What is Huo Yuhao's current soul power level? Wang Yan lowered his head. Level 15. HMPH, it's been half a year since school started and her soul power has only reached the minimum admission standard for a freshman. What's the point of cultivating such a piece of trash? It's a pity about the goddess of light butterfly in that freshman competition. Her second soul ring was 1,000 years. If it weren't for that kid Huo Yuhao dragging her down, she might not have lost to those two little girls with hair like martial souls. Wang Dong is indeed a genius, but if Huo Yuhao can achieve a second awakening of his martial soul, then he should also be a genius. Wang Yan genuinely felt sorry for Huo Yuhao. I've said it so many times, Shrek Academy needs awakening. A genius who has already awakened. Not a piece of trash who is almost 12 years old and only has a soul power of level 15. His situation is a little special. I can let him stay at Shrek Academy for 2 more years, but that's all. You don't need to say anything more. I'm already tired of hearing it these past few months. But Elder Zan. Wang Yan wanted to say something more, but with a cold snort from Elder Zan. The powerful pressure forced him to kneel down. I have already made up my mind about this matter. You are not to say anything more. If I hear you mention giving Huo Yuhao any more resources in front of me, you can get out of Shrek Academy. With that, Elder Zan turned and left, leaving Wang Yan kneeling there alone. It was only after a long time that Elder Zan withdrew his oppressive aura. Elder Zan. Watching Elder Zan walk away, Wang Yan sighed helplessly. He really wanted to help Huo Yuhao obtain some resources so that he could try to awaken his original martial soul a second time. Which would fill in Shrek Academy's information on original martial souls. If Shrek Academy could also achieve a second awakening of its original martial soul, then given Shrek's reputation, it would inevitably obtain the original martial soul, which would allow Shrek to stand even more firmly on the continent. However, unfortunately, not a single person in the entire Shrek Academy was willing to support him. Sigh, well, at least with Elder Xuan's words, Huo Yuhao can stay at Shrek Academy for a while longer. In any case, I must find a way to awaken my main spirit a second time during this period. After a brief moment of disappointment, Wang Yan quickly recovered. In his view, this visit to Elder Zan was not entirely fruitless. At least Elder Zan had loosened his stance to some extent, giving him the opportunity to study Huo Yuhao for a longer period of time. This indicated that the Academy was quite supportive of the research on the secondary awakening of the main body martial soul. Don't worry, Elder Zan, I will definitely succeed. Wang Yan encouraged himself, which made Elder Mu fall silent for a while. Wang Yan didn't understand what Elder Zan meant. As the pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion, how could he not know what Elder Zan meant? Cultivating a second awakening of a physical martial soul was no easy task. It was almost impossible for Shrek Academy to do it. However, Huo Yuhao's martial soul was too top tier among physical martial souls. If Huo Yuhao were to leave the academy and be discovered by the body sect, he would undoubtedly become a high-ranking elder within the body sect, which would not be a good thing for Shrek Academy. Therefore, it is more in Shrek's interest to delay Huo Yuhao's awakening until after he turns 20. Even if Huo Yuhao awakens his original spirit after the age of 20, without a solid foundation, he will find it difficult to reach the level of Super Douluo in his lifetime. Shrek Academy can simply keep Huo Yuhao in suspense by maintaining its reputation. Huo Yuhao will have to pay for even ordinary meals himself. Shrek Academy will not suffer any losses, but it can cripple a future powerhouse of the original spirit sect. This is Shrek Academy's true interest. Elder Mu did not intend to say anything about this, because as the head of the Sea God Pavilion, his AC Tions also had to be based on the interests of Shrek Academy. From the perspective of Shrek Academy's interests, Elder Xuan's actions were correct, so Elder Mu did not intend to interfere. Although Huo Yuhao was very polite, Mu En would at most only glance at someone who was polite but had no talent. Politeness can be a plus when you have talent, but when you don't, politeness means nothing. Ellipsis. In the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, while Yan Xiaojie was inspecting the team members for this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, Elder Zan flew over. Elder Zan, you've arrived. Yan Xiaojie bowed slightly. To him, Elder Zan was also a senior. The Continental Advanced Soul Master tournament should start in about 6 months. How is Xiao Dao doing? We've asked Ling Luokan to help suppress it. But the effect isn't very good. If we don't find something to suppress the evil fire in Xiao Tao's body within the next 6 months, it's estimated that Dai Yuang will Be the only one leading the team in this competition. The young man from the Dai family, he should have reached the Soul Emperor level by now. Yes. That's enough. 2 Soul Emperors have their own fighting styles. And 1 Soul Emperor has their own fighting style. Elder Zan said as he walked up to the team members. You boys and girls should know me, so I won't introduce you. I only have one thing to tell you. If you encounter anyone from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy during the competition, just kill them. Even if you wipe them all out, I'll cover for you. But if they dare to kill you, I'll make them witness the madness of a level 98. With me here, you don't need to worry about dying. Chapter 44 with Elder Zan here, I really can't imagine how these students could possibly die. Is Elder Zan leading the team for this Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament? Dai Yuang and the other Shrek 6 monsters, along with the substitute, were all shocked. As students of the Inner Academy, they knew who Elder Zan was. One of the strongest individuals on the continent, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion with a soul power level of 98, the V.C. leader of the Shrek Academy inspection team, and the second pillar of the entire Shrek Academy. Moreover, it's not just a matter of Elder Zan leading the team, Elder Zan has even guaranteed that they can slaughter the students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy at will without worrying about them being killed in return. Elder Xuan's level 98 strength assured them that they could all feel that the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament was a sure thing. Master Zan is wise. Yan Xiaojie flattered Elder Zan at the opportune moment. With Elder Xuan's words, he, as the Dean of Shrek Academy, felt at ease. With Elder Xuan's level 98 strength, even if the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy sent a group of evil soul masters, Yan Xiaojie wouldn't know how these students could die. It seems that this time, they will win another great victory against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Master Zan is wise. Times 7. After Yan Xiaojie finished speaking, the current generation of Shrek 6 monsters and the substitute player also realized what was going on and immediately shouted, Master Zan is wise. Just like Yan Xiaojie. Elder Zan nodded, then leisurely left with a sip of wine and a bite of meat. After Elder Zan left, Yan Xiaojie suddenly received a telepathic message from Elder Zan. By the way, although this setup should be able to defeat those useless guys from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy without much trouble, it would be best if Xiao Dao could recover. I've thought about it carefully, and having 2 Soul Emperors would be more reliable. So, during this time, try to get something so that Xiao Dao can at least recover before the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament, in case of any unexpected accidents. Yes, Elder Zan. After Yan Xiaojie responded, Elder Zan began drinking his wine, indulging in a carefree and decadent life. With 2 Soul Emperors and a Soul King as a base, I really can't think of any unexpected event that could cause Shrek Academy to lose. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. We've finally arrived. As expected of the far north, it's freezing cold. Near the snowfields of the far north, a soul-guided motorcycle slowly came to a stop. Xiao Chang then put the motorcycle away and began to change into warm clothes. After changing his clothes, Xiao Chang took out a soul-guided motorcycle that could be driven in the snow from his soul-guided device. As a disciple of Jing Hongqian, Xiao Chang had long since switched from an ordinary player to a gold coin player. He didn't intend to suffer the hardships that Huo Yuhao had to endure on his own. Nor did he need to. After leaving the imperial city, Xiao Chang took out the soul-guided motorcycle that Tianmeng had made, and sped along the way, arriving at the edge of the snowfield after 2.5 days. Xiao Chang didn't plan to run on the snowfield himself. Again, the all-powerful Tianmeng brother took care of it. Before Xiao Chang arrived, he had already prepared a snow-based version of the Soul Guidance motorcycle. This motorcycle could even be temporarily equipped with some things to form a small heated room. Xiao Chang's main principle was to avoid hardship if possible. Xiao Chang, at level 40, was far stronger than Huo Yuhao, who was at level 20, in terms of soul power. With the various warm clothing he had prepared beforehand, Xiao Chang Barrel Why felt cold when Tianmeng asked him to hide. After Xiao Chang had everything prepared, Tianmeng's consciousness separated from Xiao Chang's body. After releasing her primordial aura to lure Bing Di over, Tianmeng trapped Bing Di. Just like in the original story, Xiao Chang, let's retreat. Receive. Xiao Chang instantly ran out of the house he was in, waved his hands, one hand used to retract the house into his soul tool, and the other hand took out a snowmobile. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Xiao Chang unleashed his full soul power. Under the influence of this powerful soul power, Xiao Chang's snowmobile reached terrifying speed, reaching the outskirts of the far north within 2.5 hours. After trapping the Ice Emperor for half a day, Tianmeng felt that the time was almost right. Hayote, stop struggling. You've tried many times already, you should know it's useless. Tenmu's voice slowly entered his mental prison. What do you want? Hayote said coldly. I just want to be with the person I love forever. Hayote sneered. Is this how you love me? Don't rush. Listen to me. HMPH, what are you saying? Say you love me. If you really love me, why won't you release your true form? I'm already your prisoner. What do you have to be afraid of? Tianmeng sighed. Of course I'm not afraid, it's just that I have no way of letting you see my true form. My true form no longer exists. Haven't you noticed that what you've been seeing is only my spiritual essence, not a simulation? Hayote was stunned. What did you say? You only have your spiritual essence left. What about your body? It's all gone, along with the origin of my soul power. It's a long story. Tianmeng briefly explained to Bingdi what happened to him after leaving the far north. In his words, Tianmeng described himself as extremely miserable. In fact, Tianmeng was indeed very miserable, but Bingdi's face did not show any empathy. Fortunately I met Xiao Chang, who is now my master. At the last moment when I was escaping from the Stardo Great Forest. Otherwise, I probably would never have seen you, Bingbing, in this lifetime. Master. Tianmeng, you are a million-year-old soul beast. How could you choose to submit to a human? Bingdi looked at Tianmeng with even more disdain, but Tianmeng not only didn't care, but seemed to be secretly pleased. This is a long story. Just like in the original story, Tianmeng tells Bingdi about her plan. After thinking about it for a while in the ice, Tianmeng brings Bingdi in her conscious state to Xiao Chang. Although there are certain changes after the transition from 2D to 3D, Xiao Chang immediately recognized the beautiful girl in front of him as Hayote based on her green-haired twin-tailed loli and golden eyes. Tianmeng. Is this the host you chose? I can sense that his spiritual power is much stronger than that of an ordinary soul master. At this age, with this level of soul power, his talent is not weak, but creating a god. Hayote shook his head. Excuse me for being frank, but this is too difficult. With only superhuman mental strength, I don't see much hope of successfully creating a god. Bingbing. Tianmeng was about to say something, but Xiao Chang interrupted him at that moment. Hayote, since I'm also a participant in the god-making project, could you please say a few words? Chapter 45. Day 45. Dream brother, you just watch from the sidelines. Come on, Hayote, open your mouth, I'll give you something good to eat. Hayote looked at Xiao Chang and nodded. Okay, what do you want to say? Hayote, you're right, it's true that I would have a hard time becoming a god with my superhuman mental strength alone, but I've never relied on my mental strength. As Xiao Chang spoke, he released his Sharingan. When I first awakened my martial soul, my mental strength was just like that of an ordinary mental type soul master. Mental strength has never been my main reliance. My martial soul is. The Sharingan's martial soul is not inherently strong. Its initial soul power level is only level 5. However, it has a special ability that allows me to occasion ally see things that are beneficial to me. I am a citizen of the Sun Moon Empire. Normally, given the distance between me and the Stardo Great Forest, I would never have any contact with Brother Tianmeng in my entire life. However, after I awakened the Sharingan, even with just one tomo, I was already able to see things that were to my advantage. Following the guidance of my Sharingan, I arrived at the Stardo Great Forest when I was 14 years old. That day, I met Brother Tianmeng. It was a part of Brother Tianmeng's spirit that gave me a powerful spiritual force far exceeding had of other spirit-type soul masters of the same level. And now Brother Tianmeng has brought me here to find you. Hayote frowned, seemingly not entirely trusting Xiao Chang's words. You mean you can see destiny? The fact that brother Tianmeng could live to the level of 1,000,000 years as a member of the Ice Silkworm clan is due to his powerful luck. The fact that I was able to meet brother Tianmeng when he needed to become someone else's soul ring, and that brother Tianmeng was able to find me in his weakest state, is also due to brother Tianmeng's luck. It is also the guidance that my Sharingan gave me. Perhaps my luck is not very strong, and the Sharingan can only help me find very good luck, but there are some things that I can see. There are some things I can't explain right now. But given the rate at which your luck is waning, Hayote should only have about 100 years left to live. What? Bingbing only has about 100 years left to live. No. Bingbing. Don't die. Tianmeng clung to Bingdi's leg. But Bingdi flicked her tail and sent Tianmeng flying without even glancing at her. Hayote looked at Xiao Chang. Continue. Once you join this god-making project, you should know that we are guaranteed to be at least Super Douluo level, with a lifespan of over 300 years. This is a highly certain future. There are some things I can't prove yet, but I do know that there is something that can extend my lifespan to the 1,000-year level, and another opportunity that I can't quite explain yet. Those are the resources and safety net for the god-making project. If the god-making project succeeds, we will all be overjoyed and gain eternal life. If it fails, even if you don't believe I have a way to let us live for more than 1,000 years. A minimum lifespan of 300 years is guaranteed. Hayote's silence didn't last long. Alright, since you can see my remaining lifespan, I'll trust you this once. I'll join Tenmu's god-making plan. Ah, Bingbing. You really. Roll. Just as Tianmeng was about to take the opportunity to hug Bingdi, Bingdi slapped her away with her tail. Wah. Bingbing. Hayote ignored Tenmu as usual and turned his gaze to Xiao Chang once again. Tianmeng's plan is quite good, but it still has some flaws. My power is too great for you. Therefore, I have decided to prioritize the bone over the ring. You probably won't get a stronger soul bone than me in the future, so I have decided to become your most important torso bone. Wait a minute, Hayote. I told you I can see some things about destiny. A 400,000-year-old skeleton is not the best choice for me. Please believe me, I will not joke about my own future. Hayote glanced at Xiao Chang in surprise. When Xiao Chang mentioned her lifespan before, she had begun to believe that he could see some aspects of fate. Now it seemed that what Xiao Chang said before might have been true. Okay. Then which soul bone do you think I should become? Xiao Chang raised his right arm. Right arm, the external soul bone attached to the right arm and right hand. Soul bones and external soul bones were given to Huo Yuhao by Ice Emperor I. And the original novel of Douluo Continent 2. However, at that time, only the torso bone had soul skills, and the two external soul bones connected to the torso seemed to have no other function except to increase physical attributes. With the precedent in the original work, Xiao Chang was no longer worried that Bingdi would not be able to make two soul bones. Compared to the two soul bones without soul skills that Bingdi gave Huo Yuhao in the original work, the soul bone in the palm area is more likely to have soul skills. The two soul bones in your right hand and palm are fine, but, Ice Emperor looked at Xiao Chang with concern. If it's just one hand, your physical condition isn't strong enough to support my soul ring. What if you have two hands? The soul bones of both hands and the external soul bones? Xiao Chang asked. He wasn't saying this without basis. In the original novel, Bibi Dong's legs came from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. This 100,000-year-old soul beast gave Bibi Dong two soul bones, which could almost be considered as repaying a debt of gratitude. A soul beast can drop two soul bones. This setting was not removed by the author in the second, third, and subsequent books. So Xiao Chang was relatively reassured about it. With this precedent, it's reasonable that the Ice Emperor, with his 400,000-year cultivation level, wouldn't be able to create two soul bones and two external soul bones. Hayote pondered for a moment. It is possible, but your willpower probably can't withstand it. Absorbing one soul bone is extremely painful, and absorbing another soul bone is even more painful. Your consciousness will probably collapse first, and then we will all be finished. If that's the case, don't worry. It's impossible for my consciousness to collapse. I have my own methods. I could sense this kind of pain that would obviously kill me a long time ago with my Sharingan, so I was prepared for it. You think your preparations can solve the excruciating pain? Hyote asked, completely bewildered. Of course, Brother Tianmeng gave me 4 soul skills: mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference, and soul impact. Over the past 6 months, I have carefully studied mental interference. Pain itself is just a mental signal transmitted to the brain. As long as mental interference is used, the problem of pain can be solved. Hyote. Well, it seems that Tianmeng isn't entirely useless after all. Wah. Bingbing praised me, I'm so happy. Shut up. Since you've found a way to overcome the pain, there shouldn't be any other problems. So, just as Bingdi was about to inject the soul bone into Xiao Chang's body, Xiao Chang interrupted her. Wait a moment, Tianmeng, come and check if the surrounding situation is okay. Before fusing the soul bone. Bingdi, you eat this first. Chapter 46 Ice Emperor. You don't want anything to happen to Snow Emperor either, do you? As Xiao Chang spoke, he took out a bottle containing pills. What is this? Hyote raised an eyebrow. The pill developed by the Sun Moon Empire is called the Soul Skill Pill. According to the Sun Moon Empire's description of this drug, as long as this drug is fed to a soul beast and it is killed in a short time, there is a high probability of obtaining the soul beast's strongest innate soul skill. You damned human. Bingbing, calm down. We're all going to become Xiao Chang's spirit rings anyway, so let's not worry about this. Ice Emperor snorted coldly, then flicked Tianmeng away with her tail. After Tianmeng became her punching bag, Ice Emperor gradually calmed down. You actually knew that I didn't have our clan's strongest talent soul skill, Ice Explosion Technique. It seems that you, human, really weren't lying to me. Give it to me. If it can awaken my Ice Blast spell, that would be the best outcome for us. Xiao Chang handed the pill to Bingdi, who did not hesitate and put it directly into her mouth. The effects of the medicine were quickly activated, and Bingdi frowned slightly. Obviously, this pill, which only treated soul beasts as disposable items, was quite harmful to the soul beasts' bodies. No, I can sense the effects of this medicine, but the grade of this pill is too low. Just 1 pill is insufficient. Before Bingdi could finish speaking, Xiao Chang took out several more porcelain bottles, all of which contained soul skill pills. Hyote. With this dosage, I should be able to awaken the Ice Blast technique. As for the other soul skills, I originally wanted to give you 4 soul skills directly. But since you have many plans, I would like to hear your opinion. After a brief silence, Bingdi exchanged opinions with Xiao Chang. Unlike Huo Yuhao, who was completely indecisive, Bingdi felt that it would be best to discuss the matter of soul skills with Xiao Chang after witnessing Xiao Chang's abilities. Ultimately, at Xiao Chang's request, the two finalized a total of 10 skills for the soul rings and soul bones. Tianmeng was in charge of observing the surrounding conditions, while Bingdi and Xiao Chang began to fuse. Because of his physical strength, which was far superior to Huo Yuhao's, it only took Xiao Chang 2.5 hours to fuse the soul ring and soul bone. After fusing the spirit rings and spirit bones, Xiao Chang's clothes were completely torn to shreds, leaving only the 2 spirit tools on his wrists. Even so, Xiao Chang did not feel the slightest bit of cold. The cold wind from the far north blew by, and Xiao Chang even felt a little warm. Is this what daily life is like for ice attribute soul masters? Even in an extremely cold place, the word cold never comes up. This feeling is not bad. After taking out new clothes from his soul tool and putting them on, Xiao Chang raised his hand, and a long sword made of ice appeared in his hand. After casually swinging it a few times, Xiao Chang stuck it in the snow. Then he made a second one, a third one, and so on until he had made 21 swords. Then he ran to a distance of 50 meters from the 21 swords. Then Xiao Chang took out the sinew of the 1,000-year green wood ox from his soul tool. He stretched the sinew out and used it as the bowstring, with the ultimate ice as the bow body. A bow appeared in Xiao Chang's hand. Xiao Chang raised his hand again, and an arrow made entirely of ice appeared in his hand. He drew his bow and nocked the arrow, and shot down the ice swords he had created one by one. What he could never do in his previous life. he could do with ease after becoming an ice attribute soul master. What are you doing? After Xiao Chang shattered all the longswords on the snow, Tianmeng's voice echoed in his spiritual sea. It's nothing. Just trying out the use of ice. Oh. Tianmeng nodded without asking further. By the way, what are your thoughts on your fourth spirit ring? As for your thoughts, Xiao Chang asked Hyote. Hyote, are there mirror beasts in the far north? A mirror beast? Ice Emperor thought for a moment and then nodded. Yes, I know a place where there is a mirror beast that is about 20,000 years old. You are just the right age to deal with it, and with the enhancement from my soul bone, absorbing it won't be too difficult. 20,000 years is a bit short, but with brother Tianmeng here, there's no need to worry. Let's go then. Guided by Bingdi, Xiao Chang quickly arrived at the nest of the mirror beast. With Tianmeng's mental detection, finding the mirror beast was not difficult. When Xiao Chang met the mirror beast, Xiao Chang activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, directly pulling the mirror beast into the illusionary space. Xiao Chang was not skilled in Genjutsu B4 because he only had a 1-tomo Sharingan. When his Sharingan reached the 3-tomo level, Xiao Chang automatically gained a certain understanding of Genjutsu. In the past few months, with his own Genjutsu combined with the mental interference given by Tianmeng, Xiao Chang has reached a certain level in Genjutsu. Pulling a soul beast that is only 20,000 years old into the Genjutsu space is effortless for him. In the illusion space, the mirror beast was bound to a cross, and under a blood moon, Xiao Chang's image appeared before it. I'm sorry, but you will be tortured in this space for the next 24 hours. Before the mirror beast could understand what was happening, Xiao Chang's knife had already pierced its body. The intense pain caused it to faint, but when it woke up, it saw Xiao Chang holding the knife again. And then the knife that terrified it was stabbed into its body once more. This went on for an unknown amount of time. The mirror beast lost count of how many times T had been stabbed before it finally saw a clock in the sky seem to tick. There are 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds left until the end of the 24 hours. As Xiao Chang pushed the mirror beast's consciousness to the brink of collapse, Xiao Chang shot an arrow through its heart at the moment it reached its peak. Xiao Chang quickly fused the spirit rings, then dissected the mirror beast's corpse and, sure enough, found a head spirit bone inside. The Sharingan amplified by mental interference can indeed do it, but this move is somewhat unethical. Xiao Chang took out a crystal for testing G soul power and then injected his soul power into it. Level 48. Xiao Hongqian only reached level 49 2 days ago. It's better not to tell Xiao Hongqian about this, lest he get upset and cause some problems. HMPH. Don't you even know what level my soul ring is? If it weren't for your body's limits, how could I have only increased your soul power by 7 levels? Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take a rest now. I'm tired after being busy for so long. Wait a minute, Hyote, now is not the time to rest. Is there anything else? Hyote asked sleepily, clearly exhausted. Hyote, you don't want anything to happen to Yukaite, do you? Chapter 47 Snow Empress, Queen of the Far North. What did you say? When Xiao Chang mentioned Shui Di, Bing Di, who had originally planned to go to sleep, immediately opened her eyes wide, completely losing her sleepiness. Wah, I wish Bingbing cared about me this much. Shut up. I'm not in the mood to talk to you right now. Ice Emperor said, casually giving Tianmeng a slap with her tail. Xiao Chang, what's wrong with Shui Di? Bing Di's heart jumped to his throat at Xiao Chang's words. As Shui Di's secret admirer, his feelings for Shui Di were almost the same as Tianmeng's feelings for him. However, compared to her attitude towards Tianmeng, Shui Di's attitude towards her was significantly better. If it weren't for the fear that the Titan Snow Demon Ape had his bones shattered by Shui Di after confessing his feelings to her, Bing Di might even have confessed to Shui Di. Ice Emperor, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Snow Emperor's matter isn't something that can be resolved in a day or two. We still have time, Xiao Chang comforted Ice Emperor in his spiritual sea. Hearing Xiao Chang's words, Bing Di, who knew some of Shui Di's situation, calmed down a bit. What exactly happened? What are you trying to say? That's right. As I told you before, my Sharingan can occasionally see some fates that I can't quite explain. I remember you mean you also saw the Snow Empress's fate. You haven't seen it yet, have you? Indeed, but I can occasionally see things that are to my advantage. Before you and I merged, I only saw something that could greatly increase my lifespan, and I had some vague and ethereal feelings about it. But as you merged with me, that vague feeling from before gradually became clear. Now I can confirm that it is a treasure that can allow me to reach the title Douluo level in a not very long time. A treasure that allows you to reach the title Douluo level in a relatively short time. Ice Emperor thought for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise. 10,000-year profound ice marrow. It should be. Although I have never actually seen the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. And what I saw was not very clear. The thing that might have been useful to me before but was not necessarily useful to me suddenly became extremely useful to me after we merged. At present, apart from the 10,000-year profound ice marrow, I can't think of anything else. 10,000-year profound ice marrow. If I had 10,000-year profound ice marrow, Ice Emperor, you don't need to think about it. I feel that if you were given the 10,000-year profound ice marrow, you could definitely break through to the 400,000-year level. But the luck of a soul beast under normal circumstances is not even 10,000 years. Putting aside everything else, that Titan Snow Demon Ape will definitely be made into a soul ring and soul bone. Moreover, without my senses, you wouldn't be able to find that place. Ice Emperor sighed. You're right. Nearly 400,000 years have passed, and I still haven't found the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. The one time I finally encountered it, it was all eaten clean by some wretched giant insect. It's truly. Hayote looked at Tenmu, then raised his foot and stomped on Tenmu's face. Hayote, take it easy. What's done is done. There's no point in saying anything now. Bingbing stepped on me. Bingbing's feet smell so good. Xiao Chang. TCH. Damn guy. Never mind him. Let's continue. Seeing Hayote kick Tianmeng away, Xiao Chang, who originally wanted to say something for Tianmeng, couldn't bring himself to speak. Where were we? It doesn't matter where we're talking. What I am thinking about right now is something else. Ice Emperor, if I help Snow Emperor successfully break through the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation, could I ask him to protect me until I become a limit Douluo? Of course not. Shui Di is different from me. She is the true uncrowned empress of this far north, the absolute ruler of this far north. With her arrogance, it is impossible for her to become a protector of humanity. Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang had already breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the first two words, but Bingdi's next words completely shattered that relief. Judging from Hayote's words, Xiao Chang's worst fears have finally come true. Xiao Chang will not be facing the Snow Empress from the mid to late stages. He will be facing the Snow Empress from the very beginning, as set up in the early stages. In the original work, when Shui Di first officially appeared, she was in the form of a gentle older sister after transforming into human form. At that time, Shui Di was in a weak period and was facing her benefactor who saved her. Anyone with a normal mind would not do anything to make themselves seem arrogant. Even after her soul was nearly killed by the Houti and sect and transformed into an infant form, Shui Di still seemed so gentle. But all of that is based on the premise that you are facing your benefactor, who is also the chosen one of the world. When the Snow Empress's consciousness truly awakens, the one who almost killed Liehuo Xingjiaoshu at the slightest disagreement is the real Snow Empress. The Snow Emperor of later times, especially the now Emperor in the legends of the Divine Realm, is almost a completely different person from the Snow Emperor of today. Xiao Chang could understand this situation. The thoughts of his childhood self, his adult self, and his old self were completely different. This is especially evident in novels. Zhou Weiqing, the protagonist of Heavenly Jewel Change, is a prime example. As a protagonist written by Tang Jia Sanshao before his career collapsed, even if he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, he at least wouldn't betray his benefactor. However, after experiencing the fear of death, he betrayed his benefactor without the slightest hesitation. The Snow Empress in the later stages of Douluo Continent 2, the Peerless Tang sect and the Snow Empress in the Legend of the Gods cannot be used as references. If Xiao Chang were to go to find the Snow Empress, he would only be facing the Snow Empress who existed in the early settings, the far northern Empress who would not tolerate any infringement on her dignity. Perhaps she liked Hayote back then, but Xiao Chang had no idea to what extent she liked them. Xiao Chang, maybe we shouldn't go looking for Shui Di. She's not someone to mess with. We might end up with a 9 out of 10 chance of dying, Tianmeng whispered in her spiritual sea. Xiao Chang, should I not go find Shui Di? What will I do without bodyguards after that? If Mu En were dead, there wouldn't be much of a problem. However, given Mu En's strength in the early stages and his astonishing mobility, Xiao Chang's martial soul might not be able to hide it from Mu En. Once Mu En saw it, Xiao Chang would be certain that he was doomed. Even if Mu En were to follow the established, righteous and noble character of the enemy, Xiao Chang, a native of the Sun Moon Empire, would still face certain death. There is nothing more to say about a confirmed enemy, killing him requires no reason whatsoever. If we hide now and develop slowly, not to mention what will happen to Xiao Chang's family and friends in the Sun Moon Empire, a level 9 Soul Master might inexplicably appear here in 6 months. Xiao Chang hopes to be safe, but this is a chaotic world. Who knows where some evil Soul Master or something might pop up? Hiding for a lifetime has a high success rate, but if there is even the slightest mistake, everything will be lost. In order to survive, he ran away without caring about anything. He was lucky enough to live to adulthood, but when he looked back on his past, he was filled with regret. That was not the life Xiao Chang wanted. Thinking this through, Xiao Chang rejected Tianmeng's suggestion. We have to go to Shui Di's place. If they can't negotiate the best terms, they can always lower their standards. But if they really run into Mu En, they won't even have the right to negotiate. Chapter 48 First Encounter with the Snow Empress. Sigh. Do I still have to meet with the Snow Empress? But she won't stoop to be your protector. Shut up. Tianmeng. Bingdi kicked Tianmeng away. She would do anything to save Shui Di, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Wah. Alright, brother Tianmeng, we have to deal with Shui Di. The god-making plan has already been partially completed, and my talent is enough to support the next steps. But now we have a problem we must face. I'm too weak right now. If I encounter a tidal Douluo, I won't even have a chance to escape. The cultivation of the ultimate ice is normally extremely slow. If I use conventional cultivation methods, it will take me at least 20 or 30 years to reach the title of Douluo. 20 or 30 years is too risky, and there are too many possibilities of things going out of control. If I perish halfway through, the god-making plan will also be cut off. But even so, the Snow Emperor cannot submit to others and become their protector. I have no intention of making Shui Di subordinate to me. This should be considered a deal that is more beneficial to both parties. Tianmeng curled up into a ball. Why don't you check your strength first? I'm afraid you'll get slapped to death by the Snow Empress the moment you see her. There's no need to worry about that at all. I've already thought of a way. Ice Emperor. Where is the gathering place of your Ice Emperor Scorpion clan? We can find a lone Ice Jade Scorpion, and then talk to it and have it relay the message to the 100,000-year-old soul beast of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. Use the Ice Jade Scorpion clan as a messenger. As long as the Snow Empress doesn't see me, kill me immediately. Then I'll have a chance to speak with her. If I can talk to her, this matter won't be too difficult. Are you sure? Tianmeng asked timidly. Having already experienced the terror of ferocious beasts, he had an almost innate fear of the ruler of the far north. He had already seen the first 2 of the 10 ferocious beasts, and those 2 beings left a very bad impression on him. I'm sure. And after spending so much time together, you know me, Tianmeng. If I didn't really feel that there would be great danger without Shui Di, I wouldn't have chosen to take you to see Shui Di. You can still sense danger? Tianmeng asked, somewhat surprised. Compared to opportunities, I am much less perceptive of danger. I can sense it occasionally, but it is even more inexplicable. Moreover, the Sun Moon Empire itself is not very safe. Internal problems are manageable, but I don't know what will happen to Shrek Academy in the future. Being prepared is the best policy. As long as Shui Di protects me occasionally at crucial moments, we can then focus on the path to godhood without worrying about a limit Douluo suddenly appearing next to us and slapping me to death, or mock Ing me do something like 9 cuts and 18 holes. Okay. But Bingbing, will it be okay to have Bing Bixie pass on a message? Get lost. When did it become your place to criticize my clansmen? Xiao Chang. Let's go. Leave this trash behind. Wah. Bingbing rejected me. Xiao Chang. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. With Tianmeng's spiritual detection and Bingdi's familiarity with the Bingdi Scorpion clan, F. Ending the Bingdi Scorpion clan's gathering place was a piece of cake. Hyote. Which Ice Jade Scorpion is more reliable? Point 1 out, and I'll use mental interference and psychological suggestion to make it leave the group. Anything that reaches the 10,000-year level is fine. As long as it's a 10,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpion, it will have the intelligence to communicate with me. You can bring any one of them over. After Bingdi finished speaking, he saw Xiao Chang looking at him helplessly from within his spiritual sea. What's wrong? Hyote. I mean, is it possible and I don't even know which one is the 10,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpion. So far, the fourth spirit ring was recognized by Bingdi and Tianmeng, the third spirit ring was Tianmeng, and the Sikon. D spirit ring was the already known Ice Silkworm. Only the first spirit ring was chosen by Xiao Chang himself. As someone with only level 5 innate spirit power, Xiao Chang really didn't have much time to recognize spirit beasts. Let alone a spirit beast like the Ice Jade Scorpion that doesn't appear in the Sun Moon Empire. Xiao Chang was only able to recognize it because of Bingdi. How could he possibly recognize something like the age limit? The third one from the right, I guess. Good. Xiao Chang activated his first soul skill, psychological suggestion, and his third soul ring, mental interference, simultaneously. The Ice Jade Scorpion chosen by the Ice Emperor gradually slowed down and, without disturbing other members of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, slowly separated from its group. After leaving his swarm, Xiao Chang appeared before the Ice Jade Scorpion. The moment the scorpion saw the human, it was about to attack, but the next second, the Ice Emperor instantly took control of Xiao Chang's body. The aura of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion made the Ice Jade Scorpion tremble with fear. Xiao Chang then used his spirit sharing skill to let the Ice Jade Scorpion see the Ice Emperor's appearance. The ice green scorpion stirred, appearing quite angry. Alright, I'm fine. Since I only have about 100 years left to live, I can't overcome the heavenly tribulation, so I accepted that guy's God-making plan. Ice Empress explained to the 10,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpion why she had become like this, to prevent the 100,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpio N from killing Xiao Chang with a single tail attack when it saw him. That's how it is. Go and summon the Elder. I have something to discuss with him. The Ice Emperor Scorpion, having received the Ice Emperor's order, quickly departed. A short while later, 7 100,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpions arrived beside Xiao Chang. The most powerful of them spoke in human language as it looked at Xiao Chang. Chieftain, are you alright? It's alright. You all know what happened, right? I understand. It is our incompetence that we failed to find the rare and precious materials that can help the clan leader break through his life limit. It's alright. After speaking with the Ice Emperor and the many Ice Jade Scorpions for a while, the Ice Emperor instructed one of the Ice Jade Scorpions to go find the Snow Emperor. The remaining 6 Ice Jade Scorpions were given a few instructions by the Ice Emperor and then led their respective tribesmen away. On the snowfield that belonged to the Ice Jade Scorpions, Xiao Chang waited alone for the Snow Emperor's arrival. Before long, a powerful pressure suddenly appeared, making it difficult for Xiao Chang to even stand firm, and even more tending Tianmeng in his spiritual sea to shrink into a ball. Bingbing. I don't want to die. Calm down, brother Tianmeng. This pressure is strong, but it's not fatal. It's just a show of force at most. Which is actually a good thing for us. What good thing is it if they're already putting on a show of force? Brother Tianmeng. In business, the real buyer is the one who haggles. The show of force is just to gain control in the future. If she doesn't want to talk to me, she can just tell me to get lost. Why use intimidation without actually killing me? Huh, is that so? HMPH, not only useless but also stupid. After calming Tianmeng down, Xiao Chang finally saw the icy snow maiden of the far north. Let's get this straight. I surrender. Could you please withdraw this oppressive aura? Chapter 49. Evolution from the ant realm to the little friend realm. Xiao Chang raised his hands as if to surrender, but Shui Di's oppressive aura not only did not subside, but intensified, almost forcing Xiao Chang, who was already unsteady on his feet, to lie flat on the snow. It's over. It's over. It's over. The Snow Empress is angry. We're doomed. This feeling of being super and having no power to resist reminded Tianmeng of his days in the Stardow Great Forest. He, who was not always able to remain calm, was so frightened that he trembled in Xiao Chang's mental sea. Quiet down, brother Tianmeng. Trust me, it's not a big problem. Despite being pressed down so hard he was almost lying on the ground, Xiao Chang felt more at ease. As long as the Snow Empress didn't slap him to death, it meant that the Ice Jade Scorpion's message had been conveyed effectively. Whether it was the opportunity to help her survive the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation or the relationship between the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, they would guarantee Xiao Chang's safety. I heard you fused with the Ice Emperor. After using her aura to force Xiao Chang to kneel on all fours in front of her, the Snow Emperor slowly spoke. Yes, but he is still conscious. It's not like he's hunting for a spirit ring. Let her see me. Xiao Chang used his mental sharing ability to let the Snow Empress see the Ice Empress. Snow Emperor. It's good that you're alright. The Snow Empress said coldly. Clearly, unless she was in a life-threatening situation, the Snow Empress's persona was that of the inviolable Ice Queen from the beginning. The Snow Empress now is not the same person as the Snow Empress in the original story who was about to perish after the explosion. Snow Empress. Ice Empress wanted to say something, but thinking of the fate of the Titan Snow Demon Ape, she ultimately didn't dare to say it. Human, you say you have a way to help me break the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation. Yes, my martial soul allows me to see some special opportunities. After I merged with Ice Emperor, I could sense a top-tier opportunity belonging to Ice Attribute Soul Masters. That opportunity can guarantee that I can reach the level of Super Douluo or above. I believe it will also be useful to you, Snow Emperor. Hand it over. The Snow Emperor sat on a throne made of snow, speaking in the tone of an absolute ruler. Snow Emperor. Before Xiao Chang could finish speaking, a wave of pressure descended, causing him to swallow a large mouthful of snow and be buried in the snow, unable to move. You have no right to negotiate with me. Obedience or death are your only two options. No, this is not a good decision, Snow Empress. Your tribulation must be coming soon. So what? My understanding of opportunities comes from my martial spirit. Some things are hard to explain, and even I can't explain them clearly. If you want to force me to tell you where the possible 10,000-year profound ice marrow is, that's impossible. If you have a way to try, that's fine, but it's just a waste of time. If you really want to find it, you have to actively sense it yourself. So you think that the heavenly tribulation can make you a threat to me, and force me to obey your every command. Shui Di and Xiao Chang locked eyes. Shui Di's powerful aura made Xiao Chang's body, which was not afraid of the cold, feel a suffocating chill. I'm not that reckless. I'm just here to give you a suggestion. As someone who has merged with the Ice Emperor, I can be considered a member of the Far North. I'll use that opportunity to help you break through the 700,000-year mark. I hope you will acknowledge my status as a member of the Far North and grant me some protection. The protection doesn't need to be for too long, 20 years will suffice. In these 20 years, if I make any requests, I hope that the Snow Emperor can accept them. Of course, I can pay a price that satisfies the Snow Emperor if needed afterwards. But sometimes there is no time to explain, so please accept my request and take action first. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, Shui Di withdrew her oppressive aura. Compared to the potentially risky coercion, she could accept Xiao Chang's request. Although theoretically, the tasks that the Snow Emperor needs to do are similar to those of the protectors, this is where the art of language is manifested. The Snow Empress's identity made it unacceptable for her to become a protector of humans, if her own people offered her treasures, it wouldn't be a problem to offer them protection. Besides, 20 years was nothing to a soul beast that was hundreds of thousands of years old. As for helping Xiao Chang, that's not a problem. If the results of helping him are not satisfactory, there won't be a next time. Besides, it was a request, not an order, so Shui Di could accept it psychologically. Having saved face and substance, the Snow Empress had no reason to risk coercing Xiao Chang. Moreover, with the Ice Empress present, the Snow Empress couldn't possibly use overly harsh methods of coercion against Xiao Chang. Alright, if you can help me break through the 700,000-year mark, then I will acknowledge your status as a citizen of the far north and grant you 20 years of protection. Thank you, Snow Emperor. Xiao Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief after Shui Di agreed. With the Snow Emperor's protection, Xiao Chang no longer needs to worry about Mu En suddenly coming to the Sun Moon Empire to expose him. Later, during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, there was no need to worry about Elder Zan suddenly going crazy and taking him, Xiao Hongshan, and Meng Hongshan to Shrek Academy as hostages. Based on Tang Jia San Xiao's setting that the soul beasts he did not destroy kept their word, his life was guaranteed. In addition, if Tianmeng were to work harder and develop the initial version of the Wisdom Soul Ring, truly creating a soul spirit, Xiao Chang could then try to bring Shui Di into the god-making plan during these 20 years of contact. Now that Xiao Chang has the soul bones of both hands and arms, as long as Shui Di is brought in, the 200,000-year-old ice bear King Xiaobai will definitely become one of Xiao Chang's leg bones. With the Snow Empress joining, Xiao Chang can also bring the evil emperor over. After all, the evil emperor's 790,000 years of cultivation has brought him to the brink of death. As long as the Snow Empress agrees to create a god, and with the Sun Moon Empire's soul tool, the evil emperor will surely join this god-creating plan with dignity. If the evil emperor doesn't want to join this god-making plan with dignity, then the Snow Emperor, with her soul tool, can also allow him to join with dignity. When the time comes, Shui Di will be in charge of the skull, Xie Di will be in charge of the external soul bone. And we only need one more 200,000-year-old soul beast to be in charge of the leg soul bone. With 5 ferocious beast soul bones and 3 ferocious beast external soul bones, Xiao Qiu Yang will completely crush Tang San in terms of soul bones other than the torso bones. As for the torso bone, you can find the deep sea demon whale king when you reach level 99. If one truly becomes Tang San's enemy, then the deep sea demon whale king is an ally. If one doesn't become Tang San's enemy, then there's nothing wrong with a soul master hunting soul beasts. As long as Tianmeng develop PS the soul spirit system and Shui Di fully sides with him and agrees to the god-making plan, even if Xiao Chang doesn't have Huo Yuhao's powerful luck, with his foresight and other advantages, Xiao Qi Ang's top-tier soul bone and his second martial soul ring which is prepared to last at least 200,000 years, he can still create a level 1 god even if he creates his own godhood. The addition of Shui Di means that Xiao Chang's preparations have been initially completed. With Shui Di's protection, Xiao Chang has officially transformed from an ant to a minor friend. Chapter 50. Searching for the myriad-year-old profound ice marrow. Dragon City, by the cold spring at the Earth Dragon Gate. After reaching an agreement with Shui Di, Xiao Chang and Shui Di quickly arrived at Dragon City, where the Earth Dragon Gate was located. As one of the 2 major sects in Dragon City, the location of the Earth Dragon Gate could be found by asking a passerby with just 1 silver coin. Once the route is confirmed, a single simulated soul skill is enough to reach the interior of the Earth Dragon Gate without anyone knowing. After Xiao Chang enters the Earth Dragon Gate, he only needs to use mental interference and psychological suggestion. And a disciple of the Earth Dragon Gate will clearly explain the location of the Earth Dragon Gate's cold spring. As for whether the disciple's subsequent behavior would give others a clue and allow the higher-ups of the Earth Dragon sect to discover an intrusion, that was not even within Xiao Chang's consideration. With Shui Di's strength, let alone the Earth Dragon Gate, even if the Heaven Dragon Gate and the Earth Dragon Gate joined forces, it wouldn't take Shui Di long to wipe out both of them. If it weren't for Xiao Chang's reluctance to engage in meaningless killing and his concern that Shui Di's appearance in front of the world would waste time on the siege, Shui Di's strength would have allowed her to directly interrogate the Earth Dragon Gate Master. Indeed, this emperor can indeed sense the presence of a rare and precious ice attribute treasure beneath this cold spring. You have done well, human. Shui Di soaked her feet in the cold spring, enjoying the relaxation it brought. while Xiao Chang stood on a layer of ice, beginning to freeze one vacuum ice ball after another. In the original story, Huo Yuhao only came to this secret place of the Earth Dragon Gate after reaching the 7th ring, while Xiao Chang only has a soul power of level 48. He can't hold his breath for as long as Huo Yuhao. Therefore, before going down, Xiao Qian Ji needs to prepare several hundred ice balls filled with air for himself just in case. After all, once they went down there would be no air for a while, and Xiao Chang couldn't expect the Snow Empress to vomit for him. The Snow Empress now was not the Snow Empress of the later legends of the God Realm, and Xiao Chang's relationship with the Snow Empress hadn't reached that point yet. After feeling that there was enough oxygen, Xiao Chang looked at Shui Di. Shui Di, I'm ready here, we can go down now. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, the two of them went deeper into the cold spring. As soon as he entered the icy spring, Xiao Chang released his Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial soul to combat the ever-deepening chill. After all, in the original story, even Huo Yuhao at the Seve North Ring stage had to use his own martial soul and soul skills to withstand the cold. Xiao Chang, who was only level 48 and hadn't even reached the 5th ring Soul King level, dared not be careless. After descending to a certain depth, Xiao Chang released mental detection and mental sharing to compensate for the darkness at the bottom of the spring. I never imagined my first time diving would be in such a pitch-black place. It's really uncomfortable, Xiao Chang muttered to himself. He then gradually expanded the range of his mental detection and saw the blue liquid below. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chang picked up the prepared tools and took some spring water. According to the original novel, this water was at a similar temperature to the cold spring in the ice and fire yin-yang well. Although Xiao didn't know what use it would be later, it wouldn't hurt to take some and keep it on hand. After using up several oxygen balloons he had prepared, Xiao Chang finally found the protruding mechanism. Thanks to Xiao Chang's current spiritual power at the Spirit Abyss realm, he can revisit anything he has ever seen in his mind whenever he wants. Therefore, Xiao Chang knew exactly what that mechanism was all about. According to the original novel, just activating that mechanism would consume 40% of Huo Yuhao's soul power, who had a cultivation level of around 74. Xiao Chang certainly couldn't operate this mechanism now, but fortunately, Shui Di was right beside him. Shui Di, lift this protruding mechanism up a bit. Shui Di raised her hand and gently pulled upwards. Xiao Qi Eng then found the suddenly appearing indentation on the other side of the stone wall and pressed it down hard. With a slight click sound, Xiao Chang signaled Shui Di to press down the previous protrusion. Then the entire stone wall began to tremble slightly. Xiao Chang and Shui Di turned around and saw a stone door, only large enough for one person to squeeze through, quietly open. As soon as the gate opened, a massive surge of cold air rushed in. It was only because both Shui Di and Xiao Chang possessed the ultimate ice attribute that the cold air alone would have been enough to keep people here forever. Snow Emperor. The Ice Extreme Divine Crystal and the 10,000-year Profound Ice Marrow are both there. I don't need to say more about how much or how to take them. I won't go with you. The cold there is beyond my ability to withstand. I'll wait for you here. The original novel states that the temperature inside the cave would have been difficult for Huo Yuhao to bear when he first went to the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. At that time, Huo Yuhao was already a 5-ring Soul King, while Xiao Chang is only a level 48 Soul Master now. Moreover, further in, there would be a cold that even Huo Yuhao, who was already a 7-ring Soul Saint, could hardly withstand. Although this cold was often Schrodinger's cold, somewhere between freezing Huo Yuhao and becoming an aid to Huo Yuhao. It was better not to take the risk unless necessary. Shui Di could go in alone and take everything away, which is one of the reasons why Xiao Chang wanted to find Shui Di so quickly. This 10,000-year profound ice cave, tailor-made for Huo Yuhao in the original work, is normally a place that only Huo Yuhao, after possessing the ultimate ice and reaching the Soul Saint level in soul power, can visit. When Huo Yuhao came here, his soul power and martial soul had just reached the minimum standard to enter and obtain resources. Without the Snow Empress, even a title Douluo wouldn't be able to take anything away from this place. The extreme cold would extinguish any thought a title Douluo might have. Shui Di glanced at Xiao Chang, then a small tear in the hem of her dress flew towards Xiao Chang. And after sticking to Xiao Chang's body, it gradually formed a warm garment. Come on. Good. The moment they entered the cave and saw the dazzling array of ice crystals, Tianmeng and Bingdi in their spiritual sea could hardly contain their laughter. Ice extreme divine crystals. And so many ice extreme divine crystals. The 10,000-year profound ice cave. This must be the 10,000-year profound ice cave. Xiao Chang, you actually saw it. Hayote said in surprise. Although she had some confidence in Xiao Chang because he had directly pointed out the problem between her and Shui Di, she still couldn't hide her surprise when she actually saw it. After all, he was chosen by my brother, so his luck is definitely extraordinary. Tenmu spoke proudly, and this time, Hayote, unusually, did not refute Tenmu. You did a really good job in selecting people. I wasn't very confident about becoming a god, but if Xiao Chang can see more of these opportunities, becoming a god is almost a certainty. That's right, it's the person my brother chose, you can rest assured. Xiao Chang. Chapter 51 Faraday's Cage. Listening to Tianmeng's words, Xiao Chang remained silent, thinking of some unpleasant things. Because he possessed the spiritual power of the Spirit Abyss realm, Xiao Chang was able to recall books he had read before. As he mentally flipped through the chapters from the underground of the Earth Dragon Gate, he unfortunately remembered Tianmeng praising Huo Yuhao. At that time, Tianmeng told Bingdi that it was thanks to Huo Yuhao's luck they were able to find the 10,000-year Xuanbing cave. Bingdi did not refute it at the time, and said almost the same thing as she did now when she talked about Xiao Chang. In the end, Tianmeng betrayed Huo Yuhao. What's wrong? Xiao Chang. Tianmeng asked from within the sea of consciousness, sensing that Xiao Chang had stopped. It's nothing, I just felt something. I was just thinking that with this level of luck, the path to godhood should be easier. I think I should collect some information about Tang San, the sea god, to see if there's anything worth learning from. Oh, right, brother Tianmeng. You should take a look too. Good. Tianmeng casually replied and went to find Bingdi. Then, Bingdi, as usual, lashed out with her tail and sent Tianmeng flying, leaving Xiao Chang speechless. Brother Tianmeng. Xiao Chang rubbed his forehead, deciding that he would have to find the real Douluo continent for Tianmeng to see later. The reason was that Tianmeng's betrayal of Huo Yuhao was not a reliable reference. Logically speaking, if Tianmeng could betray Huo Yuhao at the last moment, he could also betray himself at the last moment. But Xiao Chang happened to be the one who had read the entire book and knew the whole plot. Xiao Chang knew that Huo Yuhao was 99% responsible for Tianmeng's betrayal of Huo Yuhao. From the very beginning, Tianmeng made it clear to Huo Yuhao that his goal was to create gods to gain immortality, but unfortunately, Tianmeng Bingdi and Shui Di, among other soul beasts, were neither Shrek Academy nor Tang sect. For those who are neither Shrek nor Tang sect members, all their investments will yield no return. Thus, when Wang Donger got into trouble, Tianmeng Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who had staked everything on Huo Yuhao, watched as Huo Yuhao decided to end his life. Even though Wang Donger's situation wasn't urgent, he insisted on risking his own life to save her. After Wang Donger died, Huo Yuhao started thinking about going with her. Tianmeng didn't consider it at all, saying that they should let Tianmeng Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor go to Wang Chou'er. To be honest, Huo Yuhao himself probably didn't believe that. He gave Tianmeng's entire essence to him, as did the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, but Huo Yuhao seemed to think that Tianmeng and the other soul beasts were things that could be given away casually. Later, he repeatedly tried to do this during his suicidal journey, but Tianmeng and the others couldn't say anything, since Huo Yuhao was their master. Given Huo Yuhao's constant self-destructive behavior, Xiao Chang, putting himself in Huo Yuhao's shoes, estimated that he would also betray Huo Yuhao if he were in Tianmeng's position. After all, although Tang San might be unreliable since they've only met twice, could Tang San be any less reliable than Huo Yuhao? Before becoming a god, Tianmeng only spent more than 10 years with Huo Yuhao. As a result, because Tianmeng and other soul beasts were not from Tang sect or Shrek Academy, they would see Huo Yuhao recklessly courting death every 3 to 5 years on average, as if he was afraid that he would not die. In other words, They were the main components of Huo Yuhao's power. Otherwise, they would have suffered a similar fate to Electrolux. In this situation, Tianmeng's betrayal of Huo Yuhao cannot be taken as a complete reference. Since Huo Yuhao was the one who acted inhumanely first, Huo Yuhao repeatedly chose to court death when he didn't need to. Moreover, when Bingdi initially wanted to find a way out for herself, Tianmeng sternly rebuked her. Huo Yuhao was just too prone to courting death. After Wang Donger got into trouble several times, he chose not to live anymore instead of trying to solve the problem. Although we still need to be wary of Tianmeng, there's no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. The best scenario is to let Tianmeng have enough confidence in herself and belly Eve that she can definitely become a god, and then give Tianmeng a good analysis of Douluo continent. Of course, the original version is enough. There's no need to deliberately bash it, since it's already bashed enough. Between the fixed commitment on one's own side and the vague promises made by someone who doesn't even care about one's so-called close friends, anyone can tell which one to choose. Thinking this, Xiao Chang followed Shui Di into the 10,000 years of profound ice cave. With the snow-covered robes from the Snow Emperor, Xiao Chang's soul power was far inferior to Huo Yuhao's in the original story. But the obstacles he faced in advancing were much smaller than Huo Yuhao's. Those people from Shrek Academy are really unreliable, Xiao Chang muttered to himself. As he ventured deeper into the area, he recalled the problems Huo Yuhao had faced when he first arrived here. The cold he had endured was a cold that could have been life-threatening. Huo Yuhao had to do almost everything himself, including the opportunity of the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. He truly lived up to his nickname, Shit Lake. Xiao Chang silently followed Shui Di forward and gradually arrived at a cave. Inside the cave were more than a dozen crisscrossing ice pillars of various sizes. That thing was none other than Xiao Chang's purpose this time, the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. The Snow Empress raised her hand to stroke the ice pillar of the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. Even though she had been the queen of the far north for hundreds of thousands of years, she could not hide the joy in her eyes when she saw so much 10,000-year profound ice marrow. Snow Empress, let's pack these things up and take them with us. This is not the place to break through. The Snow Empress nodded. If the heavenly lightning struck this place, the Snow Empress, protected by the 10,000 years of profound ice marrow, would be fine, but the residual force W. Old pulverized Xiao Chang into nothingness. With a storage soul tool, moving things was a piece of cake, and the two quickly arrived at a desolate place with their belongings. After absorbing the IC pillars of 7 10,000-year-old Xuanbing water in succession, the Snow Emperor's second soul core was completed. Looking at the tribulation lightning gradually surging in the sky, there was no fear in the Snow Emperor's eyes. Only the fighting spirit to face the tribulation lightning. Wait a minute, Snow Empress, is this lightning strike just going to end here, or does it have to hit you? Is there a difference? No soul beast has ever been able to dodge this kind of lightning. If it's just a strike aimed at your location, and not necessarily aimed at you, then I actually have a way to solve it. Under Shui Di's questioning gaze, Xiao Chang took out a sphere made of ordinary metal from his soul tool. What is this? A soul tool from you humans? No, it's just something T can help you block the tribulation lightning. This is it. Shui Di looked at the sphere that she hadn't sensed any soul power fluctuations from, her brows furrowing slightly, clearly not believing Xiao Chang's words. Don't worry. As long as the lightning doesn't strike you directly, this thing will definitely help you safely get through this tribulation. What is this? Faraday's cage. Chapter 52. Why would I be afraid of this? I just received the Snow Empress's protection. Faraday cage. Shui Di frowned as she looked at the sphere, which had no soul power fluctuations and was made of ordinary metal. She couldn't understand who could be trapped in such a thing. There's no time to explain. Just come in here and don't touch the metal. With your cultivation level, you should be able to do that. Xiao Chang pushed the Faraday cage toward Shui Di, and then immediately left her side as quickly as possible. Shui Di didn't understand why Xiao Chang wanted her to go into that metal sphere. But since the metal sphere didn't make her feel any danger, it wouldn't hurt for her to try going in. Snow Empress hesitated for a moment, but finally entered the Faraday cage before the lightning arrived. When the heavenly lightning of the tribulation struck, Snow Empress inside the Faraday cage instantly understood the purpose of the cage. Each strike of the heavenly tribulation lightning hit the cage, creating a vacuum zone inside that was free of lightning. Inside, the Snow Empress waited until the tribulation ended without being injured by the lightning. Snow Empress, how are you? After the heavenly lightning subsided, the Ice Emperor approached Xiao Chang and asked him to activate his mental sharing ability to check on the Snow Emperor's condition. I'm fine. Is this something you humans developed? It can withstand heavenly lightning even though it has no soul power at all. What kind of soul tool is this? After the heavenly lightning subsided, Shui Di looked at the Faraday cage that Xiao Chang had taken out with lingering fear. It was something that had no soul power, yet it had been able to resolve the heavenly lightning that she herself had been struggling to withstand. If such a thing were used for attack, the future of soul beasts would probably not be very good. This is not a soul tool. It should be considered an invention of a scientist. Shui Di paused for a moment, then stopped dwelling on the Faraday cage. Xiao Chang, come here. What is it, Snow Empress? This heavenly lightning should have caused me some damage, but you spared me from it. This wasn't part of our initial agreement, so. The Snow Emperor opened her mouth and slowly spat out a snow pill. This is a snow pill that I condense every time I break through 100,000-year heavenly tribulation. Swallowing it will allow you to use the ultimate snow. In addition, it will greatly help your subsequent cultivation, significantly increasing your cultivation speed. Xiao Chang received the snow pill from Shui Di and inexplicably thought of the poison pill that Dugu Bo gave to Tang San in the Douluo continent comic. Tang San was forced to swallow the poison pill that Dugu Bo spat out, which was disgusting. In comparison, things are much better on our side. The second thing that came to mind was DTN's reverse scale. It seems that DTN also obtained DA reverse scale after each breakthrough of the heavenly tribulation. First it was DTN, then it was Shui Di. Xiao Chang suspected that Shui Di might also have something. As for the third one that came to mind, will this snow pill explode? Although it wasn't the complete version of the Snow Empress's power, the snow pill inside Huo Yuhao's body in the original story wasn't the complete version of the Snow Empress's power either. If this thing were absorbed along with the 10,000-year profound ice, Xiao Chang could feel that a danger sign might appear above his head. What? Are you dissatisfied with my reward? The Snow Emperor's gaze turned cold as she looked at Xiao Chang, who had accepted the snow pill but did not immediately consume it. She had promised to protect Xiao Chang once he became her subject. And since he was her subject, all her favors, whether thunder or rain, were a form of imperial grace. Xiao Chang had no right to refuse, especially since what she offered was indeed a good thing. How could that be? Thank you for the gift, Snow Emperor. Xiao Chang swallowed the snow pill and decided to temporarily refrain from touching the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. By the way, Snow Empress, after breaking through the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation, what exactly is your strength? I know some things about the soul core, but I'm not entirely clear on the details. After swallowing the snow pill, Xiao Chang asked, I really don't know much about the Snow Emperor's strength. It's mainly because Tang Jia San Shao has torn up too many settings. In the first half of a chapter, Shrek Academy doesn't have a city lord at all, but in the second half, a city lord is inexplicably added. The setting regarding the soul cores is also a mess. There's the case of DTN having a dual soul core that complements yin and yang. Then there's the case of DTN and Xie Di both having dual soul cores that complement yin and yang, and finally there's the case of DTN having a triple soul core. Xiao Chang really can't figure out Shui Di's specific strength. He only knows that Shui Di should be a limit Douluo now. Seeing that Xiao Chang did not refuse the reward she offered, Shui Di did not pay much attention to Xiao Chang's hesitation earlier. When Xiao Chang asked about her current strength, she explained it to him. When a soul beast breaks through 100,000 years, it is equivalent to the cultivation level of a tidal Douluo in your human world. The strength of its bloodline is similar to that of your human martial soul. A powerful bloodline is equivalent to a powerful human martial soul, so its cultivation level is at the tidal Douluo level, and its strength is generally between that of a tidal Douluo and a super Douluo in your human world. When a soul beast's cultivation reaches 200,000 years, its soul power is equivalent to level 95 for humans. After 250,000 years, it is equivalent to level 96, and after 300,000 years, it is equivalent to level 97. 400,000 years is equivalent to level 98 for humans, while 500,000 years is equivalent to the peak of humans, also known as the limit Douluo. Although a human limit Douluo has 2 soul cores, while a 500,000-year-old soul beast cannot condense a second soul core, even so, a human limit Douluo and a 500,000-year-old soul beast are not much different in terms of soul power and strength. 600,000 years can be called the realm of a demigod, and the soul power is twice that of a 600,000-year-old soul beast. You humans should also have a similar realm. As for my current cultivation, I can be called a quasi-god, which is 3 times that of a 600,000-year-old demigod soul beast. I don't know about anything beyond that, but it's said that the evil emperor and Emperor Tian once fought, and Emperor Tian was able to easily defeat the evil emperor. Perhaps Emperor Tian has another realm. Xiao Chang nodded. After hearing what Shui Di said, Xiao Chang had a better understanding of Shui Di's strength. At present, it seemed that Long Xiaoyao and Yi Qishui were no match for Shui Di in a one-on-one fight. Let alone Mu En, who was halfway to his death. You don't need to worry about enemies below demigod level. I can ensure your safety while killing them. But if they reach demigod level, it will be difficult. Although it won't take me too much effort to kill a demigod, you can't withstand the aftershocks right now. If the opponent is a quasi-god, I can only guarantee your safety. Understood. Xiao Chang nodded. Having achieved his goals, he prepared to return to the Sun Moon Empire. However, Xiao Chang suddenly stopped halfway through his journey. What's wrong? Asked the Ice Emperor within the Sea of Spirit. Xiao Chang looked into the distance and saw an evil spirit master in his mental detection, seemingly massacring a village. There's an evil spirit master. Originally, Xiao Chang would stay as far away as possible from evil spirit masters. After all, Xiao Chang knew his own strength. With his 3rd or 4th ring strength, count. Ring an evil spirit master would almost certainly mean certain death. The saying, a gentleman does not save, didn't even need further explanation later. But today is an exception. Now, when Xiao Chang sees the evil soul master, all he can think is, why would I be afraid of this? I just received the protection of the Snow Empress. Chapter 53. 5 rings against 4 rings, the advantage lies with me. An evil spirit master. Should we go and take a look? Tianmeng asked from within Xiao Chang's spiritual sea. Normally, he was afraid of danger and only wanted to hide quietly to obtain immortality, but now, with Shui Di's protection, he was even a little curious. Let's go take a look, there's still plenty of time. Xiao Chang rode a motorcycle there, wasting far less time than Huo Yuhao. His month-long vacation had only lasted a little over a week, and this was based on the premise that Xiao Chang wanted to take a look at the surrounding scenery and slowed down on the way back. Therefore, there is plenty of time. As for safety, with Shui Di present, even if that evil soul master is Zhang Liwu, the leader of the Holy Spirit cult, or a supreme elder of the Holy Spirit cult, he will still have to break 2 soul bones today. Whether he can leave or not depends on Shui Di's mood. As long as there is no danger to his life and there is plenty of time, it is no problem for Xiao Chang to try to save a few more people. So Xiao Chang went to the place where the evil soul master had slaughtered the villagers, as seen by the mental detection. To be on the safe side, Xiao Chang used a simulated soul skill to change his face before he got there. Why did you change your face? Tianmeng asked in her sea of consciousness, sensing that Xiao Chang had used a simulated soul skill to change his face. To reduce some trouble, there are still some evil soul masters in organizations. If I kill someone and that person has special means to send my image and Shui Di's image back to the Holy Spirit cult, they could suddenly betray me. There could still be danger if they are prepared to attack me from behind. But if I change my face, there won't be any problem. They won't be able to find me. I'm not afraid. But it's always good to be cautious. That makes sense, but since you've changed your clothes, shouldn't you change your face too, just to be safer? It's alright. The material of my clothes is nice. But it's just average for a nobleman. I specifically chose this outfit beforehand. At most, he can only recognize that I'm from a minor noble family. As for finding, hey, there are hundreds. if not thousands, of people who can wear this kind of clothes. Let them look if they want. They'll all be silent. That's all. Soon, Xiao Chang arrived at the village tea. Hat he had seen through his mental detection. With a quick scan using his mental detection, Xiao Chang had a pretty good idea of the situation in the entire village. There's only the aura of one living person, which should be that evil spirit master. The others should be villagers from this village. They all died from having their blood drained. Is this what an evil spirit master is like? I wonder if the evil spirit master we encountered before had this ability. Tianmeng said in the Sea of Spirit. Xiao Chang looked toward the center of the village. According to the information he obtained from the mental detection scan, the evil spirit master was there, and seemed to be soaking in the water. No, it should be said that it was soaked in blood. He collected the blood of everyone in the village, forming a blood pool that was neither too big nor too small. Judging from this, their cultivation level should be around level 58 or 59, but not quite 60. Are they gathering the blood of so many people together to prepare for a breakthrough using the power of that blood pool? Without any hesitation, Xiao Chang headed straight for the blood pool in the center of the village. With a cultivation level of 58 or 59, this opponent didn't even require the Snow Emperor to take action. It was just right for Xiao Chang to hone his newly acquired Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial soul. Soon, Xiao Chang stood on the roof of a house and saw the evil soul master, whose whole body was bathed in blood. Xiao Chang took out the ice bow he had created earlier, nocked an arrow, and shot it at the evil soul master. Just as the arrow was about to strike the evil soul master's heart, the evil soul master's second soul ring, which was soaking in the blood pool, lit up, and a wall of blood deflected the power of Xiao Chang's arrow. Controlling blood for defense, this martial spirit is. Xiao Chang activated his Sharingan's fourth soul skill, mirror image replication. Xiao Chang didn't know the name of the evil soul master in the blood pool yet, but he had confirmed that his martial soul was blood demon, his first soul skill was blood absorption, his second soul skill was blood wall. His third soul skill was blood poison, and his fourth soul skill was blood explosion. As for the fifth soul skill, because Xiao Chang only had 4 rings, although he replicated his martial soul and soul skills, he did not successfully replicate the fifth soul skill. The moment the second soul skill, blood wall, automatically activated to protect its master, Jin Chuan, the evil soul master who was preparing to break through to level 60, saw Xiao Chang standing on the roof. The two locked eyes, and he saw Xiao Chang's provocative gaze. Upon seeing that look, Jin Chuan, who was immersed in the blood pool, did not hesitate at all. He immediately jumped out of the pool, then wrapped a flying robe around his body and headed towards Xiao Chang. He knelt down. My lord, spare my life. I was foolish enough to stray onto this evil path. Please, my lord, forgive me this time, considering my unjust path of cultivation. I am willing to serve you like a slave to repay your kindness in sparing my life. As Jin Chuan spoke, he repeatedly kowtowed on the ground, the speed of which was almost blurry. Moreover, although he kowtowed quickly, he also kowtowed with great force, and in a short while, he managed to kowtow a hole in the ground. Although it was a dirt road, it was enough to demonstrate the force and speed of Jin Chuan's kowtowing. Xiao Chang, Tianmeng, Hyote, Snow Emperor. What's going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw Jin Chuan kowtow without saying a word, especially Xiao Chang, who had already prepared to fight this evil soul master. Who knew that he rushed out of the blood pool just to kowtow? Evil soul masters shouldn't be this cowardly. Xiao Chang remembers that the 5-ring soul king in the original novel was someone even Elder Zahn of Shrek Academy couldn't handle. How come he's like this when he encounters one? Is this really an evil soul master? Xiao Chang was unaware that Jin Chuan acted T's way because of his teacher's teachings. On the first day his teacher accepted him as a disciple, he told him that as an evil soul master, he was someone that everyone among the so-called righteous soul masters hated. However, he doesn't need to worry too much. Most of the time, those soul masters are just shouting slogans. Generally, not many people dare to go directly to evil spirits. But if you really encounter those who dare to go directly to evil spirits, you must be extremely careful. Those who dare to go straight in are often people who have great confidence in their own strength. THEY are almost always top geniuses in some place, are powerful soul masters whose strength surpasses theirs by 2 rings. Unless they are a few hotheads, normal soul masters would stay as far away as possible from an evil soul master like him and would not dare to bother with him at all. Based on Xiao Chang's confidence in his own strength and his disguise as a man in his 30s, Jin Chuan could almost conclude that Xiao Chang was a soul saint. Therefore, knowing that he could not defeat him, Jin Chuan immediately chose to kneel down and beg for mercy. Although it was somewhat embarrassing. His teacher said something to him that he remembered most vividly. Only the living deserve to lose face. The dead have no shame to lose. They can get their revenge after they become title Douluos. Compared to the 200 years of lifespan of a title Douluo, can't they endure for 20 or 30 years? With that in mind, Jin Chuan felt no guilt about kneeling down and begging for mercy. After all, he had become an evil soul master, so saving face was useless, survival was the only priority. No, you're a soul king of over level 50. It's not right for you to kneel down and surrender to a soul master of level 48 like this. Just as Jin Chuan was kowtowing, Xiao Chang's words froze his movements, and his kowtowing stopped abruptly. Level 48. Did I run into a greenhorn? Jin Chuan looked up, staring incredulously at Xiao Chang's feigned expression. You're level 48. That's right, Xiao Chang said, and then used a simulation to demonstrate 4 spirit rings for himself, 2 yellow and 2 finger-shaped. Upon seeing the 4 spirit rings, Jin Chuan immediately stood up. The fear he had felt earlier vanished instantly. He was a 5-ring spirit king facing a 4-ring spirit master. Even disregarding the fact that evil spirit masters could challenge opponents of higher levels, the advantage was on his side in a 5-ring versus a 4-ring fight. Thinking this, his face instantly darkened. Kid, come here and kneel down to lick my shoes clean, or I'll show you the 101 ways a person can die. Chapter 54. Chance of winning. What's the difference between that and suicide? Jin Chuan's teacher had told him to be careful since the time he met him. To this end, his teacher even designed an accident to let the then very weak Jin Chuan know that if he was not careful, he might lose his life if he failed even once. Having experienced the near-death experience due to his carelessness, Jin Chuan became extremely cautious, avoiding fighting whenever possible and avoiding conflicts with soul masters. For a soul master like him who needs blood to cultivate, the blood of soul beasts is acceptable, but the blood of soul masters is even better. Both of these can help him quickly improve his cultivation. However, he ultimately chose to target only ordinary civilians. Although this would slow down his cultivation progress as much as other evil soul masters, it was safer and more secure. Ordinary people had no power to resist soul masters, so he could say he didn't have to worry about being killed. Even so, Jin Chuan chose to release his blood poison into the well, poisoning all the people before harvesting the fruit, in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Even though he's already level 59, he still chose the common people who have plenty of food rather than some soul masters with a little bit of strength. His master once said that if he wanted to kill a soul master, he should wait until after the 6th ring. If he wanted to kill some powerful soul masters, he should wait until after the 7th or 8th ring. When he encountered an enemy he felt he couldn't defeat, he should either beg for mercy or run away. Before he became strong, only by being careful and cautious could he have a chance to live to become a title Douluo. Those arrogant evil spirit masters are often the main targets of certain forces, especially those evil spirit masters who are not very strong but have a bad reputation. Killing them is not only safe, but can also bring fame. This is something that some big forces like to do after they have done something wrong. Therefore, it's best to keep a low profile if possible. If the odds of winning a battle aren't 98%, then it's best to avoid that battle altogether. Jin Chuan followed his teacher's instructions exactly as they were written, treating them as inviolable rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have knelt down and begged for mercy the moment he saw Xiao Chang. But when he learned that Xiao Chang's soul power level was only level 48, he almost collapsed. He was a level 59 soul master who could still challenge evil soul masters who were above his level. He could even kill a 6-ring soul emperor. In other words, His apparent strength is 11 levels higher than Xiao Chang's, but in terms of actual combat power, he is probably 20 levels higher than Xiao Chang. Then he knelt down and owed to someone whose strength was far inferior to his own, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Normally, if Jin Chuan encountered a level 48 soul master, he would covet their blood, but he wouldn't necessarily make a move. But this time, having been humiliated, and with his level 59 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, an extra 10,000-year soul ring, and 11 levels of soul power compared to Xiao Chang. Coupled with the fact that evil soul masters can challenge beyond their limits, Jin Chuan, who estimated his chances of winning this time to be 98%, was not so good-tempered. Boy, why aren't you kneeling down right now? Do you want me to slowly torture you to death? Believing himself to have the upper hand in every way, Jin Chuan gradually revealed the sinister aura befitting an evil soul master. This time, he not only wanted to torture and kill Xiao Chang, but also wanted to find an outlet for the anger he had been suffering all along. He could tolerate those who were clearly stronger than him, but this person, who was obviously no match for him, dared to provoke him. He was no longer going to tolerate it. You just said it was your first time doing this, but now it doesn't seem like it. Quote. You dare to talk back to what you just said. Jin Chuan roared in anger, and then his 5th spirit ring lit up, revealing his only 10,000-year spirit skill, Blood Sea Raging Waves. The Blood Sea Rage soul skill isn't particularly powerful, but once you're touched by the blood released by the Blood Sea Rage soul skill, Jin Chuan can use his 3rd soul skill, Blood Poison. And his 4th soul skill, Blood Explosion. Under these 2 soul skills, even a 6-ring soul emperor would easily perish. After all, he is both a poison master and an evil master. So it would be very difficult to defeat him unless you were at least 20 levels higher. However, Xiao Chang was clearly an exception. When he saw the blood pool gradually boiling and turning into a small giant wave of blood, Xiao Chang drew his bow and knocked an arrow, sealing the soul skill, Freezing Ray, from his left hand's palm bone into the arrow and firing it. At the same time, the disguised 4th soul ring lit up and was fired along with Xiao Chang's arrow. The moment Xiao Chang's arrow touched the sea of blood froze rapidly with the arrow as its center. The smile on Jin Chuan's face, which had been arrogant just moments before, gradually froze along with the sea of blood. However, the freeze only lasted for a short while. Looking at the purple soul ring that had just merged into the arrow and flown away with it, Jin Chuan understood what had happened. HMPH, a soul skill like the purple spirit bow that uses soul rings as arrows to increase power. Too bad. You only have 3 soul rings left, you only have 3 arrows left. You are destined to be tortured to death by me to vent my hatred. Yeah. Xiao Chang smiled slightly, and then Jin Chuan saw Xiao Chang's other purple soul ring merge into the arrow. Xiao Chang shot the arrow into the sky, and then the arrow shattered, forming tens of thousands of ice shards. Those ice shards gradually condensed in the air and formed one arrow after another, falling downwards at an extremely fast speed. Jin Chuan's expression changed drastically in an instant. He quickly used his 2nd soul skill, Blood Wall, and at the same time used his 3rd soul skill, Blood Explosion, to prevent himself from being riddled with arrows. Protected by the wall of blood, the dense barrage of arrows did not riddle him with holes, but only inflicted some injuries. Before Jin Chuan could catch his breath, an extremely fast ice arrow shot towards him. He managed to block some of the damage with his 2nd soul skill, Snow Wall. But the arrow still pierced through his left shoulder. HMPH. Not bad. A 4-ring soul master actually managed to hurt me. Too bad. You only have 1 arrow left. So he raised the question. Do you think your 100-year soul skill can kill me with 1 arrow? Jin Chuan licked his lips, his cold eyes fixed on Xiao Chang. He now had the mindset of a cat toying with a mouse, after all, in his eyes. Xiao Chang only had 1 arrow left. Xiao Chang looked at Jin Chuan, and then, under his gaze, used a simulated soul skill to turn the last yellow soul ring into an ice arrow that pierced towards himself. The next second, 4 more soul rings appeared, 2 yellow and 2 purple. My 1st soul skill, Arrow of Expulsion, can expel all abnormal statuses from the body. Guess how many times I can use this skill. You son of a bitch. Alright. Prepare to die. In Jin Chuan's eyes, Xiao Chang merged another purple soul ring into his arrow, and the way it was aimed at him made him know that being hit by this arrow would probably mean death. As the arrow drew closer, he knew he was doomed this time. Fortunately, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed the ice arrow that Xiao Chang had shot. Master, I. Before Jin Chuan could say anything, the old man slapped him away. You beast. You've actually fallen and become an evil spirit master. Jin Chuan. Wait. Wasn't it you who led me to become an evil spirit master? This. Jin Chuan felt like his brain wasn't quite working properly. Chapter 55. You dare slander my emperor's honor as the banner of 10,000 souls. You are doomed. Jin Chuan was stunned by the old man's slap. He couldn't understand how it was his own fault that he had become an evil soul master and joined the Holy Spirit cult, when his teacher had guided him to become one. Teacher, you're an 8-ring soul Douluo level. Before Jin Chuan could finish speaking, the old man slapped him across the face. Jin Chuan wanted to say something more, feeling wronged, but he was stopped by a single look from the old man. Young friend, my disciple has actually fallen into the trap of becoming an evil soul master. In his pursuit of breakthrough, he caused such a tragedy. This is my fault, but he is still my student. Could you please give me some face and let this matter end here, so that I can clean up the mess myself? Consider it a favor I owe you. The old man cupped his hands towards Xiao Chang, looking utterly grief-stricken, as if he truly didn't know that his disciple had already fallen into the trap of becoming an evil soul master. Jin Chuan wanted to say something, but the old man forcefully stopped him, while the old man cursed Jin Chuan more than 100 times in his heart. I've told him so many times to be cautious and careful in everything he does, and to focus on surviving first before worrying about the future. Without the strength of a title Douluo, this world is not very safe. First, accumulate strength. To be on the safe side, it is best to only fight soul masters who are 20 levels lower than yourself. This way, it is slower but safer. As a result, Jin Chuan not only fought a soul master who was only 1 soul ring lower than him, but also wanted him to help him take revenge. He didn't even consider what level of existence he must be to teach summon. Who could defeat a level 60 evil spirit master at level 40-something. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a genius teacher of this caliber is a title Douluo, right? As an 88th level evil soul master, he can contend with a title Douluo, but contending does not mean defeating him. If the title Douluo is stronger, he is very likely to be defeated. We haven't seen Xiao Chang's teacher yet. It's very likely that the teacher is hiding in the shadows through some means. After all, he did the same thing when he was educating Jin Chuan, intervening when Jin Chuan was about to die, teaching him a lesson and preventing him from being arrogant in his youth. Jin Chuan has performed very well over the years, and has always been very cautious. It never makes a move unless it has a 98% chance of winning. As a result, he got a little carried away by the beating he received today and ignored the possible presence behind the person in front of him. The old man has decided to punish this disciple properly when he gets back to prevent him from getting carried away again. After all, life is only once, and as evil spirit masters who are hated by everyone, they never have the conditions to fail. Looking at the old man's 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, Xiao Chang felt a sudden surge of fear, followed by a sigh of relief. At this moment, Xiao Chang was extremely grateful that Shui Di protected him. Otherwise, this 8-ring soul Douluo level being, regardless of whether he was an evil soul master or not, would be someone that Xiao Chang, a soul master of just over 40 levels, could not contend with. You flatter me, senior. Since you've spoken, let's settle this matter here, Xiao Chang said helplessly. After all, Shui Di was not his protector, she only guaranteed his safety. If he insisted on killing Jin Chuan, he might be able to do so. However, if the old man chose to stand idly by and then held a grudge against him, the secret jealousy or sabotage of an 8-ring soul Douluo could lead to extremely painful consequences for him. A wise man does not intervene. If his own life is not in danger, Xiao Chang would choose to save people and eliminate evil. However, If the matter threatens himself or his family and friends, Xiao Chang can only choose to ignore it. After all, Xiao Chang himself is not a good person, and he would not allow his family and friends to be in danger for the sake of a group of strangers. The old man was stunned by Xiao Chang's words. He thought Xiao Chang would argue with him for a long time, and he would even have to consider whether to give up on Jin Chuan as his disciple. But he did not expect Xiao Chang to be so easy to talk to. No, that's not right. It's not about being easy to talk to. His voice, the way he hit the fourth ring while hitting the fifth, and that youthful arrogance all suggest that Xiao Chang's actual age is probably not that old. To challenge a 5-ring Soul King level evil Soul Master with the status of a 4-ring Soul Master, this all points to one thing: youthful arrogance. Although he used some means to conceal his true nature, anyone who can do something like using a 4th ring to beat a 5th ring is undoubtedly a genius from somewhere. So it is clear that Xiao Chang's appearance is not his true self. He disguised himself like this perhaps because he was worried about being sought revenge later. Or perhaps because he was too young and worried about being looked down upon. In any case, Xiao Chang's current appearance could not possibly be his true self. An ordinary middle-aged man would not do something like a 4-ring Soul King fighting a 5-ring Soul King, let alone a 5-ring Soul King who was an evil Soul Master. Xiao Chang's actions can almost certainly be attributed to youthful arrogance. Because he had someone backing him up, he was not afraid of evil Soul Masters who were 5-ring Soul Kings, even though he only had a 4-ring cultivation level. The evil Soul Master who can reliably suppress a 5-ring Soul King must be at least a 7-ring Soul Master. Considering intervening in the battle between the two, Xiao Chang's bodyguard must be at least an 8-ring Soul Master, but he can only be an 8-ring Soul Master, and his Soul Ring ratio must be poor. If Xiao Chang's bodyguards were all Soul Douluo with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black Soul Rings, and had the same Soul Ring ratio as him, he wouldn't have been so easy to talk to in his youthful arrogance. If a young and impetuous person becomes easy to talk to, there's probably only one reason: they lack confidence. Given Xiao Chang's earlier fear but his relief after saying the matter was over, the truth of the matter is not hard to deduce. Xiao Chang has a Soul Douluo teacher or bodyguard with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black stats, or 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black stats. Considering that real fear, a contra level of 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black is more likely. With a combination of 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, he is destined not to reach level 85. This kind of low-level Soul Douluo is suitable to be a bodyguard for some extremely powerful young masters of families. It was precisely this difference in spirit ring configuration compared to his own that led Xiao Chang to instantly back down. Completely devoid of youthful arrogance. As someone from a prominent family, he certainly understood the difference between 2 spirit masters with different spirit ring configurations. The fact that the 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black stars of a large family protect the family's top geniuses makes all of this make sense. Jin Chuan's teacher, whose soul rings were of the best possible combination, believed he had a 70% chance of winning. He thought his chances were only 90% with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black rings, and as for 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, his chances were 98%. With a 98% chance of winning, he is no longer facing Xiao Chang, but the soul of a Soul Douluo, or rather, an opportunity to break through to the title Douluo level with minimal risk. Thinking this, Jin Chuan's teacher released his martial spirit. Young friend, do you recognize my martial spirit? The 10,000 souls banner. Boy, you dare say that my emperor's banner is the banner of 10,000 souls. You are courting death. Chapter 56. So that's what I was thinking. Xiao Chang was full of questions. He didn't understand why the old man in front of him had suddenly changed his mind. However, Xiao Chang was concerned about something else at the moment. You said that the 10,000 souls banner in your hand is called the human emperor's banner. Nonsense. Boy, don't slander me, or I'll show you what the pain of soul refinement is. I won't even mention the suffering of soul refining that the human emperor's banner brings. Your myriad soul banner is clearly emitting black smoke, not the human emperor's banner. HMPH, The smoke emanating from my human emperor banner is not black smoke, but rather an extremely dense primordial purple aura. Because it is purple to a certain degree, it appears black. Junior, you have slandered me time and time again. Have you thought about how you want to die? Xiao Chang. Jin Chuan. Teacher, if we were going to kill him, why did you hit me just now? And shouldn't we be more careful? Xiao Chang was speechless, while Jin Chuan was crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. He was in the middle of getting carried away when his teacher pulled him down, and he quickly figured out what was going on. A soul master who can defeat a 5-ring soul master. With a 4-ring soul master is not only a genius, but also needs powerful resources to support him. Moreover, a soul master like himself is capable of challenging opponents of higher levels. Even if he had the advantage of attribute restraint, the fact that he could defeat him with an 11-level difference in soul power shows that Xiao Chang is a top genius. Such geniuses not only need their own talent, but also need to accumulate high-level soul rings. Even if 1,000-year soul skill that can freeze one's own 10,000-year soul skill has the advantage of martial soul quality and the factor of attribute restraint, that soul ring must be more than 8,500 years old. The 4th spirit ring is 8,500 years old. Putting aside how difficult it is to hunt spirit beasts of this level, a spirit ring that is more than 8,500 years old would almost certainly cause a person who has cultivated to level 40 to explode and die if they absorbed it. Soul rings that are over 8,500 years old not only require the help of strong individuals to hunt them, but more importantly, they must have top-tier rare treasures to help them lay a solid foundation beforehand. Without exception, this all indicates that Xiao Chang comes from a very high background. Considering that Xiao Chang, a 4-ring soul master, challenged himself to become a 5-ring soul king and even won, it's almost certain that Xiao Chang has a powerful protector by his side. This was what Jin Chuan thought of after calming down from being slapped by his teacher. Therefore, he understood why his teacher would see him being beaten like this and then beat him up instead, and then choose to let things go. Both of them have their own set of rules of conduct. They will never make a move unless they have a 98% chance of winning. They will wait until they become titled Douluo before they become arrogant. By then, they will be stronger, and with the Holy Spirit cult backing them, they will have no problem. Therefore, Jin Chuan was not angry after being beaten. Instead, he was secretly glad that his teacher had pulled him back to his senses. The humiliation he had just suffered had made him lose his temper, which was not a good thing for them. Therefore, it was right for him to be beaten. Jin Chuan initially thought this way, until his teacher told Xiao Chang that he had a way to die. No, you were planning to kill him. And then you wanted to beat me up before that. Why should I get beaten up? Jin Chuan looked at his teacher with a very aggrieved expression. Ahem. That's because I wasn't sure about the strength of his protector, so I had to be cautious. Teacher, do you mean you know the strength of his protector? Jin Chuan was full of questions. Seeing that Xiao Chang had no intention of leaving, he instead began to lecture Jin Chuan. You're still a bit young, kid. Although you're cautious, sometimes your brain isn't quite up to par. Let me ask you, under what circumstances would a young and impetuous person instantly choose to back down? Jin Chuan thought for a moment before speaking. It's certain that our strength is far inferior to theirs. That's right. It's certain that his strength is far inferior to the other parties. Under what circumstances would he be certain that his strength is inferior to mine? Jin Chuan's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, his protector is a soul saint. Yes. But also wrong. If this kid's protector is only a soul saint, then he can guarantee to defeat you, but he can hardly guarantee that this kid won't get into trouble while you are fighting him. Hearing himself say that all the time, Jin Chuan exclaimed in surprise, Contra. Then, teacher, Jin Chuan's teacher waved his hand and said, don't worry. Do you remember when I first taught you? It is only safe to make a move when the odds of winning are 98%. That's right, it's only safe to make a move when the odds of winning are 98%. The odds of winning are 98%. But teacher, his protector hasn't appeared yet, has he? Jin Chuan felt like his brain wasn't working properly, he couldn't understand what he hadn't grasped. I'll give you a hint. Think about what he just said. And think about why I made my move this time. A 9 by 8 chance of winning. Wait, could it be that? Jin Chuan's teacher smiled with relief. It seems you've figured it out. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. He clearly has a bodyguard at the Contra level behind him, but he, who should have been young and arrogant, did not refuse your suggestion immediately. And did not even think about discussing it. This shows that he backed down. There is only one situation that can make a young and arrogant person back down. He is sure that his protector is no match for you, teacher. Even though both of them are 8-ring soul Douluo, it's obvious at a glance that he can't beat you. That can only mean that the soul ring configuration of his protector is terrible. If he were a soul Douluo with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black rings, it wouldn't be enough for a young man's arrogance to make him back down so quickly. Since that's the case, then it can only mean that the soul ring configuration of his protector is even worse. 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, that's the soul ring configuration of his protector. A soul Douluo of this level, let alone reaching the title Douluo level, is almost impossible to even reach level 85. He is more likely to only reach level 81 to 82. Because he comes from a large family, he understands better the difference between the strongest and the worst soul ring combination. That's why he subconsciously did not refuse your request, teacher. So that's what I originally thought. Xiao Chang was full of questions. HMPH, kid, it's too late to realize your mistake now. You want to play dumb now. Too bad. A person's first reaction is their truest reaction. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Xiao Chang sighed. With the two of them reasoning logically and logically, if he hadn't already confirmed that Shui Di was resting in Xiao Chang's storage soul tool, he himself would have believed it. Chapter 57. Brother Meng, is it possible that you're the one doing the work? Boy, you dare to play tricks on me. Then I'll show you my skills. After I extract your soul and your protector's soul, I'll torture them to make you pay for playing tricks on me. When the old man who claimed to possess the power to overturn 10,000 souls mentioned extracting the soul, Xiao Chang suddenly remembered something. Wait, you said you'd torture me by extracting the soul. You can extract my soul and still retain my complete consciousness. Nonsense. If you can't maintain full consciousness, how can you know the pain of being tortured? Xiao Chang paused for a moment, then activated his replicated soul skill and made a decision without much thought. Snow Empress. Any price is acceptable. Capture this old man. Don't injure him too badly, just hold him down. He must be alive. After Xiao Shang finished speaking about the 10,000 soul banner martial soul, he old man's first reaction was that Xiao Chang was bluffing. His second reaction was coldness, extreme coldness. Then he heard a woman's voice and lost consciousness. Let this emperor take action. Human. Have you thought about what price you're willing to pay? Shui Di left Xiao Chang's storage soul tool and easily subdued the old man who was an 8-ring soul Douluo. Jin Chuan was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and dared not move. As long as the Snow Empress needs it, I can provide it, at any cost. No sooner had Xiao Chang finished speaking than the sea of consciousness erupted in chaos. Are you crazy? What's the use of being an 8-ring soul Douluo? Tianmeng cursed as she pulled at Xiao Chang's consciousness in her spiritual sea. Calm down, Tianmeng. I'm not crazy. On the contrary, this is the result of my careful consideration. What good is it to catch this guy? It's very useful, brother Tianmeng. Do you remember what I told you about creating a wisdom soul ring? Creating a wisdom soul ring, remember that? Wait, you mean using his myriad soul banner to extract the soul? Xiao Chang's consciousness in the sea of consciousness nodded. That's right. As long as we can extract the soul and combine it with the mental control that my first soul ring evolved from psychological suggestion, we can try to conduct experiments, mind the specific steps for creating a wisdom soul ring, and then mass produce them. Therefore, he is extremely important to our creation of the wisdom soul ring, so we must capture him alive. After all, as you know, brother Tianmeng, my fourth soul skill, replication, can replicate his martial soul and soul skill with just one glance. However, once the martial soul is released, we must take an other look at the original user before we can replicate it a second time. Therefore, he must live and must be captured alive. It's not easy for us to find another soul master who can extract souls in a short period of time. Especially since he has an 8th ring cultivation level and so many soul attributes soul skills. It's not easy to find a soul master like him. You're right. Intelligence soul ring. Is that what Hyote and his state are like? Snow Emperor. How did you get in? The sudden sound of snow startled Tianmeng, who quickly shielded Xiao Chang in her spiritual sea in front of her. Tianmeng. You coward. Seeing that Tianmeng hid from Shui Di, Bing Di's contempt for Tianmeng intensified. With my current cultivation level, what problem would I have in Entei? Ring the mind of a 4-ring soul master. The Snow Empress said slowly. Having broken through 700,000 years to reach the level of a quasi-god, she was not on the same level as the Snow Empress in the original story. Snow Emperor. Snow Empress raised her hand and patted Ice Empress's head. It seems you're doing quite well in this human spiritual sea. Is this the wisdom soul ring he made? Actually. Bing, no. Bing Di's situation isn't like mine with her intelligent spirit rings. She should be said to have her second spirit as a vessel, and the spirit ring is relatively secondary. Tianmeng originally wanted to call her Bing as before, but when he saw the look in Shui Di's eyes, he immediately chickened out. Shui Di didn't look at Tianmeng, but instead looked at Xiao Chang, who was blocking Tianmeng's way. Making a wisdom soul ring, if successful, could reduce the killing of soul beasts by humans. You, as a human, are not so bad after all. I didn't really care about that. The main reason I wanted Brother Tianmeng to get the Wisdom Soul Ring was that it would allow other ferocious beasts to join Brother Tianmeng's god-making plan, making the plan more stable, and if possible, providing Brother Tianmeng and Bing Di with a way out. Escape route. What escape route? Hyote understood the first half of the sentence, but was completely confused by the second half, which referred to an escape route. Not only did Hyote not understand, but Tianmeng looked at Xiao Chang. Clearly he didn't understand what Xiao Chang meant by escape route, either. That's right. With the support of Brother Tianmeng and Bing Di, my talent is unparalleled throughout history. It can be said that if I cannot become a god, no one else in this era can become a god. Quote. If other soul beasts are added to this god-making plan, then this god-making plan will be almost certain to succeed. But even if the success rate is already 98%, the god-making plan is still risky. After all, the reason why it is called, what if, is that there is always one unexpected 1 out of 10,000. Therefore, I was thinking of creating a way out for Tianmeng and the others. If something really happens, even if I can't become a god, at least I can ensure that Tianmeng and Bing Di can continue to exist. You want the Wisdom Soul Ring to be passed down. That seems unlikely, Shui Di said after thinking for a moment. Normally it is indeed impossible, but since soul beasts have the method of sacrifice, why can't humans use this method of sacrifice in reverse to preserve soul rin? GS so that future generations can absorb them. Shui Di pondered for a moment. Theoretically, it's possible to try, but do you know what sacrifice means? I know. Even if my soul is scattered, I won't lose out. With the support of Brother Tianmeng and Bing Di, and with my limit Douluo cultivation as a foundation, plus the opportunity I sensed before, my lifespan will be at least 1,000 years. If the god-making plan succeeds, everyone will be happy. If the god-making plan fails, I will still have a lifespan of over 1,000 years and a lot of wealth and glory to enjoy. No matter how you look at it, I won't lose out. Xiao Chang, you, stop. Don't look at me like that, Brother Tianmeng. I know what my life would be like without you and Bing Di. The Sharingan is indeed a good martial soul. But my mentality is too mature for some reason. I didn't even evolve to the two-toma when my parents passed away. The only way to fully evolve the Sharingan is to go to the body sect, but that sect is in a state of decline. If I join them, I might not even have time to cultivate to the title of Douluo before I die on the battlefield. I accepted the benefits you brought me, and I also bear the consequences of failure. It's a mutual agreement and a matter of course. Besides, even if I were to give the soul ring to someone else, my choice would definitely be my descendant. No matter how you look at it, I won't lose out in the end. Tianmeng and Bing Di looked at Xiao Chang, opened their mouths but didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long silence, Tianmeng finally spoke. Xiao Chang, don't worry. I will definitely help you become a god. You won't need to research any reverse sacrifice methods. Tianmeng said, patting his chest. At this moment, the desire to become a god was stronger than ever before. Xiao Chang scratched his head as he looked at Tianmeng. Brother Tianmeng, actually, I was planning to have you research the method of reverse sacrifice. After all, I'm just a four-ring soul master. And I don't even know how to perform a sacrifice. Tianmeng. Chapter 58. Brother Meng, you have to believe in yourself. Furthermore, we'll have to rely on you for the direction of the wisdom soul ring. After all, you know me, I'm just a four-ring soul master, and there are some things I really can't help you with. The image of Xiao Chang in the Sea of Spirit shrugged. Tianmeng was about to refuse, saying she really couldn't do it, but him. Xiao Chang, I'm not saying this to be mean, but Tianmeng is a complete waste. Relying on him for everything, including creating the wisdom soul ring, is a bit unrealistic. Just as Tianmeng was about to refuse, Hayote's voice came at the perfect moment, forcing Tianmeng to swallow her refusal. It's one thing to be looked down upon by someone you like in terms of strength, but to be looked down upon by someone you like in terms of ability is something that you have to accept, and Tianmeng simply can't bring herself to say it. At this moment, Xiao Chang also spoke up. Ice Emperor, don't underestimate Tianmeng. Tianmeng's talent is completely limited by his race. If he were human, he might have become the first level 10 soul master in history. This piece of trash. Ice Empress looked incredulous. She had already decided that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was a piece of trash the first time she saw it. Despite having so much ancient ice marrow, all she produced was a useless person who only knows how to eat and sleep. If those things had been given to her, the Ice Emperor could have even rivaled the Snow Emperor and the Emperor Tian. Ice Emperor, I know you have a lot of prejudice against Tianmeng, but let me ask you, besides Tianmeng, have you ever seen, do you know of any other million-year-old soul beast? Quote. Hayote thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. No, but this guy is still a piece of trash. It's been millions of years, who could he possibly defeat? Before Tianmeng could feel inferior, Xiao Chang continued arguing with Bingdi. Bingdi, you have to admit that he is the only soul beast that has crossed the million-year mark. Before that, even the deep-sea demon Whale King, who was killed by the sea god Tang San, did not reach the million-year mark. In this world, the process is not unimportant, but the result is the most important thing, isn't it? You're right, Hayote said haughtily. Bing Bing. Tianmeng was almost in tears. After so many years, he had finally gained a little recognition from the Ice Emperor. If he hadn't been unable to cry, he would have been moved to tears by now. HMPH, even so, he's still trash. Ice Emperor, you can't say that. Although Brother Tianmeng is a bit weak, in all these years, apart from him. Have you ever seen any other soul beast that can become a soul ring and not die? Or even have the brainpower to think of creating a god to make itself immortal? Hayote glanced at Tenmu, then turned her head away. Never seen her before. Ice Emperor, have you ever seen a soul beast that can find a way to give a human the position of a second martial soul, thereby making him a top genius with twin martial souls? No, not at all. Then, Ice Emperor, do you know that Brother Tianmeng has researched something called the Exploding Ring, which can allow my strength to instantly unleash power far exceeding my current level? Have no idea. Then, Hayote, do you know that Brother Tianmeng used my body to create a soul skill that enhances digestion in a short period of time? I don't know either. Hayote lowered her head, feeling a little doubtful of her previous thoughts after Xiao Chang's words. A million-year-old soul beast, becoming a soul ring and surviving, the plan to create a god. And successfully implemented the first step of this plan, creating a genius like me with twin martial souls and top-level twin martial souls, creating the exploding ring. And researching a soul skill that enhances digestion in a short period of time. Ice Emperor, once might be an accident, but do you still think it's an accident after so many times? How could Tianmeng have reached this point with no talent in his race, purely by luck? If he had no ability at all, how do you explain his first intelligent spirit ring? How do you explain his ability to create a second spirit? This has nothing to do with his luck. That's right. Hearing Xiao Chang's words, Tianmeng straightened her back and felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. So I believe had brother Tianmeng is definitely not a waste. He is just limited by his racial talent. That's right. I also believe that brother Tianmeng will definitely create a system of intelligent spirit rings. After all, he was the first intelligent spirit ring user, so creating a complete intelligent spirit ring system is definitely not a problem for him. That's right. Tianmeng I's silkworm straightened his chest and raised his head. At this moment, he was confident in himself. But the system of intelligent spirit rings is not easy to set up. How much time do you have to wait? Shui Di felt that something was wrong. But she did not pay attention to it. Instead, she asked about the time required for intelligent spirit rings. 10. No, half a year. Give me enough resources, and I'll get it done for you in 6 months. Originally, Tianmeng was going to say 10 years, but after taking a look at Hayote, he got a little carried away and deliberately broke the time limit himself. As expected of brother Tianmeng, I knew that a mere intelligence soul ring system couldn't stop you. That's right, don't you know who I am? The first million-year soul beast in history, the first intelligent soul ring in history. The first soul beast in history to formulate and implement a god-making plan. Let alone a mere intelligent soul ring system, even other self-created soul skills, as long as you mention it and have seen it. I can crack it for you in a few days. Xiao Chang, isn't this a bit too much? Oh well, it's not like there's anything wrong with it anyway. Brother Tianmeng, I believe you can do it. And so, the one person and the 3 soul beasts discussed the plan for the wisdom soul ring in Xiao Chang's sea of consciousness, after which Xiao Chang's consciousness returned from the sea of consciousness. When Xiao Chang opened his eyes again, he saw a snowball and Jin Chuan, who dared not move. Xiao Chang's gaze fell on the snowball. With a wave of her hand, the Snow Emperor opened the snowball, revealing the soul Douluo of the myriad soul banner, who was half frozen and powerless to resist. When the soul Douluo of the 10,000 soul banner emerged from the snowball, without any hesitation, his legs buckled and he knelt down before Xiao Chang and the Snow Emperor. My lord, my young friend, I was confused for a moment. Please spare my life. I am willing to serve you both like a slave for the rest of my life. This is my life savings. I only ask that you spare me. No, spare my life. I can do anything. The soul Douluo of the 10,000 soul banner held the soul guidance device high in his hands, struck the puppet of the summoned soldiers, and then took the soul guidance device and put it on his hand. Foolish me, whether I arrest you or kill you, this thing is still mine. Chapter 59 Miss, I wasn't lying. The soul Douluo of the 10,000 soul banner, which had been pressed down by the Snow Emperor, opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to utter a sound. This sudden turn of events was so unexpected. He should have had a 98% chance of winning, but Xiao Chang's predictions were completely different from his own. He still can't figure out where his analysis went wrong. Alright, since you have no objections, Shui Di, please freeze him and store him away. I can take him whenever I need him. As Xiao Chang spoke, he took out a soul tool with a capacity of 100 cubic meters that could hold living beings and handed it to Shui Di. Shui Di took the soul tool from Xiao Chang, and the next second the old man, who was an 8-ring soul Douluo, lost consciousness. After the owner of the myriad soul banner was captured, Xiao Chang looked at Jin Chuan. When I make a move, someone dies. When someone dies, someone cries. When someone cries, someone wants to speak. Speak. You have at least 3 things to say. Spare me. This is the first sentence. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, Jin Chuan fell silent. However, Xiao Chang did not intend to waste too much time on him. Without Jin Chuan speaking, Xiao Chang directly released the replicated 10,000 soul banner martial soul. Look what this is. The banner of 10,000 souls. You're also an evil soul master. Very well. I kindly asked you to say 3 things before you die, and not only did you use this to buy time, you also dared to slander my emperor's banner as the banner of 10,000 souls. You have already chosen your own death. Jin Chuan. Why does this sound so familiar? After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he activated the first soul skill of the myriad soul banner, soul separation. As the first soul skill of the Myriad Soul Banner was activated, Jin Chuan's soul was forcibly extracted by the Myriad Soul Banner. Floated around the Myriad Soul Banner, and eventually merged into the Myriad Soul Banner. Xiao Chang, I suddenly thought of a question, Tianmeng said, watching Xiao Chang tracked Jin Chuan's soul from Xiao Chang's sea of consciousness. What's wrong, brother Tianmeng? If you use this martial soul to extract souls for experiments on intelligence soul rings, you'll probably be mistaken for an evil soul master. Huh, brother Tianmeng, is that all you're worried about? What do you mean? That's all. This matter is very important. Don't worry, brother Tianmeng. The martial spirit I'm using isn't the Myriad Soul Banner, but the Human Emperor Banner, a supreme treasure of humanity. Look at this dark purple aura, it's the purest primordial purple aura. Tianmeng was speechless in the sea of consciousness. Are you serious? You can fool others, but don't fool yourself. Don't worry, brother Tianmeng, you're overthinking it. With the simulated soul skill, no one will notice. Besides, there's the Snow Empress's protection. It's not a big problem. Moreover, if you, brother Tianmeng, fully understand the Wisdom Soul Ring and turn it into a system that can be promoted, then even if this matter is eventually discovered, just the fact that it can fuse with higher level soul rings will be enough to attract great scholars to defend me. A great Confucian scholar. What's that? It was only after Tianmeng asked that Xiao Chang remembered that there was no such thing as Confucianism in Douluo continent. If there was no Confucianism, there was no great Confucian scholar. They're the ones who speak up for me. Anyway, brother Tianmeng, you can rest assured and do your job. When we get back to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, I'll talk to my teacher. He should be able to provide me with enough materials. Or we can go and capture some evil soul masters and soul beasts. Oh, it's good that you know what I'm doing. Although you're a little less capable than me, you're still the person I chose, and I trust you to get things done. Xiao Chang. I think I went a bit too far before. By the way, check if there's anything valuable in their storage soul tools. We don't want them to end up with nothing like last time. Oh. After leaving the massacred village, Xiao Chang first injected his soul power into Jin Chuan's soul tool. The soul tool was opened, and everything inside was taken out, which made Xiao Chang raise an eyebrow. As expected of a 5-ring soul king, he's even poorer than the 6-ring soul emperor we encountered before. The previous soul emperor at least had some usable items, but it seems that this soul tool is the most valuable thing in Jin Chuan's entire fortune. However, this soul tool is only level 4. And in the Sun Moon Empire, it's worth at most 1,000 gold soul coins. Forget it. I shouldn't have had any expectations for a 5-ring soul king. Let's take a look at this soul Douluo instead. Xiao Chang channeled his soul power into the soul tool carried by teacher Jin Chuan. In comparison, teacher Jin Chuan was much wealthier, possessing not only several kinds of pills, but also a level 7 soul tool in a bag, which, judging from the situation, probably contained a person. Xiao Chang opened the bag containing what appeared to be a human and, sure enough, found a woman inside. No. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. The woman inside the bag pleaded desperately. Xiao Chang tore the bag open, and the woman curled up, too terrified to look at Xiao Chang. All right. That evil spirit master has been dealt with, everything's fine now. Upon hearing Xiao Chang's words, the woman he had rescued looked around and indeed couldn't see the evil spirit master who had captured her. As she gradually calmed down, she saw Xiao Chang's disguised face, looking at his face that appeared to be in his 30s. Senior, are you a soul Douluo? No, just a 4th-ring soul master. The woman was clearly stunned. How could a 4th-ring soul master have managed to save her from an old man with at least the cultivation of a soul saint? A 30-year-old soul master with 4 rings is clearly not a genius with a powerful background, so was his saving me an accident or something that was planned in advance? Thinking this, the woman sneered. You think you can fool me with a hero saves the damsel in distress plot? You don't even know who you are. Xiao Chang. What's going on? What exactly caused this sudden change? I'm saying, are you misunderstanding something? Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Don't you know who you are? Trying to use the hero saves the damsel in distress trick on me. Let me tell you, You'd better send me back safely. Or you'll be in big trouble. My grandfather is the city lord of Qingmu City. Xiao Chang rubbed his forehead. This isn't some kind of hero saves the damsel in distress act. You were rescued by me purely incidentally. HMPH, do you think I'd believe that? Whether you believe it or not, anyway. Xiao Chang silently pulled out his soul-guided ray gun and aimed it at the head of the woman he had just saved. Not giving her a chance to speak further. Miss, I'm not lying. Bang. Xiao Chang didn't say anything more, but shot him through the brain. Do you really think I'm some kind of good person? I'm not going to do something like saving someone and then getting scolded. Xiao Chang cursed silently, then proceeded to dispose of the woman's body to prevent any accidents. Finally, after a 2-week holiday, Xiao Chang returned to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy ahead of schedule. Chapter 60 Mirrors of the Mortal World. What haven't I seen as the Master of Ming Hall? This is something I truly haven't seen. Inside the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, a motorcycle sped along at an almost lightning speed in a place where racing was supposed to be prohibited. The teacher in charge of school security was about to say something, but when he saw Xiao Chang's appearance, he silently shut his mouth. The fantasy world is about respecting the strong rather than equality for all. As a disciple of Jing Hongqian, you still have certain privileges. Theoretically, racing cars in school is not allowed, but that theory was set by Jing Hongqian. The teacher in charge of school security abruptly shut his mouth, and then saw someone use a flying soul tool above the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. This is never going to end. Do you think the school is your personal property? Before the teacher in charge of school security could finish speaking, he recognized that the person using the flying soul tool on campus was Xiao Hongqian. Then, another dream of the mortal world flew by, and the school teacher in charge of security was forced to shut up. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Is something the matter, junior disciple? When Xiao Chang sensed that Xiao Hongqian was coming to find him, he stopped in his tracks, having originally intended to find Jing Hongqian to obtain some resources for researching the Wisdom Soul Ring. Of course, ever since I couldn't find you, I haven't been able to eat or sleep. I've been thinking about you constantly, Meng Hongqian said, peeking out from behind Xiao Hongqian. Meng, you brat, shut up. It was as if a D grid had appeared above Xiao Hongqian's head. With Meng Hongqian by his side, he felt that his reputation was starting to look strange. Oh, not only my junior brother, but even senior sister Meng is here. Xiao Hongqian's eyebrows twitched. After half a year of getting to know each other and with Xiao Chang's insistence, he had become Xiao Chang's junior disciple, while his younger sister had always been called senior sister. In Xiao Chang's words, Xiao Hongqian called him junior brother, and he called Xiao Hongqian nephew. They addressed each other differently. At first, Xiao Hongqian was not used to it. But later he gradually got used to it. Where have you been all this time? I went out and obtained my 4th spirit ring. You're level 40. Right. Let's have a fight. This time. Don't say I'm taking advantage of your lack of soul power. Dude, he's only level 41, and you're already level 49. It's a bit unfair for you to fight him. At worst, I'll just suppress my soul power level to the state of someone who has just broken through to the 4th ring soul master. I must defeat him at the same level. Junior nephew, please spare your uncle. How could I possibly be your match? HMPH. Don't try to fool me. I would never pay for a beating a second time. I just want to tell you that your cultivation is too slow at only level 41. I'm already level 49, and I'll be around level 50 in another 3 months. Grandpa has already prepared a method for me to absorb a 30,000-year level spirit ring when I reach level 50. If you don't fight me in the next few months, you will be no match for me after I fuse with the 30,000-year level spirit ring. So you'd better think it over. I remember you said, nephew, that your 4th spirit ring is over 8,000 years old, right? Xiao Hongqian proudly raised his head. Of course. Your 4th spirit ring is 8,000 years old, and your 5th spirit ring is 30,000 years old. Combined with the divine beast spirit of the 3-legged golden toad, you are truly gifted, nephew. I'm afraid I'll gradually be left behind by you. Does he really not lie at all when he says this? Ice Empress. In the Sea of Spirit raised an eyebrow. She suddenly realized that she didn't seem to know Xiao Chang very well. She had never seen him lie so casually before. It's just Xiao Chang's usual performance. He's the grandson of teacher Xiao Chang. There's no benefit in winning a fight with him, and you'll get a beating if you lose. The main thing is that you have to control your strength every time you fight him. So Xiao Chang doesn't really want to fight him, but he keeps coming up to you. But it's nothing important, and Xiao Chang can easily deal with him. HMPH, fight me. If you win, when you reach level 50, I'll ask my grandfather to help you get a soul ring of about 30,000 years at level 50. Xiao Chang, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. I'm just touched that you're so considerate of me. But there's no need for a fifth spirit ring that's 30,000 years old. I don't want to trouble you with everything, master. What's the trouble? Since Grandpa has accepted you as a disciple, you are now a member of our Hongshan family. Our Hongshan family has never been stingy with giving good things to our own people. Xiao Chang thought about it for a moment. The gold soul coins that Jing Hongshan gave him when he became his disciple, the priceless engraving knife, and even the storage soul tool that had no price, made Xiao Hongshan's words true. The things that Jing Hongshan gave him were indeed good. However, a 30,000-year spirit ring is probably out of the question. Unless it's a very special existence, a 30,000-year spirit ring will only be met with disdain from Tianmeng and himself. Thank you so much for thinking of me, my junior brother. I shouldn't have hit you so hard back then. Shut up and give me a beating. This is probably one of the few times you'll have to fight in the next few years. Once my soul power and soul rings completely overwhelm you, you'll have no chance of winning against me. Did I ever think about beating you? Beating you up seems like just a side effect, right? And what about your soul power and soul rings that could crush me? He quietly thought about the blood pill inside his body, and the 10,000-year-old Xuanbing marrow that had been taken away. Junior nephew, otherwise it would be very difficult for me to beat you. I am just a support-type soul master. Playing support is my limit. With a genius like you, I can only rely on surprise attacks. Those 2 times were special cases. There is really no way to replicate them. I don't want to get beaten up. Tianmeng, has he always been lying without even thinking? Well, you can't say that. Xiao Chang usually tells the truth quite a lot. This is a special case because he's his junior apprentice. You tell the truth quite a lot. For example, my brother is a genius. Where's your face? Bing Bing, I'm serious. In just this short journey, I've already come up with some ideas about the intelligent spirit ring. All that's missing is enough test subjects and materials to prepare for the experiment. Maybe I can complete this research on the intelligent spirit ring in less than half a year. Hyote. While Hyote was astonished that Tenmu possessed such talent, Jing Hongshan came to Xiao Chang's side and took him to his office. Sit down. Where have you been all this time? I've been calculating the time. You should have sent someone to help you hunt for a spirit ring when you broke through level 40, but you weren't there. It's a long story. I ran into a problem that was beyond the comprehension of normal people. Oh, beyond the comprehension of normal people. There are still things in this world that I haven't seen before. Xiao Chang took off his shirt, and the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul appeared behind him, causing the temperature in the entire office to drop by more than 30 degrees. Jing Hongshan, who had been calm just moments before, suddenly widened his eyes. Over the years, as the head of Mingde Hall, what hasn't he seen? He had never seen the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's martial soul before. Chapter 61. Although you no longer have a father, you still have me. You can completely treat me as your own. Ice Jade Scorpion. Jing Hongshan exclaimed in surprise. Even though he had been the head of Mingde Hall for many years and held a high position in the Sun Moon Empire, he was able to remain calm no matter what happened. But this time was an exception. As Xiao Chang's teacher, he knew that Xiao Chang possessed terrifying talent as a soul master and a top-tier body martial soul. Xiao Chang's top-tier martial soul is enough to allow him to cultivate to the title of Douluo. His ability to create soul tools across 2 major realms means that he may be able to create a level 10 soul tool and become a level 10 soul tool master at the title of Douluo stage. Therefore, After Xiao Chang demonstrated his talent and it was confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his background, Jing Hongshan immediately used real and good things to bring Xiao Chang onto the Hongshan family's chariot, preparing to add a powerful soul master to the Hongshan family's future. As a result of this long absence, Xiao Chang not only reached the highest level of soul master talent, but also the highest level of soul spirit master talent. In Jing Hongshan's memory, only his teacher Kong Deming had succeeded in making soul tools when he was young, even though he was 2 major realms above. However, what he made at that time was just a relatively ordinary soul tool, not the extremely difficult soul tool like the milk bottle. As for Xiao Chang's twin martial souls, which consist of a top-tier main body martial soul and an ultimate martial soul, Jing Hongshan had never even seen such a thing before, let alone imagined it existed. What exactly happened? Isn't your martial soul an eye? How come you have an ice jade scorpion? Jing Hongshan tried his best to speak calmly, but the excitement in his voice was hard to completely hide. An unprecedented genius had already been brought into the Hongshan family by him. What could be more gratifying than this? This is a long story, teacher. Please calm down and I will explain it to you slowly. Xiao Chang and Jing Hongshan sat facing each other, and then Xiao Chang began to imitate Huo Yuhao in making up stories. Teacher, do you still remember my third soul skill? Jing Hongshan nodded. Mental detection, and with the enhancement of your martial soul, you can even share what you detect with others. In a sense, this can also be considered a talent soul skill. What does the teacher think of this soul skill? A top-tier soul master's soul skill. Just for the mental detection ability alone, I would even trade my 8th soul skill for this ability. What's more, you can share the results of this mental detection with others. The only pity is that the soul skill is only at the 1000-year level, which is a slight disappointment. Then, teacher, do you know where I obtained this soul skill? It's not the Sun Moon Empire. Considering the 1000-year level soul rings, it should be the Star-Do Great Forest or the Declining Sunset Forest. As Jing Hongshan spoke, it was clear that Minghal's intelligence network outside the Sun Moon Empire was not strong. It's the Star-Do Great Forest, but teacher, do you know why I went there? I don't know. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have any connection with the Star-Do Great Forest. That's right, I am from the Sun Moon Empire. And I awakened my martial soul in the Sun Moon Empire. The place where I grew up was almost destined to have no news about the Star-Do Great Forest, but at the moment I awakened my martial soul, my Sharingan captured a little information in the dark. The information at the time was unclear and I didn't know what was going on. I just had a feeling that I needed to reach level 30 as soon as possible to go to the Star-Do Great Forest to obtain something that would be of great benefit to me. I don't know the specifics, but my intuition told me I should do it. So when my soul power reached level 30, I went to the Star-Do Great Forest. The result was obvious. I originally had a Sharingan with only 1 Tomo, but after obtaining my 3rd soul ring, it evolved directly into a Sharingan with 2 Tomo and I gained the soul skill of spiritual detection. The enhanced Sharingan also allowed me to share what I detected. As it turns out, it was absolutely right of me to act according to the intuition that my Sharingan gave me. I gained a spirit detection soul skill, and with it came the talent of a top genius in soul tools. Jing Hongshan nodded. These were things he knew and had seen. I don't know whether what the Sharingan sees comes from the threads of fate or something else, but with this experience, I have more faith in what the Sharingan occasionally sees. So, after my Sharingan evolved to the 3 Tomo stage, when my Sharingan saw some things that were invisible and intangible again, I chose to trust my eyes once more and followed the guidance they gave me to the far north. The far north. It's not safe there. Even though I was busy, you could have at least asked a teacher to go with you. Xiao Chang shook his head. No, I have to go alone to do this. This is the feeling that the Sharingan gives me. Because of my previous experience, there was nothing to hesitate about this time. I bought some things just in case and then went there. As it turns out, the Sharingan's intuition was right. This is something I really have to do alone, without bringing anyone else along. What did you encounter? A scorpion that was entirely green. After I reached the far north, my mental detection allowed me to see a scorpion whose life was about to come to an end. Ice Jade Scorpion. Wait, your second martial soul is the Ice Jade Scorpion. Could it be related to your martial soul? That's right. Or more accurately, he became my second martial soul. A soul beast becoming a martial soul. Is that even possible? Jing Hongchen said subconsciously. Normally it would be impossible, but I'm a perfect example. Indeed. Please continue. When I saw that giant scorpion and felt its aura, which was even stronger than that of teacher Jingyan, my first reaction was to run away. But then my Sharingan gave me a warning. I could feel that my Sharingan was making me share the spirit with that scorpion. After hesitating for a moment, I finally chose to trust my Sharingan once again. After confirming that there was a certain distance, I used simulation to conceal my figure and then used mental sharing on the scorpion. Under the sharing of consciousness, I can clearly sense the consciousness of even 1,000-year-old soul beast. And the meaning of that soul beast, which is obviously over 10,000 years old, will beck even clearer under the sharing of consciousness, and it can almost be translated into our human language. What did it say? Save me, I don't want to die. Hyote. When did I become such a coward? The survival instinct of a soul beast when it's on the verge of death. It seems a bit like grasping at straws in desperation. After Jing Hongchen finished speaking, Xiao Chang continued to explain. After sensing her strong will to survive, and combined with the special abilities of my Sharingan, I gradually understood the purpose of the Sharingan bringing me here. So I used Menta L sharing to transmit my consciousness to her, telling her that there was a way for her to continue living. As long as she became my spirit ring and martial soul, my Sharingan could help her retain our own consciousness after becoming a spirit ring, so that she wouldn't die immediately. Does the Sharingan really have this ability? Yes, or to be more precise, my Sharingan has this ability. Currently, apart from me, there shouldn't be any other 3-Tomo Sharingan in the world. So it's in your spiritual sea now. Is that alright? It's alright. My spiritual sea is my home turf. Even if someone's spiritual power is more than 10 times stronger than mine, the best outcome they can achieve in my spiritual sea is to perish together with me. As for situations where no one is 10 times stronger than me, I have absolute control, so I don't need to worry about what she can do. That's good. Jing Hongchen breathed a sigh of relief, but then he sensed something was wrong. Wait a minute, someone stronger than Jing Yun. Although the Ice Jade Scorpion is a very talented soul beast, if its aura is significantly stronger than Jing Yun's, its age must be at least 50,000 years. Can you absorb a soul ring of that level? Quote. Normally, it shouldn't be possible, but obviously that Ice Jade Scorpion is much more anxious than I am. She's more worried that something might happen to me, so. Xiao Chang raised his arms. And his forearms and palms lit up with a gem-like green light. A soul bone. And not just one soul bone. That's right. With my Sharingan, I can ensure that his consciousness will not dissipate for a while. She chose to create a soul bone to fuse with me first, and then let me fuse with her soul ring. Thanks to the enhancement of the soul bone and her desperate suppression of her own energy, the process of her becoming my soul ring, soul bone, and martial soul was relatively safe. The Sharingan's power combined with the survival instinct of a dying soul beast can actually create twin martial souls. This should be a novel thing even in Shrek Academy. It might not be novel, but rather that they've never experienced this before. Without Tianmeng, Xiao Chang really couldn't imagine how Huo Yuhao would obtain a second martial soul. Huo Yuhao had never awakened a second martial soul, and even with Shrek Academy's teaching abilities, they ably couldn't do something like planting a second martial soul. Indeed, it requires not only the Sharingan's abilities but also a powerful, dying soul beast. Combining so many things together makes this a truly difficult task. Jing Hongchen nodded, then looked at Xiao Chang again, this time with a different look in his eyes. Originally, Xiao Chang's martial soul and talent in soul tools were no less than his grandson Xiao Hongchen's, and his talent in soul tools was even stronger. Back then, Xiao Chang was someone he could win over with great effort, so he offered him many truly good things. But now, with twin martial souls, both of which are top tier, plus a second martial soul and first soul ring of at least 50,000 years, this is no longer someone worth winning over with great effort, but someone worth winning over with all his might. Xiao Chang, I heard that your parents have passed away. Yes. Poor child. It must be tough for him to support his family at such a young age. It's all right now. After all, I have your support, teacher. Jing Hongqian nodded, then took off the mask he had been wearing, revealing his true appearance to Xiao Chang. Don't worry. Those sad things are all in the past. Even though you don't have a father, you still have me. You can rely on me as your father. Xiao Chang. Chapter 62. A force based on the Wisdom Soul Ring, hence its name. Xiao Chang was stunned for a moment. This sudden remark reminded him of a certain blonde loser. It's just that there's something wrong with how that person speaks. He killed his father and then made him call him father. That kind of thing is a bit bizarre to think about, but there's really nothing wrong with what Jing Hongqian said. Whether it's a teacher or a father, they are both elders. Jing Hongqian's words are purely a one-sided attempt to get closer to them, which is not a problem. Don't be surprised. I usually act like that to intimidate others. This is my true self. Seeing Xiao Chang staring at her blankly, Jing Hongqian explained, assuming he didn't know her true appearance. Oh, right, teacher, I also have something else to share. As Xiao Chang spoke, he released his Sharingan. And his martial soul immediately turned black, with 4 black spirit rings appearing around him. This was the result of Tianmeng changing the spirit rings, but taking them out. At this moment could just explain why Xiao Chang's spirit skills had been enhanced. 10,000-year spirit rings. And 4 10,000-year spirit rings at that. What's going on? After I fused with that ice jade scorpion, I seemed to have some energy overflowing. I subconsciously channeled that energy into my spirit rings, and then my first 3 spirit rings turned black. As for this 4th spirit ring, I obtained it after hunting a spirit beast on the side. The overflowing energy turned your first 3 spirit rings into 10,000-year spirit rings. Even though he had already seen Xiao Chang's 10,000-year spirit rings, Jing Hongqian still couldn't quite believe it. Of course, as Xiao Chang spoke, he released his mental detection and mental sharing abilities. In an instant, the distance was much greater than previously recorded, allowing Jing Hongqian to clearly feel that Xiao Chang's soul skill had truly been amplified. Not only did he obtain a second martial soul and a first spirit ring over 50,000 years old, but even the spirit ring of his first martial soul was amplified to over 10,000 years old. This level of existence, Jing Hongqian thought abo. Udit and realized that only Tang San from 10,000 years ago had reached this level. Apart from him, it seemed that no one else had reached this level, not even the other Shrek 7 devils who ascended back then. After all, although those people's soul rings far surpassed those of ordinary people, they ultimately only had 1 martial soul, while Xiao Chang had twin martial souls and no soul skills below the 10,000-year level. If such a top genius fell into their Hongqian family, it would be an immense fortune. This not only means that their Hongqian family will have another top expert, but more importantly, according to Xiao Chang's explanation, all of this is due to his Sharingan martial soul, which shows that the power of the Sharingan is even far beyond his initial expectations. Furthermore, given the method of obtaining the Ice Jade Scorpion martial soul, Jing Hongqian, as the master of Minghal, one of the 3 major forces on the surface of Douluo continent, was fully aware of what Xiao Chang's words meant. Jing Hongqian didn't know if Xiao Chang's Sharingan martial soul's special abilities could be fully passed down to his descendants, but there was a law precedent for the Ice Jade Scorpion martial soul. This ancient family, which has had a Super Douluo as its leader for thousands of years, relies on the fact that their ancestor encountered a true dragon during a certain training. From then on, the family's martial soul became the Panlong staff. This top-level martial soul has ensured that they have never been weak for 10,000 years. T.S. is the power of a top-level martial soul. This power can be passed down to future generations. As long as it is combined with Xiao Chang's bloodline, the Hongqian family may possess this top-tier martial soul with the Sharingan. Even if it is slightly inferior, they can still obtain the Ice Jade Scorpion as a safety net, ensuring that the family will always have a title Douluo with the ultimate ice. It's my own granddaughter. It seems there's no problem. Jing Hongqian, her granddaughter, knows that Xiao Chang is a looks-obsessed person, but there's absolutely no problem with his appearance. As for his talent and future strength, Xiao Chang is one of the top figures in the Sun Moon Empire. Meng shouldn't have any objections. That is, it feels like I'm selling my granddaughter, and I always feel a little guilty about it. Xiao Chang, please take good care of my granddaughter. Jing Hongchen felt that directly arranging a marriage like selling her granddaughter was not a good idea. If it aroused resentment and caused them to drift apart, that was not what Jing Hongchen wanted to see. Therefore, Jing Hongchen chose to settle for second best. Anyway, looking at the entire Sun Moon Empire, even the only princess of the royal family, Shu Tianzhi, is inferior to his granddaughter in terms of talent and appearance, so he doesn't need to worry too much about Xiao Chang's bloodline going to other families. Don't worry, teacher, Senior Meng is a very nice person. I will take good care of her. I'm relieved to hear you say that. From now on, if there's anything, no matter how big or small, just tell me and I'll help you solve it. Teacher, there is indeed something I need your help with. Oh, what is it? That's right. When I was fusing with the Ice Jade Scorpion, I was thinking about something. Although I fused with the Soul Bone, I probably still couldn't fuse with the Ice Jade Scorpion, which was clearly at the level of 50,000 years or more. So I was thinking at the time, was there any possibility that I could research some special methods to normalize this kind of fusion with super standard soul rings? Jing Hongchen's eyes lit up. You mean your method of fusing higher level spirit rings could be controlled? Theoretically it should be feasible, but I need to conduct experiments to ensure that this is safe and reliable. No problem. Just tell me what materials you need. And I can get them for you as long as the Sun Moon Empire has them. We don't need too many things, just 10-year, 100-year, and 1000-year level soul beasts. As well as some low-level soul masters who need soul rings. However, it's best not to let too many people know about this. We'll wait until I have complete control over this matter before officially announcing it to the public. No problem, but are you sure you want to do it now? Won't that interfere with your cultivation? Teacher, after becoming the owner of the ultimate martial soul, I can feel that my cultivation speed has slowed down significantly compared to before. Under these circumstances, the cost-effectiveness of me focusing on cultivation is not very high. However, if I can absorbing high-specification soul rings a regular occurrence, then the soul power that overflows during the absorption of super-specification soul rings will be of greater help to me. I can sense now that if I break through level 50, normal cultivation might take a year to increase my level by 2 or even less. In this situation, burying myself in hard work is no longer suitable for me. It would be more suitable for me to research the method of absorbing high-level soul rings as soon as possible and use the energy overflowing from the soul rings to increase my soul power level. Jing Hongchen nodded. I understand. Leave this to me. You go back and rest. I'll have everything you need ready by noon tomorrow. Thank you for your help, teacher. Xiao Chang clasped his hands in a salute. Once the soul spirit was created and Huo Yuhao was brought under control, Xiao Chang could use this to establish a dominant force, gaining true control over resources and a voice in the Sun Moon Empire. But what should we call that faction? A faction based on intelligent soul rings, or maybe. Chapter 63. No matter the cost, I, Xiao Hongchen, will definitely revitalize the Hongchen family once again. By the way, go to the treasury of my Hongchen family later. Just take whatever you need, and I'll tell them, Jing Hongchen said as Xiao Chang was about to leave. The treasure vault of the Hongchen family. Teacher, may I take a few soul tools? How many items? Do my disciples from the Mirror Red Dust need to take things by the item when they go to my Red Dust family's treasury? Take as many as you like. Xiao Chang looked embarrassed. Teacher, I might have taken a bit too much. No problem. My Hongchen family is large and powerful, you can take whatever you want. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Chang bowed to Jing Hongchen and then went to the Hongchen family's treasure vault. With Jing Hongchen's prior notice, Xiao Chang did not need to register and went directly. Why to the Hongchen family's treasure vault? As far as the eye can see, there are a dazzling array of level 7, 8, and even 9 soul tools, as well as various rare metals and precious materials. As expected of the Hongchen family's treasure trove, there are indeed many good things. Brother Tianmeng, take a look and see which ones we might use in the near future and which ones we might use in the future. I understand if I might need it recently, but what do you mean by, might need it in the future? What is something that I definitely won't need in the future? That kind of thing shouldn't exist, right? Tianmeng said, full of questions. Xiao Chang nodded. Yes, so we'll take everything from the entire treasure vault, every single thing. Huh, you're serious. A rare serious expression appeared on Xiao Chang's face. Brother Tianmeng, do I look like I'm joking right now? No, why? To increase sunk costs. Jing Hongqian has already painted a grand picture of Xiaoqia, Enji's talent and all the possibilities that lie ahead. Now, it's time to increase sunk costs to ensure that if the Snow Empress's protection of Xiao Chang is exposed one day, even if Jing Hongqian knows that Xiao Chang may be colluding with the soul beasts, he will still choose to stand on Xiao Chang's side because of the previous sunk costs. After all, with Xiao Chang's second martial soul and Shui Di's protection, anyone would think twice. Even if Xiao Chang is a pure human, who can guarantee that a soul beast will not be able to possess him? Although the people of Douluo continent might not be intelligent enough to think of this, Xiao Chang had no intention of hoping that the enemy was an idiot. Now that the pie has been drawn up, what Xiao Chang needs to do is rely on his close relata onship with the Hongqian family to maximize Jing Hongqian's sunk costs as much as possible, in order to make thorough preparations for things that may happen in the future but are not certain to happen. Preparedness prevents trouble, a principle Xiao Chang has always firmly believed. What is sunk cost? No, that's not important. What's important is that if you take everything at once, are you sure Jing Hongqian won't ask you for it back? Tianmeng didn't understand what Xiao Chang's sunk cost was, but he knew that if he took so much stuff, Jing Hongqian would definitely feel the pinch. Why teacher just told me to treat him like a father. And the information I revealed was quite obvious. Almost anyone could understand the benefits I could bring him. Plus, by becoming his teacher, I'm practically half a member of the Hongqian family. Although this isn't exactly a transfer from one hand to the other, these resources can still be considered part of the Hongqian family. Of course, most important point is that if he takes it from me, I can simply return it to him. At most, it's just moving things around. Does he really think he can expel me from the sect over this? If he can expel me from the sect over this, then all the talent I showed before was for nothing. If I succeed, the benefits will be huge, in all aspects. If I fail, the losses I suffer will be negligible. Why not take a gamble in this situation? Okay. I understand. In that case, leave it to me. Tianmeng acted swiftly. Using her mental detection abilities, she quickly categorized and organized the items. Then packed them up and took them away, leaving not a single trace of rare metal for the Hongqian family's treasury. After Xiao Chang left, the 8-soul Douluo, who was in charge of guarding the Hongqian family's treasury, looked at the empty treasury, closed the door, rubbed his eyes, and then opened the door again. The Hongqian family's treasury was still empty. Thinking back to Xiao Chang's embarrassed expression when he told him that he couldn't resist taking everything from the Hongqian family's protective enclosure because he saw too many good things, he realized that when Xiao Chang said he took everything, he meant it literally. The sole Douluo responsible for guarding the Hongqian family's treasure vault remained silent for a long time before quietly dialing the Su-L guidance communication device to report to Jing Hongqian. Patriarch, Xiao Chang has taken everything from the family treasury. What did he take? Jing Hongqian asked calmly as he sipped his tea. He took all the things he was protecting. I know, so what did he take? Patriarch, what I mean is that he took everything. The treasury is empty, and now the Red Dust clan's treasury doesn't even have a trace of rare metals left. Jing Hongqian paused, holding the teacup, as if she hadn't quite grasped what her subordinate meant. After a moment of silence, Jing Hongqian recalled Xiao Chang's information. According to the information, Bai Qingshan, who initially helped Xiao Chang, went from being a well-off 4th-level soul master to being penniless and heavily in debt in just 8 years. At that time, Jing Hongqian had no concept of what Xiao Chang used. After all, those resources were vital to Bai Qingshan, but for the Hongqian family, they were not even considered pocket money for the younger generation. But at this moment, Jing Hongqian had a clear understanding of the resources Xiao Chang used. Fine, let him take it. I'll just spend some time filling in the missing resources. It is the head of the family. Sitting in the chair, Jing Hongqian rubbed his head. They took quite a lot of things, but fortunately, my Mingde Hall is a large and wealthy family. So we won't go bankrupt like a 4th level soul master. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. After reporting to Jing Hongshan, Xiao Hongshan soon arrived at the Hongshan family's treasure vault. Mr. Ma, please open the door. I need to get something. Young master. What? Is there a problem with me getting something? No, it's just. Old Ma, who was in charge of guarding the Hongshan family's treasury, opened the treasury. And Xiao Hongshan saw that it was completely empty. Has a thief broken in? No, it's just that the people the head of the family sent took everything away. Xiao Hongshan remained silent for a long time. And after thinking of something, he seemed to mature a lot in an instant. I understand. Don't let Meng in during this time. Old Ma hesitated for a moment. If we don't let Miss Meng in, if she insists on coming in, tell her to come find me. Yes, young master. Xiao Hongshan took one last look at the family treasury, then seemed to have made a decision. Resolutely returning to his room. Looking at Jing Hongshan's portrait, he muttered to himself. Grandpa, I've been protected by you all these years, yet I didn't even know that our family was facing a great calamity and needed the resources of the entire family treasury to help us out. Don't worry, Grandpa, I assure you and everyone in the Hongshan family. No matter the cost, I, Xiao Hongshan, will definitely revitalize the Hongshan family. Chapter 64 Snow Empress, Mirror Flow. The soul communication device hasn't come yet. It seems like I made the right bet this time. After leaving the Hongshan family's treasure vault, Xiao Chang waited for a long time but never received Jing Hongshan's soul-guided communicator. It's impossible for so many things to be taken without being reported. And the fact that Jing Hongshan didn't call to ask about it even after 2.5 hours means that Jing Hongshan knows what Xiao Chang took and has already admitted it. He's not going to pursue all of this. Your teacher is really good to you. With all these good things, when I have time to study them, I can become a level 9 soul master, and one of the richest level 9 soul masters. Becoming a level 10 soul master isn't even impossible. By the way, Xiao Chang, you need to hurry up and cultivate. I still want to become the first level 10 soul master in history. It'd be too embarrassing for me to be a million-year-old soul beast and not become the first level 10 soul master. Xiao Chang. Well, it seems I really went too far before. But this is good too. It might be easier to talk in the future. Once we get a silver wolf soul ring, we can have Brother Tianmeng make a series of derivatives like 3000 thunderbolts and 1000 birds. I guess. We won't need to think too much about the wording, which will save us a lot of trouble. Tianmeng, when did you become so diligent? Ice Emperor in the Sea of Spirit frowned. She didn't understand why Tianmeng had suddenly become like this. In her memory, Tianmeng was someone who did nothing but eat and sleep. After all, I've figured it out. I can't waste my top-tier talent. The first million-year soul beast in history. The first soul beast to create an intelligent soul ring, and the first to research a god-making plan that's already on the right track. The experiment for the intelligent spirit rings has to wait another day. This is a complete waste of my talent. Just you wait. Bing bing, I will definitely become the first level 10 spirit master in history, and the first to create the intelligent spirit ring system. As expected of Brother Tianmeng, I believe you can definitely do it. Xiao Chang, as usual, spoke words of support for Tianmeng, while also confirming that with Tianmeng's efforts, he really didn't need to worry about the soul master thing anymore. Xiao Chang had just finished his routine support for Tianmeng when Shui Di stepped out of her storage soul tool. Xiao Chang. What is this? Snow. Mirror flow. When Shui Di emerged from her storage soul tool, Xiao Chang raised an eyebrow at her appearance. The Snow Emperor originally had silver hair and blue eyes. But now his eyes were covered by a black veil. Combined with his long silver hair and his icy temperament, he looked exactly like Jing Lu, who was without the demonic body in the collapsed Starry Sky Railway. If Shui Di were to attend a comic convention in Xiao Chang's previous life looking like this, many people would probably mistake her for cosplaying Jing Lu. Kyoryu. Not a bad name. Call me that for now. Shui Di. Are you serious? Do you think I, the Emperor, need to make this kind of joke with you? But if you come out, people will probably recognize you as a soul beast. This black veil is a soul tool that can conceal one's aura. I've tried it, and it can even conceal my aura. A soul tool to conceal one's aura. Xiao Chang frowned, thinking of the evil soul masters. It seems you know something. Xiao Chang nodded. There was nothing to hide about that. Indeed, you don't need to tell me that. I have no interest in them. Xiao Chang. So I was just overthinking it. I want to see what the human world is really like. Show me around. Yes, Lord Kagami Ryu. The title, Emperor, in Shui Di is an honorific, so there's no need to add anything after it. However, Jing Lu is a name, and Xiao Chang, who is currently a subject of Shui Di, can't just be called Jing Lu. At Tianmeng's suggestion, Shui Di decided to first try some human food. So, for the entire afternoon, Shui Di sampled almost half of the food street. Although Shui Di didn't have a self-created soul skill like Tianmeng, she just tasted it. She didn't care whether it was good or not, and just threw it all behind her. Then, Bing Di, who was occupying Xiao Chang's body, ate it, while Tianmeng was responsible for absorbing and transforming it. Xiao Chang in his spiritual sea was speechless. Brother Tianmeng. Bing Di silently licked Shui Di, and Tianmeng, who liked Bing Di, silently helped Bing Di lick Shui Di. It was just like a real-life version of boiling sheep. In the evening, after finishing her day's activities, Hayote returned control of her body to Xiao Chang, and then Hayote and Xiao Chang went home together. Lord Kagami, prepare a bedroom for me, and also. Shui Di pointed to Xiao Chang's sister, Xiao Lan. Have her come and serve me. Before Xiao Chang could say anything, Xiao Lan had already agreed. Big brother, I'm fine with it. Okay. My sister is still young. Please bear with me if I can't take good care of her. Lord Kagami, let me help you wash your feet. Shui Di glanced at Xiao Lan, who brought her water to wash her feet. And suddenly a basin made of snow appeared at her feet, filled with pure white snow. Use this to wash. Yes. Xiao Lan put the prepared foot washing water aside. Nd knelt down beside Shui Di to take off her high heels. Up to this point, it was still normal, but when Xiao Lan put her hands in the snow, a bone-chilling cold swept over her. Even though Xiao Lan Di used her soul power to protect her hands, she still felt a strong stinging pain. If all else fails, call Xiao Chang. I can do it, there's no need to trouble you, brother. Xiao Lan said, enduring the sharp pain in her hands as she gritted her teeth and reached her hands into the snow, trying to melt the ice and snow in the basin with the warmth of her hands. In this family, Xiao Chang was responsible for earning money to support the family and ensuring that his younger siblings were not bullied. Xiao Cheng was responsible for daily chores such as laundry and cooking. Only she, because of her young age, did the least amount of work and was the one who was taken care of the most. She didn't know exactly how much pressure Xiao Chang had been under all along, but she knew what other families like theirs were like. And she knew even better what the Sun and Moon Divine Pill was. Whether it's the medicinal effects, the name itself, or the rumors that can be heard, everything improves the preciousness of the Sun and Moon Divine Pill. Her eldest brother must have paid a huge price for those 2 pills, but he didn't eat any of them and instead gave them to her and her second brother. Even after eating those pills, she was still in a state where she couldn't do anything. It was simply impossible for her to support the family like her eldest brother did. That's why, when Shui Di asked Xiao Lan to serve her, Xiao Lan immediately made a choice. She didn't want to not only be unable to help but also put Xiao Chang in a difficult position. After all, Xiao Chang called him, sir. So even the dumbest person would know that Xiao Chang might want something from him. And if you refuse someone when you need something, then you shouldn't ask them for anything in the first place. Therefore, even though her hands were almost frostbitten, Xiao Lan only made a sound at the beginning and then stopped, because she didn't want to disturb Xiao Chang at this time and make things difficult for him. Chapter 65 The True Lineage of Souls in the Heavenly Dream. That's fine. Just as Xiao Lan's hand was about to reach its limit, Shui Di lifted her foot, signaling Xiao Lan to stop. Xiao Lan took out a towel to dry the snow water off Shui Di's feet, and then Shui Di silently put her feet into Xiao Lan's arms. As a snow spirit born of nature, the ice and snow maiden's body is almost entirely composed of extreme snow. The temperature of this snow is almost fatal to others. However, under the Snow Emperor's deliberate control, the cold, while causing pain, is not fatal. Feeling the cold touch on her body, Xiao Lan did not resist. Instead, she hugged Shui Di's feet tightly, trying to let her touch her body as much as possible. Aren't you cold? I can handle it, just don't let my brother know. I see. Then let's try to hold on as long as possible. Shui Di didn't say much, but silently injected soul power into Xiao Lan, helping her cleanse her marrow without her knowledge. As a soul beast, Shui Di had no goodwill towards humans who hunted soul beasts. Even though Xiao Chang helped her obtain the 10,000-year profound ice marrow, it was just a transaction. The 10,000-year profound ice marrow was exchanged for his safety, and Shui Dan was the one who helped her overcome the tribulation lightning. Those were all transactions devoid of any emotion. However, when Xiao Chang used what was practically the only opportunity he could ask her to help for Tianmeng and Bingdi, and told Tianmeng and the others not to worry about him, Shui Di was slightly moved. She realized that not all humans were born bad, and at least Xiao Chang was alright. Therefore, out of respect for the Ice Emperor, although she did not intend to continue working for Xiao Chang, the Snow Emperor at least planned to give Xiao Chang a chance that satisfied her, which could be considered as her being able to make one more move. As for the secret cleansing and marrow refining that Xiao Lan received, it was similar to Xiao Chang's efforts to help Bing Di survive, and was considered an additional benefit. The reason why Xiao Lan was chosen instead of Xiao Chang is because Shui Di has developed a dislike for male creatures ever since she was courted by the Titan Snow Demon Ape. In addition, Xiao Chang's body is in its best condition after absorbing Bing Di's soul ring and soul bone. So there is no need to leave the marrow cleansing treatment for him. After all, Ice Emperor's soul ring and soul bone already have the function of cleansing the marrow and refining the essence. Unless she becomes a soul ring and soul bone, other methods are dispensable to Xiao Chang. That's enough for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Just as Xiao Lan was about to reach her limit, UED lifted her foot and stopped inputting soul power. Okay. Call me anytime if you need anything. She gave her room to Shui Di, and Xiao Lan quietly stayed in a nearby guest room to rest, so that Shui Di could find her at any time. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Time flies by, and before we knew it, the next day had arrived. You mean Xiao Hongshan has suddenly become extremely diligent in his cultivation? In the office of the Mingde Hall Master, Jing Hongshan was somewhat surprised by the report from his subordinate. He hadn't heard any news that Xiao Chang had beaten Xiao Hongshan up again, so why was Xiao Hongshan cultivating so hard again? Yes, Patriarch, the young master said he will work hard to cultivate and take on the responsibility of the Hongshan family as soon as possible, so that the Hongshan family can become great again. Good. Good. It seems Xiao Chang is putting a lot of pressure on him. But that's good. Pressure is a driving force, and it's a good thing that he's working hard. A person on the other end of the soul communication device was silent for a moment. He always felt that Xiao Hongshan's efforts were a bit strange. It was almost as if the Hongshan family was about to go bankrupt and Xiao Hongshan had to take the lead. However, since Jing Hongshan said it was a good thing, he didn't say anything more. Look how funny it is. Give him whatever he needs. Don't worry about the treasury. I carry plenty of resources with me. I can easily fill the treasury with some of them. In addition, Mingde Hall has a lot of surplus resources. Xiao can take them whenever he needs them. Yes, Master. Just as Jing Hongshan hung up the soul communication device, Xiao Chang arrived at his office. Teacher, I'm here. Okay. Come with me. Soon, Jing Hongshan led Xiao Chang to the prepared experimental base. As per Xiao Chang's request, this experiment was to be kept highly confidential, so there was no one else in the laboratory. Jing Hongshan handed two soul-guided remote controls to Xiao Chang. The white ones, numbered 1 through 4, represent soul masters who have reached level 10, 20, 30, and 40, respectively. The black ones, numbered white, yellow, and purple, represent the level of soul beasts, and numbers 1 through 9 represent their age. For safety reasons, I only included soul beasts that are less than 2,000 years old. Xiao Chang nodded in understanding. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. Even if Xiao Chang was in a weakened state within the last 2000 years, he would still be able to deal with it. In addition, when you wear this, it will monitor your physical condition. If anything goes wrong during the experiment, it will automatically sound an alarm. If this thing is damaged, I will come in person. Thank you for your help, teacher. Quote. It's all right. After explaining everything, Jing Hongchen left. Xiao Chang used his mental detection to confirm the confidentiality of the experimental base, but did not press the button immediately. Xiao Chang, give your body to me, I can't wait any longer. Wait a minute, Brother Tianmeng, I suddenly remembered something. What's up? So, Brother Tianmeng, do you really think a spirit ring can withstand the full cultivation of a spirit beast? Huh, why are you suddenly bringing this up? It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered something. When you first met me, Brother Tianmeng, you not only gave me a million-year soul ring with 4 soul skills, but you also told me that you could upgrade my other soul rings to the level of 100,000 years. Brother Tianmeng, you were already exhausted back then, right? What do you mean by exhausted and dying? I'm in the same state right now. Damn DTN, I'll definitely turn him into a soul bone if I get the chance. Brother Tianmeng, even though you were on your last legs, you still gave me a million-year soul ring and the power to transform other soul rings into 100,000-year level ones. On the Ice Emperor's side, she used her power to create an extra martial soul slot, which became a martial soul with a soul ring and soul bone, sealing away the remaining energy. But even so, a lot of energy was still wasted. What are you trying to say? Brother Tianmeng, is it possible that if a soul beast only creates one intelligence soul ring, then putting aside whether that intelligence soul ring can fit into a soul master's body, the energy waste caused by just one soul ring and the amount of 1 or 2 levels of soul power is a bit excessive? A soul beast can create more than one intelligent soul ring. That makes sense. After all, I was already exhausted at the time. But even so, I still have the power to create a million-year soul ring and transform your soul ring into 100,000-year one. But if it can create several soul rings, is it still appropriate to call it an intelligent soul ring? It doesn't necessarily have to be called a wisdom soul ring. It's just a name. Besides wisdom soul ring, we can also call it soul spirit. Chapter 66. I don't want the soul spirit, I want the soul spirit plus soul. That's right. Since the soul of the soul beast takes the lead instead of the soul ring, it is called a soul spirit. I don't care what you call me, as long as it's my creation. If you have any suggestions, hurry up and tell me, I can't wait. Tianmeng said with great enthusiasm. Ever since he thought he was unparalleled, he couldn't wait to prove himself with more things. After all, he had been called a good-for-nothing for so many years. Now that he finally had a chance to prove that he was not a good-for-nothing, Tianmeng didn't want to wait even a second longer if he could. Brother Tianmeng, I have a few suggestions. First, as I just mentioned, a soul beast should produce more than one soul ring. After all, whether it's a 10-year soul beast, a 100-year soul beast, a 1,000-year soul beast, or even a Hig. Her level 10,000-year or 100,000-year soul beast, they will normally produce one soul ring when they are killed, and their corpses will also exist. This means that their energy should be at least enough to produce one soul ring or more. In the Douluo Continent 3 era, a 10-year-old soul beast could produce one soul ring, a 100-year-old soul beast could produce 2 soul rings. A 1,000-year-old soul beast could produce 3 soul rings, a 10,000-year-old soul beast could produce 4 soul rings, and a 100,000-year-old soul beast was not specifically mentioned, but it should be 5 soul rings. Normally, Xiao Chang should have let Tianmeng follow that path. Following that line of thinking, he could have directly copied Tianmeng's situation and created a soul system similar to that of the 3rd era of Do Di Zhuan, 10,000 years later. But Xiao Chang felt that there was something wrong with that system, or rather, that system had problems. Soul spirits were first introduced in Douluo Continent 2. Although the drained Tianmeng could only provide 1 million-year soul ring, the remaining energy in Tianmeng could elevate all other soul rings to 100,000 years. Even a soul ring that was originally 100 years could be forcibly elevated to 100,000 years with the addition of Tianmeng's energy. However, the spirit system that elect Relux initially created clearly did not have the function of the heavenly dream. Bei Bei and Zhong Nanan both have a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 2 black. If it's understandable that their soul beast energy is insufficient, then there's no way to explain it to Shu Sanshi. A 100,000-year-old soul beast obviously has more than just 3 100,000-year-old soul rings to represent its full power. Logically speaking, Shu Sanshi's first 4 soul rings should also be able to be upgraded to the 10,000-year level, but obviously not all soul spirits have the function of Tianmeng to extend the level of soul rings. This might be because the soul beast itself was inferior to Tianmeng, but Xiaochang was more inclined to another idea, that Electrolux's soul spirit system had problems from the beginning. This isn't to say that Ilix is inferior to Tianmeng. The main issue is that Ilix doesn't have much understanding of soul beasts. In addition, the situation at Haoshan Fort at that time was one of tight deadlines and heavy tasks. Furthermore, Ilix was only a remnant soul. It would be a problem if he didn't make mistakes under such a busy state. This is why, even though Tianlongma, Rouge Soft Gold Python, and Dai Waban's Black Tiger became spirits voluntarily, none of them developed soul bones. Souls can produce soul bones when they have extreme hatred for soul masters or when they are extremely willing. But none of the soul beasts that Huo Yuhao found, except for the 100,000-year-old golden tortoise shell, produced soul bones. If the reason why soul bones are not produced can be explained by the fact that the soul beast itself is not particularly willing, then the 8-cornered mystic ice grass is really inexplicable. After producing a 100,000-year-old octagonal ice grass, all its energy was exhausted, but Huo Yuhao only gained less than 5 levels of soul power. The fact that a 100,000-year-old soul beast with soul power equivalent to a tidal Douluo had its power exhausted, yet allowed a 7-soul saint to gain less than 5 levels of soul power, and that orange soul ring that looked very powerful but actually only had 1 soul skill, clearly indica tease that the soul spirit system that Electrolux hastily created has obvious problems. The Spirit Ascension platform researched in Do-san was likely designed to address the issue of the soul, based on Tianmeng's situation. However, instead of trying to fix the problem of the soul from the beginning, it is better to prevent the problem of the soul from appearing in the first place, and solve the problem at its root. I know that a soul beast can produce more than 1 soul ring. After all, some particularly powerful soul beasts can produce a soul bone and a soul ring even if they are only at the 10th level. That's right. This is my second suggestion. I suggest that when creating a soul spirit, you should also have that soul spirit create a soul bone. Tianmeng frowned. Let a soul spirit create a soul bone for a soul master. Soul bones can only be created when a soul beast is jealous, hateful, or extremely willing. If every soul beast is tortured and killed, it will probably end up becoming a soul ring anyway. After all, given the lifespan of a soul beast, it is unlikely that it would agree to become the soul spirit of an ordinary person. They must agree, because only in this way can they survive. This is why I said that what should be created is a spirit, not a smart spirit ring. A smart spirit ring uses a spirit ring as its carrier. When a spirit master dies, the spirit ring disappears. And the spirit disappears along with it. But if we create a soul bone, with a soul ring as its appearance and the soul bone as its carrier, then as I told you before, if I am unable to become a god, before I die, I can sacrifice my soul power and spiritual power in reverse to preserve your and Ice Emperor's existence. This is beneficial to you, and it can also be given to other soul beasts in reverse. But I didn't give you a soul bone. That's why I had Ice Emperor produce 4 soul bones. With your abilities, Brother Tianmeng, it shouldn't be easy for you to rely on the soul bone of another ferocious beast, but you can always do it over thousands of years. Tianmeng nodded. That's true. After all, I'm the first million-year level soul beast in history. I survived even though I lost my physical body. And using Bingbing's soul bone, doesn't that mean that Bingbing and I? Hehehehe. Tianmeng, if you want to be beaten, just say so. Don't give me that disgusting smile. Hey, Bingbing. I'm doing this for our future too. Bingbing, you don't want us to have no way out in the end, do you? Hayote tossed her head, looking like she didn't want to look at Tenmu. HMPH. In short, my idea is to find a soul bone, use the soul bone as the foundation of the soul spirit, and then try to increase the number of soul rings by soul beasts that are 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years old, respectively, according to the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Of course, the specific number of L rings that can be produced is controlled by you, Brother Tianmeng. After all, you are the most professional and capable in this regard. Leave it to me, and watch me show you what I'm capable of. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. While Xiao Chang was trying to create a soul spirit, Xiao Hongqian was in his room. Did Grandpa send you? Yes, young master, this is something the patriarch prepared for you, hoping it will help your cultivation. A retainer of the Hongqian family handed Xiao Hongqian a storage soul tool. Xiao Hongqian glanced at the enormous amount of resources in his storage soul tool and was surprised to find that it was more than he usually obtained. Thank you for your hard work. Please tell Grandpa that I will not let him down. Yes, young master. After the retainers of the Hongqian family left, Xiao Hongqian took another look at the resources stored in the soul tool. Even if the Hongqian family encounters a crisis, the resources they give me will only increase, not decrease. Grandpa, don't worry, I won't let you down. Xiao Hongqian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He was determined to become the pillar of the Hongqian family no matter what. Chapter 67. Elder Zan. Little Peach is ready, then let her travel with the others. Since the Wisdom Soul Ring was originally created by Tianmeng, and the Soul Spirit was only a modification of the Wisdom Soul Ring, the entire Soul Spirit creation project did not take too much time. In just 2.5 months, Tianmeng confirmed that the situation of souls at the 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year levels was similar. That's good. You figured out the Soul Spirit in such a short time. You're a genius. Tianmeng laughed loudly. This time, Bingdi didn't say anything. After all, she really couldn't do something like creating a soul spirit. As expected of Brother Tianmeng, I knew you could do it. Xiao Chang praised Tianmeng as usual, showing support in the early stages and admiration in the later stages, focusing on making the whole show and taking a sustainable development path. Tianmeng couldn't suppress the smirk that Xiao Chang had said, especially since Bingdi hadn't said anything about Tianmeng being a waste. Tianmeng felt that everything she had done for the past 2.5 months, almost without sleep, had been worth it. After Tianmeng was overjoyed, she went to rest. After 2.5 months, Xiao Chang finally regained control of his body. As soon as he regained control, Xiao Chang's legs went weak. After half a month, my body is starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. After pausing for a while, Xiao Chang began to calculate what he needed to do next. The report to the teacher can be submitted a couple of days later, there's no rush now. The first thing to do is. Xiao Chang returned home and took out a soul-guided device to scan Xiao Lan's physical condition. Ding. Soul power level. 10. Soul ring duration. 2,127 years. Is this instrument broken? Xiao Chang silently found another testing instrument, and then. Ding. Soul power level. 10. Soul ring duration. 2,127 years. Both of them are broken. That shouldn't be the case. But the lifespan of these spirit rings is limited. After thinking about it, Xiao Chang realized that thanks to the generosity of Hongqian, the master of Hongqian Hall, he had successfully plundered the entire treasure trove of the Hongqian family. As a result, he had an unbelievable amount of things like whale glue that could enhance his body. In any case, Xiao Chang had experienced the feeling that Wang Dong had mentioned about getting tired of eating whale glue. Thanks to Xiao Chang's overnight fortune, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Lan also benefited. They had plenty of millennium-grade whale glue. And they had even consumed tens of thousands of years-grade whale glue, and quite a lot of it. The problem is that even if you eat a lot of whale glue, there is still a limit to what you can eat. Wang Dong and Long Aotian are the clearest examples. They are both young masters of powerful forces, and they could not possibly eat less whale glue and other rare treasures than Xiao Lan. However, their first soul rings were only at the 100-year level, and they only fused with the 1,000-year level soul rings when they got their second soul rings. As a result, Xiao Lan's first spirit ring had a lifespan of over 2 100 years, which was longer than the lifespan of a typical spirit master's third spirit ring. Whale glue shouldn't have such power. The machine is fine, and I am quite satisfied with how she served me, so I gave her a chance. Also, I'm quite satisfied with what you gave me this time, so I can make another move. Shui Di's voice echoed in Xiao Chang's spiritual sea. Thank you very much, Shui Di. Tianmeng Ge, what is the maximum number of years that Xiao Lan's spiritual power can withstand? 6,000 years. 6,000 years. Compared to a soul ring. A soul spirit can withstand twice as many years. That means he can now fuse with a soul spirit that's 4,466 years old. That's already very good, but, Brother Tianmeng, is there any other way to extend Shaolan's soul's lifespan even further? No, it's not mainly your body. I'm not bound to him, so I can't add a seal to his spirit ring. I see, then. There is another way, Shui Di said as Xiao Chang was preparing to create a soul spirit over 4,000 years old for Xiao Lan. What method? The snow pill within you is my power. Besides having a certain body tempering effect, it can also suppress other external forces. If you give that snow pill to her, the extra 2,000 years of energy will naturally be suppressed by the snow pill. However, her body has a higher compatibility with the snow pill than yours. If you give the snow pill to her, even if you take it out again, it will not have the same effect as it does now. Snow Emperor. Do you mean that as long as I give the snow pill in my body to Xiao Lan, he can stay at the first spirit ring level and the 6,000 year level? The downside is that this snow pill will no longer be mine. That's right. So how do you choose? Xiao Chang silently went to the kitchen, and after confirming that no one else was watching, he spat out the snow pill. Then he washed it, wiped it, washed it again, wiped it again, and so on, several times in a row. After that, Xiao Chang silently put the snow pill into Xiao Lan's mouth. Shui Di looked at Xiao Chang with surprise. You just gave it away without any hesitation. Don't you know the benefits Shui Dan brings you? I know, but you also said that Shui Dan is more suitable for her. Xiao Chang knew the benefits of the snow pill. But he also knew that the snow pill might explode if it came into contact with the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. Therefore, ever since he had the snow pill in his body, Xiao Chang had and touched the 10,000-year profound ice marrow, for fear that the reactions on both sides would blow him up. After all, he didn't have Electrolux on his side, and if it really exploded, he would really die. Although the Snow Emperor's snow pill, obtained by a ferocious beast after breaking through the heavenly tribulation of 100,000 years, is undoubtedly a good thing, it is a good thing that Xiao Chang does not need. Giving it away so that it can work on Xiao Lan is the best outcome. If Xiao Chang hesitates even for a moment, it would be disrespectful to the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. You. Shui Di opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, silently leaving Xiao Chang's sea of consciousness. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. Elder Zan. Upon seeing Elder Zan, the second in command of Shrek's Sea God Pavilion, Yan Xiaojie bowed slightly in greeting. Xiao Tao seems to be doing well. Thanks to Elder Xuan's advice, I contacted an elder in Ling Luokan's family. An ice attribute soul master at the level of an 8 soul Douluo. Although his ice level is not as high as Xiao Tao's, his soul power can suppress Xiao Dao. Because of this, Xiao Dao has recovered to a near normal state. However, that soul master is not one of our Shrek Academy members and cannot continue to help Shrek Academy stabilize Xiao Tao's condition. But with this suppression, the soul master competition should be no problem. Very well. In that case, then I will have Xiao Dao and the other students travel with me. Chapter 68. Zhang Lexuan. I really will thank you. On the road. Yan Xiaojie frowned when he heard Elder Zan mention, on the road. He felt that there was something wrong with what he was saying. Is there a problem? Elder Zan took a swig of wine and looked at Yan Xiaojie. It's nothing, it's just that I feel the word, going on the road, doesn't sound very auspicious. Elder Zan snorted coldly. HMPH, where did all these strange claims come from? I am a level 98 being. Surely I can protect a bunch of level 50 or 60 soul masters. Elder Zan is right, I was just overthinking it. Despite Zhang Lexuan's situation, it was clear that those words couldn't be said in front of Elder Zan. What if Elder Zan remembers the past and, overcome with grief, resigns? Should Zhang Lexuan kneel down again and beg Elder Zan to come back? Achoo! Zhang Lexuan, the senior disciple of the inner courtyard, suddenly sneezed, and the male student who secretly liked her quickly stepped forward. Senior sister, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just thought of it for no reason. Never mind, it should be fine. Zhang Lexuan waved his hand. He had just suddenly remembered that he had been tricked by someone and had to kneel down and apologize to him. However, he obviously couldn't say that, so it was fine. By the way, have you decided who the substitutes for Shrek Academy will be this year? After reprimanding Yan Xiaojie, Eld. Zan ate a bite of wine and a bite of meat while asking about the substitutes for this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Reporting to Elder Zan, we are still considering it, but Bei Bei and Shu Sanchi are confirmed. In addition, Zhang Nanan's talent is also quite good. Although her martial soul is only the soft bone rabbit, her 4 soul skills are all quite good except for the first soul skill, waist bow, which is a little weak. She can be considered a promising talent. Barely considered promising talent. There are only a handful of people who can reach the fort H-ring soul master level at the age of 15 and have a decent martial soul or soul skill. Upon hearing Yan Xiaojie's words, Elder Zan immediately stood up. How have you taught them? This is simply the worst class of students ever. I'm sorry, Elder Zan, but Yan Xiaojie's face showed helplessness. After so many years, others may not know the level of their teaching quality, but how could Elder Zan, as the deputy head of the Sea God Pavilion, not know? Elder Zan slapped his forehead. This batch of students is really useless. It's such a simple standard that they could reach the level just by eating and drinking. This standard hasn't changed for so many years, yet they still can't cultivate to that level. Are any of them even trying to cultivate? What Elder Zan said is true. But unfortunately this batch of students is really disappointing. The existence of 2 top-tier beast souls completely oblivious to the fact that someone can't even reach the 4th ring by the age of 15. When reaching the 4th ring is actually quite simple. Forget it. If they don't live up to expectations, what about the next batch? Surely the next batch won't be any worse. Elder Zan. After comparing the situation of these batches of students, it seems that Dai Waban's batch is more suitable to serve as substitutes for the Shrek 7 Devils and become the next generation of Shrek 7 Devils. Dai Waban. What year was he a student? The first-year student is Dai Yuang's younger brother. He is no more than 12 years old, but he already has the cultivation of a 3-soul soul master. In addition, he has the support of the Zhu family's martial soul, and he has a martial soul fusion skill. I think he, the girl from the Zhu family, and Ning Tian from the S. Even treasure glazed tile school are very suitable as substitutes this time. As for the last spot, I think Xie Wanyu is good. He is also a soul master no more than 12 years old, or Wu Feng with the true dragon martial soul is also an option. No sooner had Yan Xiaojie finished speaking than Xian Duoduo suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yan Xiaojie, you bastard. You didn't choose Hikaidu, who's already at the 4th ring in our soul guidance department, but instead chose a bunch of first-year students who've just reached the 3rd ring. Wu Feng is still a 2nd ring great soul master, isn't he? How could you even say that? Isn't it because the potential of a soul master is limited? Besides, I've also considered it, but he's really not suitable. Get out of here. Hikaidu's soul power is higher than Bei Bei's and Shu Sanchi's. He might even reach the 6th ring Soul Emperor level in 5 years. Wu Feng or Xie Wanyu, tell me what level they will reach in 5 years. Is there even one of them who has a chance to reach the 6th ring Soul Emperor level? Does your martial soul department have to target our soul guidance department like this? Anyway, I don't care about anything else. This time, the Shrek 7 Devils must have 2 spots in my soul guidance department. Otherwise you can forget about getting any money from my soul guidance department this year. Hey Lao Qian, that's going too far. What's excessive? Tell me what's excessive about it. I only want 2 spots out of 7 people, and I've only wanted 2 spots after all these years. 1. At most I'll give the spot of Xie Wanyu or Wu Feng to that Hikaidu, not a single extra spot. No way. 2. It has to be 2. I've only asked for 2 after all these years, why can't I even get this one spot? But you want 2 spots for the Shrek 7 Devils. Do you think I can just give away those spots so easily? There's only one, no more. The two argued for a long time in front of Elder Zahn. Until Elder Zahn finally got fed up with them and interrupted their argument. That's enough. Let He Ketu from the 4th Ring Road be the last one. Elder Zahn, Qian Duoduo, an old man over 100 years old, looked at Elder Zahn with a wronged expression. Yan Xiaojie stood aside, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He knew that Elder Zahn, as a member of the martial soul system, would definitely side with the martial soul system in this regard. Alright, here are a few more spots for you to watch. You can decide who gets the spots, even Huo Yuhao is fine. That's all, don't bother me. As he spoke, Elder Zahn waved his hand and shooed the two men aside, while he continued eating chicken legs and drinking wine by himself. It wasn't until Qian Duoduo and Yan Xiaojie left that Zahn Lao, who was bored, finally looked at the list of substitute members for the new generation of Shrek 7 Devils that Yan Xiaojie had handed over. Looking at the list of substitutes, a smile gradually appeared on Elder Xuan's originally cold face. Good, good, good. Mu Lao's great-grandson, the Xuanwu bloodline of the divine beast martial soul. Although He Ketu is a soul master, with his current soul power level, reaching the soul emperor level should not be a problem. In addition, there is Dai Waban, who may reach the 6th ring soul emperor level in the next competition, as well as the martial soul fusion skill and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Elder Zahn laughed. This year's team consists of 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings, plus the amplification from the rainbow dragon. They are practically 6 soul emperors in strength. Next year, with 3 to 4 soul emperors, combined with the soul fusion skill and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, they will be at least soul emperor level with the potential to explode at the soul saint level. I will personally send them on their way to ensure their safety. I really can't understand how Shrek Academy can possibly lose to such a team. Quote. Chapter 69. Exterminating the Evil Soul Master. Level 49. As expected, the speed of soul power cultivation has obviously slowed down after obtaining the ultimate ice. With just over a month left until the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, Xiao Chang finally reached level 49 from level 48. It's already pretty good, considering it's the ultimate ice. And you haven't seemed to be cultivating much lately. Your current state feels like a completely different person from before, Tianmeng said silently in her sea of consciousness. After all, there's no need for it anymore. My previous efforts were because I had to act quickly, otherwise the Snow Empress wouldn't be able to survive the heavenly tribulation, and we would be in danger. But now that I have things that can improve my strength and I've worked hard, safety is no longer the only thing I can rely on, Xiao Chang said slowly, lying on the bed made of 10,000-year-old Xuanbing marrow. This is Do-er, where cheating is relied upon rather than hard work. Although the entire Douluo continent 2 book almost entirely depicts how hard Huo Yuhao worked, during the process of going from level 10 to level 20, Tianmeng gave him 1 level, Xuanshui Pill gave him almost 2 levels, and Shenghan Pill gave him 3 levels directly. Huo Gua's journey from level 20 to level 30 relied on Ice Emperor's Soul Ring and Soul Bone, plus Sea God Pavilion's Enlightenment, which took only a few months. Reaching level 40 relied on Elder Mu, reaching level 50 relied on Elder Yi, and when approaching level 60, the main source of strength was the level 5 soul power from Dog Training Valley. Reaching Soul Saint level relied on sacrifice, and then it was about consuming the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. This was Huo Gua's effort. It can't be said that it was completely useless, but its usefulness was indeed not great. The problem Xiao Chang is facing now is that hard work is no longer very effective. Under the influence of the myriad years of profound ice marrow, Xiao Chang's efforts are no longer very useful. After all, he can earn 100,000 a month with effort, but he can earn 98,000 without effort. In this situation, not many people would bother to work hard. Therefore, Xiao Chang is currently in a semi-laid-back state. Anyway, he can still reach the 8th ring level around the age of 20 by lying down. Since the cost-effectiveness of effort is not high, there is no need to work too hard. Forget it, do as you please. Anyway, just the fact that his 10,000-year-old Xuanbing belongs to us gives us an 80% or higher chance of becoming a god. Add to that the things you occasionally see, becoming a god shouldn't be a problem. I just don't know when the Snow Emperor will be back. Hurry up and get me a 100,000-year-old little fanboy so he can witness my power. As Tianmeng spoke, Shui Di returned with a snowball. With a wave of her hand, Shui Di opened the snowball, revealing a silver wolf. This is a 100,000-year-old silver wolf. It doesn't seem like it, Tianmeng said in her spiritual sea. It doesn't seem quite right. This aura is at most only around 70,000 or 80,000 years old. A 100,000-year-old soul beast shouldn't have this aura. Ice Emperor nodded in agreement, seemingly guessing what Tianmeng and Bingdi had said in Xiaochang's spiritual sea. Shui Di spoke up to explain. I asked Exidi, and there are no silver wolves of the 100,000-year level in the entire Soul Beast mountain range. This silver wolf of the 73,000-year level has the highest cultivation among silver wolves. If you think it's acceptable, you can use it as your soul spirit. If you don't think it's acceptable, I can help you find another 100,000-year soul beast. 70,000 years. Xiaochang frowned, but considering that in Douluo continent the 390,000-year soul beast soul rings that Tang San fused with could suddenly be graded to 100,000-year soul rings, Xiaochang was no longer in a hurry. A 70,000-year-old silver wolf is indeed a bit lacking. Fortunately, I have brother Tianmeng. He forcibly compressed the 4 soul rings that the 70,000-year-old silver wolf's soul spirit could produce into a 100,000-year-old soul ring with 2 soul skills. Perhaps others cannot do it, but brother Tianmeng certainly can. Sigh. Never mind. What can I do when I'm so powerful? As you say, with great power comes great responsibility. Leave it to me, I guarantee you'll absorb the Silver Wolf's 100,000-year soul ring when you reach level 50. Tianmeng shook her head helplessly, looking as if being invincible was incredibly lonely. I guess I still have to rely on my brother. With Tianmeng's guarantee, Xiaochang was no longer worried. After all, there were precedents for this, and Tianmeng's research on soul spirits was detailed enough that obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring was indeed not a problem. Xiaochang glanced at the silver wolf, then silently walked up to it. The silver wolf bared its teeth at Xiaochang, but held back its snarl because of Shui Di. However, as a wolf, a proud wolf, it would never compromise with humans. That was what the silver wolf originally thought, until Xiaochang took out one of the most expensive rare metals. Silver wolves are unique to the second season of the game and are associated with the metal element. They don't eat meat but rather rare metals. The fact that they eat rare metals instead of other soul beasts shows that the environment shapes the soul beasts. At first, Silver Wolf was wary and fierce towards Xiaochang, but as soon as he took the first bite of the rare metal, his eyes lit up. He had never eaten rare metal that had been purified to such a high level before. In comparison, the ores he usually ate were nothing. When Xiaochang took out the second piece of rare metal, the Silver Wolf's expression became noticeably more docile. After eating 3 pieces of rare metal, the Silver Wolf even learned to wag its tail without being taught. Xiaochang. Why does that look more and more like a husky's eyes? Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Inside Shrek Academy. Wang Yan bowed his head to Elder Zan. Elder Zan, the Shrek 7 Devils and their reserve team have been assembled. Upon hearing Wang Yan's voice, Elder Zan, who was lying in the rocking chair, removed the book covering his face and glanced to his side. It was Ma Xiaotao leading the Shrek 7 Devils and the Shrek 7 Devils reserve team, which seemed to be led by Bei Bei for the time being. Ma Xiaotao is fine, since they are part of the Shrek 7 Devils and know everything, but Bei Bei only just found out about this. Dai Waban, Zhu Lu, and Ning Tian were filled with excitement. Although their relationship wasn't particularly good before, mentioning the Shrek 7 Devils and their respective identities instantly turned them into a group, even bringing in the older Zhang Nanan. Dai Waban and others are direct descendants of the original Shrek 7 Devils, while Zhang Nanan, although not a direct descendant, is reminiscent of Xiaowu from back then with her soft bone rabbit. The 4 of them, especially Dai Waban, almost automatically put themselves in the role of Dai Mubai. Although Dai Waban is not the leader, he has an older brother. Dai Mubai defeated his brother Dai Yc. Isn't the current Shrek Seven Devils just a replica of his defeat of his brother Dai Yuang? This greatly excited Dai Waban and the others. Even Shu Sanshi, Bei Bei, and He Ketu could not hide their excitement at this moment. Elder Zan glanced at it casually, then sat up. Very good, it seems you are all here. The purpose of this meeting is the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. But we have one more thing to do before that. Exterminate the evil spirit masters. Chapter 70 Ning Tian. Shrek Academy is like a father figure to the 9 treasure glazed tile school. Evil Soul Master. Ning Tian covered his mouth and exclaimed in surprise. Compared to Huo Yuhao in the original work, whose status suddenly rose and who didn't know many things. As the young sect master of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, it was obviously impossible for him not to know what an evil soul master was. As support-type martial souls, they need to have a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of soul masters, otherwise, they might die without even knowing how. Therefore, when Elder Zan mentioned the evil soul master, Ning Tian broke out in a cold sweat almost instantly. Elder Zan, are you sure we're going there to exterminate the evil spirit masters? Or are we not going there to exterminate the evil spirit masters? Ning Tian exclaimed in surprise, but of course. She didn't say what followed, or rather, she didn't dare to say it. HMPH, scared now. Ning Tian remained silent. He was only a 3-soul master, and a support type 1 at that. How could he not be afraid of evil soul masters? But he couldn't show that he was too cowardly in front of Elder Zan. Elder Zan, they are still just students from the outer academy. So it's normal for them to be a little afraid of evil spirit masters right now. Wang Yan tried to smooth things over, and Elder Zan glanced at him but then seemed not to care much about what Ning Tian said. After releasing a little of his aura to quiet everyone down, Elder Xuan's face turned solemn as he prepared to give them a briefing on the history of Shrek Academy. Little ones in the reserve team, listen carefully. This concerns your future direction in the academy. Our Shrek Academy has a history of tens of thousands of years. Generally speaking, a powerful soul master can live for at least 200 years or even longer. Some academies have students entering the inner court almost every year through the examinations, but currently there are less than 100 inner court disciples remaining in the academy. Do you know why? This follows what the Supreme Elder said at the beginning. After all, the number of inner court disciples has always been a mystery. Shu Sanshi said. Because the senior students in the inner academy have all graduated. Elder Zan shook his head. You're right, some students did leave the academy after graduation, but what I'm talking about this time are those disciples who didn't graduate from the academy. At this point, a hint of sorrow seemed to appear in Elder Xuan's voice. They were all good children. Although they did not truly graduate. Their names will forever be on the academy's roster. They took the academy's ideals as their own. It wasn't that they lacked the ability to graduate, but that they died fighting for the academy's ideals. Many students from the outer academy are actually qualified to enter the inner academy, but quite a few choose to leave after graduating from the outer academy. This is because Ring Shrek Academy's inner academy not only means learning more and having better teachers, but also taking on a heavy responsibility. The academy respects the choice of any student, but what I want to say is that all students who choose to enter the inner academy for further study are heroes, not just heroes of the academy, but heroes belonging to the Douluo continent. Elder Zan spoke silently, while Ning Tian frowned almost imperceptibly. They took the academy's ideals as their own, not because they lacked the ability to graduate, but because they died fighting for the academy's ideals. Their names would forever be on the academy's roster. They became heroes of the continent at that. Didn't they receive any real benefits? Were there any benefits for their families or clans? Thinking this, after Elder Zan told them to keep it a secret, Ning Tian couldn't help but ask Elder Zan, I want to ask, besides having their names forever recorded in Shrek's register, does Shrek offer any other benefits to the families of those who died fighting for Shrek? At this point, Elder Xuan's expression visibly stiffened, and he glanced at Ning Tian. They became heroes of the entire continent. And the pride of Shrek Academy. Their names will forever remain in Shrek Academy's records, serving as role models for future generations of Soul Masters. Isn't that enough? Sensing Elder Xuan's dissatisfaction, Ning Tian immediately stated his and his family's stance. Enough. Shrek Academy is the holy land of all Soul Masters, and it is like a father to my 9-treasure glazed tile school. When I came to Shrek Academy, my father, the sect master of the 9-treasure glazed tile school, told me that I must treat Shrek as a father. Our 9-treasure glazed till school will naturally always support all of Shrek's decisions. Elder Zan nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with Ning Tian's answer. The moment Elder Zan nodded, Ning Tian remembered something. 10,000 years ago, the 9-treasure glazed tile school helped Tang San defeat the Spirit Hall. 2 title Douluo died in the battle, and the 9-treasure glazed tile school lost 1/10 of its wealth. Afterwards, the 9-treasure glazed tile school gained fame and became the 9-treasure glazed tile school, which was famous throughout the continent, but it did not gain any real benefits. Especially after the deaths of 2 powerful title Douluos, Sword and Bone, the 9-treasure glazed tile school was suppressed by the Heaven Do royal family almost immediately after the Shrek 7 Devils ascended to power. Previously, with Bone Douluo at level 95 and Sword Douluo at level 97, the royal family dared not have any dissatisfaction with the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Every time the sect leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school went to the palace, the emperor would get up to greet him, and the person serving fruit might even be a prince. However, after the Spirit Hall was destroyed, the 9-treasure glazed tile school lost 2 pillars of the sect. When the spoils were divided, the 9-treasure glazed tile school did not receive any benefits, which marked the beginning of its decline. With 2 super Douluo, Sword and Bone, on the side, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was able to hunt 100,000-year-old soul beasts for soul masters. This combined the fact that the sect leader was an easygoing support type, allowed them to continuously absorb some genius soul masters, and even soul Douluo level experts who were preparing to break through to the title Douluo level. After all, who wouldn't want a 9th soul ring that was close to the absorption limit? Back then, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was incredibly powerful, but after Sword and Bone died, the soul Douluos and even soul saints of the 9-treasure glazed tile school gradually became estranged from the school. As a support-type martial soul, the 9-treasure glazed La school could not become powerful on its own, so for a long time, the 9-treasure glazed tile school was relegated to the bottom of the second-rate sects. If it weren't for the fact that the 9-treasure glazed tile school's support capabilities were indeed quite good, and that they had methods to acquire large amounts of wealth, the 9-treasure glazed tile school would probably not be much better than the Tang sect. After all, there was a period when the Heavenly Do royal family was really targeting the 9-treasure glazed tile school with all their might. It was precisely because of that period of suppression that the 9-treasure glazed tile school is still only a second-rate sect. After all, unlike the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the 7-treasure glazed tile school cannot rely on the strength of their own martial souls. They can only rely on attracting talented soul masters and some soul masters who are preparing to break through to higher levels, and rely on the continuous accumulation of generations. Wait a moment. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is powerful because it has a powerful title Douluo in charge, who can hunt for spirit rings for some soul Douluo level soul masters. By doing so, they can continuously accumulate wealth and resources to attract powerful soul masters, forming a positive cycle. Now Shrek Academy has powerful title Douluo in charge. But they have never had a powerful martial soul that can be passed down. They rely on their reputation and ability to hunt for soul rings to continuously absorb powerful soul masters or top geniuses to enhance their strength. Why does this way of enhancing themselves seem so familiar? No single powerful martial soul has been passed down through generations, but a continuous stream of geniuses have joined Shrek Academy, contributing to its development and attracting even more geniuses in return. It's true that Shrek Academy obtained the various books left behind by the Spirit Hall. But after 10,000 years of evolution, Shrek Academy's strength is still inferior to that of the Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago. Instead, it has always been on par with the Minged Hall and the Body Sect. If we consider the Sun Moon Empire as the Spirit Hall of a transcendent power, isn't this the state of the three upper sects vying for supremacy at the beginning of 10,000 years ago? What Shrek Academy is eating isn't the Spirit Hall, it's clearly the seven treasure glazed tile school from back then. Chapter 71. With Elder Zan here, let alone evil soul masters, even a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Ning Tian sensed something was wrong, but given her inferior skills, she could only suppress her discomfort. After all, the 9 treasure glazed tile school of today as not the 7 treasure glazed tile school of 10,000 years ago. Seeing that no one was dissatisfied with what Shrek Academy had given them, Elder Zan continued, Douluo continent was originally very vast. And its territory became even larger after colliding with Sun Moon continent. Although there are no large-scale wars on the continent now, conflicts still exist all the time. If it is just a conflict between ordinary people, even if something happens, it will not cause too much damage. But if it is a conflict between soul masters, then it is a different story. Not all soul masters are kind. Many become arrogant after they become powerful, thinking they are the best in the world. They only allow themselves to kill but not others to lay a hand on them. This is common in the soul master world. They slaughter an entire soul beast forest just because they are in a bad mood, or they wipe out an entire village simply because the food is not to their liking. There are far too many such things on this continent. We at Shrek Academy never claim to be righteous, but we absolutely do not want to see these tragedies happen. Therefore, 6,000 years ago, the academy began to be divided into inner and outer academies. You little guys all know about the outer academy. The main difference between the outer and inner academies is that the students in the inner academy have an additional duty of supervision. Every student in the inner academy is a supervisor, and I am the vice captain of the Shrek supervisory group. Every inner court disciple is a monitor, and you must complete 30 tasks to graduate. These tasks are not only a test of your strength, but also a test of your mind. I must tell you that we are both monitors and enforcers. Every matter that our K monitoring team deals with is troublesome and extremely dangerous. Sometimes we even encounter powerful figures at the title Douluo level and lose our lives. Therefore, you must carefully consider whether you want to become a member of the monitoring team. As usual, Elder Zan told the prospective members about the Shrek Academy's supervisory team. However, when Ning Tian asked whether the family would benefit after death, Elder Xuan's answer inevitably made everyone hesitate. It's unbearable for anyone to have their parents suffer no benefit after their death, having to work themselves the bone without being paid to save their lives. Elder Zan, if there are 30 tasks, will we still have time to study properly in the inner courtyard and enjoy its resources? Zhu Lu asked timidly. She might not care about resources. But her fiancé Dai Waban couldn't afford to be indifferent to them, since he would be competing with Dai Yuang for the dukedom in the future. If Dai Waban were to ask for resources, it might displease Elder Zan, which would be disastrous. However, it didn't matter to her. Her talent was only so, and even with sufficient resources, her achievements would be limited. Whether or not she had enough resources wouldn't have a significant impact on her. Therefore, she chose to ask for Dai Waban's sake, since Elder Zan couldn't possibly be dissatisfied with Dai Waban just because she asked a question. Alas, I had thought that this year's Shrek 7 Devils would be the best, but I never imagined that you would only care about immediate gains. I am truly disappointed. Since you are unwilling to become disciples of the inner court, then this Shrek 7 Devils. No, Elder Zan, we are willing, we are very willing. Before Elder Zan could finish speaking, Dai Waban quickly covered Zhu Lu's mouth and looked at Elder Zan apologetically. His brother was one of the Shrek 7 Devils, but he wasn't. Based on that alone, how could he see compete with his eldest brother for a position in the future? The others nodded in agreement. Although Shrek Academy's inner court might not be the best, the name, Shrek 7 Devils, was extremely important on this continent. Just sending out an inner court student was enough to guarantee a bright future, let alone the Shrek 7 Devils. With the consent of Dai Waban and the others, they became the new Shrek 7 Devils and embarked on a journey to eliminate the evil soul masters. While resting on the road, not only Zhu Lu, but also Dai Waban was increasingly confused. He had been a member of Shrek Academy for a whole year. Without the special circumstances of Huo Yuhao in the original work, he easily won the freshman competition. With this identity, his thoughts were much clearer than in the original work. Therefore, he had time to think, but he just couldn't figure out what was so good about Shrek's teaching quality. Big brother, what exactly is so good about Shrek Inner Academy? I haven't felt that my cultivation at Shrek is much better than at home. Was it really necessary for us to come to Shrek? Especially the Shrek supervisory group, how many of them have you gathered yet? Of course it's necessary. Shrek Academy might not remember you came to Shrek Academy, but they will definitely remember you didn't come. As for the Shrek Academy supervisory group, Dai Yuang patted Dai Waban on the shoulder. Once you understand Shrek's motto, 30 missions are really nothing special. School motto. Dai Waban recalled the saying at Shrek Academy, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. Big brother, what do you mean? It means exactly what it says. The Shrek supervisory group has the power of judgment and law enforcement. Do you remember the person who competed with our father for military command of the Western base? A struggle for command of a Western military base. That General Ma who lost 11 level 6 soul-guided flying vehicles and colluded with evil soul masters. Quote. Well, he is not a soul master from Shrek Academy and has no relatives who are soul masters from Shrek Academy, so he refused Shrek Academy's request to requisition the soul tool. We will go to Father's place this time, and we will borrow the soul tool from Father. Those related to Shrek Academy are on temporary assignment, while those not from Shrek are being conscripted. In an instant, Dai Waban understood Dai Yuang's meaning and was at the same time glad that he had come to Shrek Academy. I heard that General Ma was eventually killed for colluding with evil spirit masters. And Shrek Academy did that too. The main problem is that he embezzled 23 copper soul coins. Shrek Academy is fighting against these corrupt officials. Hearing this, Dai Waban had a better understanding of the situation. So, is our situation similar this time as well? No. This time we are facing a genuine evil spirit master, but with Elder Zahn in charge, there's no need to worry. Elder Zahn is the second strongest in Shrek Academy, even surpassing Dean Yan Xiaojie in strength. Let alone facing a 5th ring level evil soul master, even facing a 100,000-year-old soul beast in the Stardo Great Forest would be. Dai Yuang froze mid-sentence. Chapter 72 Serious Soul Masters, who uses a soul guidance shield. As one of the secret admirers of senior sister Zhang Lexuan, Dai Yuang knew exactly how senior sister Zhang Lexuan obtained her 100,000-year soul ring, which was her 8th soul ring. Several years ago, a group of top geniuses from Shrek Academy reached level 70, 80, and even level 90. The spirit rings required for such a level were all over 50,000 years old. That's why the spirit ring hunt was led by Elder Zahn, a level 98 spirit master. Normally, a level 98 being could guarantee the students safe escape even if they encountered ferocious beasts. But that time, Elder Zahn inexplicably went missing. Unfortunately, they also encountered a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Encountering a 100,000-year-old soul beast in the Stardo Great Forest, the home ground of soul beasts, is something that even an ordinary idle Douluo might not be able to guarantee. After all, a soul beast that can reach the 100,000-year level generally has a very strong bloodline. It was only thanks to the presence of a senior brother with a soul power level of 90 that they were not completely wiped out in that battle. Even so, fighting on foreign soil, coupled with Elder Xuan's sudden disappearance, meant that they were at a disadvantage in terms of morale and combat strength. As a result, the senior brother risked his life to unleash his 8th soul skill, severely injuring the 100,000-year-old soul beast that the senior sister and the others encountered. But even so, not many people survived the battle. Of the 12 people, only 4 survived, including the senior sister, not to mention the crippled ones. Anyway, after that, Zhang Lexuan became the senior sister of Shrek Academy, and her cultivation level far surpassed that of everyone in recent years. The sudden disappearance of Elder Zahn was an accident back then. But will something else happen to Elder Zahn now? Dai Yuang was unsure, but when he mentioned the 100,000-year-old soul beast, his pupils constricted and his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Realizing what was happening, Dai Yuang looked up sharply and saw Ling Luokan, who was also looking at him. The two exchanged a glance and saw Dai Yuang's terrified eyes. Thinking of the 100,000-year-old soul beast that Dai Yuang had just mentioned, Ling Luokan instantly thought of something similar to what Dai Yuang had said, and for a moment his pupils constricted and he broke out in a cold sweat. The two glanced at the other Shrek 7 devils with a tacit understanding, opened their mouths but couldn't say anything. To say that Elder Zahn is a useless person, someone who could potentially ruin the students, means they don't just want to leave Shrek Academy, they want to leave the mortal world altogether. Master Zahn made such a huge mistake that killed so many Shrek Academy geniuses. In the end, it was only after Zhang Lexuan knelt down and apologized to Master Zahn that Master Zahn reluctantly stayed at Shrek Academy. Those two people who are not as strong or talented as Zhang Lexuan dare to speak ill of Master Zahn. They must be tired of living. Brother, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. When you're killing evil spirit masters later, don't stray too far from me, Yuan Zhu Lu. After giving Dai Waban these instructions, the group continued on their journey and finally arrived at Duke Baihu's camp after traveling for a long time. When he saw his father, Dai Yuang finally breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew that with his father's status, he must have something that could save his life. Dai Yuang, Dai Waban, and Zhu Lu knelt before Duke Baihu and bowed to him. Afterwards, feeling somewhat relieved, Dai Yuang spoke to everyone about his father's wisdom and greatness. This includes the fact that his father only had one woman in his life, his mother. And he was extremely devoted to her. He had no concubines or mistresses and loved only his mother throughout his life, which made Ma Xiaotao somewhat admire Duke Dai Hao of the White Tiger. Especially after learning that Dai Hao had risen to the position of Imperial Legion commander in a short period of time without relying on his family's power, the Shrek 7 devils of this generation openly praised Dai Hao, showing considerable respect to Dai Yuang and Dai Waban. As for why, on the surface, an ordinary person can only reach the level of a legion commander in AF.EU years if they have made large-scale territorial expansions. Without such military achievements, the position of legion commander is not even worth thinking about. For ordinary people to rise to high GH ranking positions in a short period of time, especially in this extraordinary world, unless you can crush a legion of soul masters and soul instructors with ordinary people, it's practically unthinkable. Furthermore, ordinary people must start from the bottom, not only fighting bravely at the front, but also quickly taking command in the rear to become a general and coordinate operations, and ensuring that their merits are not stolen by those soul masters. That truly makes becoming a god with innate level 1 soul power without any cheat codes extremely difficult. It's definitely not feasible for an ordinary person to start as a soldier, so the only option is to become a soul master. But there are two problems. First, the evil eye. Second, the white tiger. Dai Hao has absolutely no connection with the previous martial. No one would believe that. With the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit alone, coupled with Dai Hao's age at the time, it was as if the words, "My father is a marshal," were written all over his face. Under such circumstances, the reason why Dai Hao's military rank rose like a rocket became an open secret. However, even though they understand what's going on, Dai Yuang and Dai Waban, whose two sons represent two generations of the Shrek 7 devils, should still maintain a good relationship. As expected of the White Tiger Duke, the commander-in-chief of the Star Luo Empire. Such a well-trained army would probably be slaughtered without a trace if the Sun Moon Empire came. Wang Yan pushed up his glasses and said sincerely, ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Inside the White Tiger Duke's tent, Dai Yuang entered while the White Tiger Duke was reading. What is it? Dai Hao put down the book in his hand and looked at his eldest son, Dai Yuang. My father said that he hopes to obtain that soul bone with absolute defense, as well as many invincible shields and soul guide shields as possible. Dai Hao frowned. What do you need that for? Hua Bin and Zhu Lu also participated in this mission. I'm worried that something might happen to them, so I think it's best to be as safe as possible. Be safe. Isn't Elder Zahn, the level 98 one, leading the team this time? With him around, what's not safe? He's just a 5-ring soul king. Do you think a dignified level 98 title Douluo could get into trouble with you? Dai Yuang lowered his head. Father, I'm doing this for Waban's safety. After all, he's my only brother. Born of the same mother. I understand, but I can't give you this soul bone for free. You have to return one to me later. Also, you have to pay for the invincible shield yourself, understand? Yes, father. After receiving the absolute defensive soul bone and 7 invincible shields and soul guide shields produced by the Star Luo Empire from his father, Dai Yuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, his relief was only half-hearted, because what? A soul-guided shield. What are you going to do with this? Give it to me. I don't want it. What use is a soul-guided shield for a soul master like me? That's something only low-level soul masters use. Of the Shrek 7 devils of Dai Yuang's generation, apart from Ling Luokan who accepted Dai Yuang's soul guide shield, the other soul masters all gave the same answer. They were all proper soul masters. Proper soul masters, who would use a soul guide shield. Chapter 73 Ning Tian gets a beating from Shrek Academy. Seeing that none of the Shrek 7 devils wanted to use their soul-guided shields, Dai Yuang wanted to say something, better safe than sorry, and told them to at least take their things with them first. But before he could even open his mouth, a thick and powerful hand patted his shoulder. What are you doing, kid? If they don't want to use it, fine. What are a bunch of martial soul system people doing using soul tools? Besides, with me here, how could anything possibly go wrong? Elder Xuan's voice rang out behind Dai Yuang, who reluctantly stopped trying to persuade him. Elder Zan has spoken. If he wants to go against Elder Xuan's wishes, then he can get out of Shrek Academy. I still believe in Elder Xuan's abilities. I just thought that having a soul guide shield would be safer. Since they refused, then forget it. If they want it, just tell me and come to me to get it. Dai Yuang made one last effort to help the other Shrek 7 devils. But obviously, the other Shrek 7 devils who didn't make eye contact with Dai Yuang didn't immediately think of Elder Xuan's past achievements. Thus, with Dai Yuang holding a bunch of soul-guided shields and invincible passports but unable to send them out, the group quickly found the lair of the Grim Reaper. After sensing the area and confirming that there as only one evil spirit of level 50 or so, Elder Zan was relieved. He glanced at the Shrek 7 devils one last time, then flew to a distant place, found a flat spot, and lay down to take a nap. Yuang, what's wrong with you today? Aren't you being a little too cautious? Chen Zifeng asked, noticing the unusually slow progress today. After all, my younger brother and future sister-in-law are also there. So I always have to be a little more careful. There's no need to be so cautious, it's just a 5-ring soul king. She said quietly. Then, almost consciously, everyone sped up their movements, forcing Dai Yuang to speed up as well. Hey. How dare you cause trouble for me, the Grim Reaper? I will turn you all into my corpse slaves. The moment the Grim Reaper appeared, Dai Yuang grabbed Dai Waban and Zhu Lu on either side, then activated his soul bone skill absolute defense to prevent any accidents. Immediately afterward, his soul guidance shield was activated to ensure absolute safety to the greatest extent possible. The other Shrek 7 devils hadn't yet figured out why Dai Yuang was doing this, and they didn't have much of a chance to understand. This time, without Huo Yuhao's warning, they didn't take any defensive measures and continued to charge forward, facing the corpse explosion of the Grim Reaper's messenger head-on. Hearing the sudden explosion, Elder Zan, who was resting, was startled. Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the cave. Seeing the mess, Elder Zan was stunned. Dai Yuang, with the help of his absolute defense soul skill and soul guidance shield, protected himself and his younger brother and sister-in-law. Ma Xiaodao's problem with the evil fire was more serious than in the original story, so she did not charge ahead. In addition, the evil fire burned the surrounding corpses relatively cleanly, so her injuries were not particularly fatal. Ling Luokan was in a better situation. When she saw Dai Yuang defend, she only hesitated for a moment before making the same defense as Dai Yuang. However, she did not have the buffer of a soul bone skill. And she was not very proficient in using the soul guide shield. She was slightly slower to react than Dai Yuang, but she still managed to react in time, so her injuries were not particularly serious. However, the other members of the Shrek 7 devils were not so lucky. Whether they died in the original story or were crippled despite having a chance to be saved, at this moment, the problem they faced was whether their bodies were incomplete, barely left intact, or not even a body could be found. You will die. Elder Zahn released his martial soul directly, and the optimal soul ring combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red appeared. With just the condensation of soul power, he captured the martial Soul King. But then, half of Gongyang Mo's body, which had been blown to pieces, suddenly swelled up and looked like it was about to explode. Elder Zahn had no choice but to use his soul power to control Gongyang Mo's corpse to prevent it from exploding again, which inadvertently gave the evil Soul Master, the 5-ring Soul King, a chance to escape. Taking advantage of this gap, the evil Soul Master of the Soul King had his last purple soul ring out of 3 yellow and 2 purple rings light up, and he instantly broke free from Elder Xuan's grasp and flew towards Ning Tian of the 9 treasure glazed tile school. The 5-ring Soul King had no power to resist the 3-ring support type, and Ning Tian was captured by the evil Soul Master. The moment Ning Tian was captured, she felt like the sky had fallen. She shouldn't have asked so many questions. How could a super Douluo with the strongest soul ring ratio and a soul power level of 98 allow a 5-ring Soul King to escape and be captured right under his nose? This isn't a 5-ring Soul King trying to escape. It's clearly Elder Zahn using this 5-ring Soul King to eliminate him. The 9 treasure glazed tile school is now destined to be unable to seek justice for itself. Gritting its teeth, accepting the matter, and replacing the young sect leader is almost the only option for the 9 treasure glazed tile school. Senior, release me, and the 9 treasure glazed till school can offer you even more benefits for killing me. Shut up. I'm not in the mood right now. I don't care about your damn 9 treasure glazed tile school. The Grim Reaper swiftly arrived at one of his rooms containing corpse slaves, and then threw Ning Tian to them. You guys take her and I'm running that way. If that old bastard doesn't catch up, you guys eat her alive. After quickly giving instructions for tomorrow, the Grim Reaper ran in the opposite direction. Hey. Old man, are you choosing to save her or kill me? Choose one. If she's not rescued soon, she won't be a complete person. Hey. The voice of the Grim Reaper quickly reached Elder Xuan's ears. Elder Zahn cursed under his breath and then rushed towards Ning Tian's location. Ning Tian had been rescued when a corpse slave had already bitten her calf. Upon being rescued, Ning Tian immediately knelt down before Elder Zahn. Thank you, Elder Zahn, for saving me. The 9 treasure glazed tile school will never forget this great kindness. We will definitely assist Shrek Academy in the future and serve as its staunch supporter. Elder Zahn sighed. Alas, it's all my fault that you've ended up like this. No. If it weren't for Elder Zahn saving me, I'm afraid I would have already fallen victim to the Grim Reaper. The one who harmed me was the messenger of death, while the one who saved me was you, Elder Zahn. How could I not distinguish between good and evil? Elder Zahn nodded. It's good that you understand me. The messenger of death had already run far away, and it would be difficult to catch up now. So Elder Zahn gathered everyone together. Yuang, you take the others to Xingluo City to participate in the competition first. I'm going back to Shrek Academy, to be punished. Chapter 74 Elder Zahn. Oh no. I've been exposed. When Elder Zahn mentioned returning to Shrek Academy to be punished, Dai Yuang, Ning Tian who had just been taught a lesson, and Zulu W. Ho saw Ning Tian's situation immediately knelt down. Elder Zahn, this was our mistake. Shrek Academy cannot do without you. Dai Yuang said righteously. Elder Zahn, a level 98 title Douluo and V.C. Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy, is second only to Elder Mu in status and strength. Elder Mu's life is gradually coming to an end. Even if he doesn't take any action and just focuses on recuperating, he will only have about 10 or 8 years left at most. Elder Zahn will definitely be the next Sea God Pavilion Master. Let the current Sea God Pavilion Deputy Pavilion M. Aster and the next Sea God Pavilion Master be punished. Who will be punished? Anyway, the last time Elder Zahn was to be punished and leave Shrek Academy, it was Senior Sister, who had not yet emerged. From the shadow of her companion's death, who knelt down and begged Elder Zahn not to leave. If even the eldest sister, whom Elder Mu practically treated as his personal disciple, was like this, and if Elder Zan were to leave Shrek Academy because of them, Dai Yuang knew that his life would be ruined. As for Ning Tian, she had just been severely beaten and dared not let Elder Zan be punished. Zhu Lu was terrified. She knew that if Dai Yuang hadn't protected her just now, she would have been the one grabbed by the Grim Reaper and thrown into the pile of corpses. Looking at Dai Yuang, Ning Tian, and the others, Elder Zan sighed. Get up. You are all good children. This time, the fault lies with me. Currently, only you, Yuang, can lead them to participate in the competition. Due to this sudden change, the responsibility lies entirely with me. There is probably no time to send new team members from the academy to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Fortunately, after many years, Shrek Academy still has some authority to temporarily add team members. However, they will need time to get there. Yuang, you will have to lead them alone to fill in for now. I will send new team members to help you as soon as possible. Children, the honor of the academy rests solely on your shoulders. Victory and glory belong to you. Defeat and shame belong to me alone. After finishing his sentence, Elder Zan strode away, preparing to return to Shrek Academy as quickly as possible to call upon the person who originally replaced Ma Xiaotao and some other students to take their place. Thanks to the fact that the Grim Reaper's methods were very clean this time, no one needed to be rescued. Elder Xuan's actions were much faster than in the original story. Watching Elder Xuan's departing figure, everyone remained silent. Although they all understood that Elder Xuan's last words, victory and glory belong to you. Defeat and shame belong only to me, were entirely justified. Given Ning Tian's lesson, no one dared to utter a single word against Elder Zan. After all, it was quite a feat for a level 98 title Douluo to make a move, and for a Soul King who was only level 50 and didn't even have a 10,000-year soul ring to capture someone. Coupled with the fact that Ning Tian had asked Elder Zan a question that displeased Elder Zan not long ago. Everyone understood what was going on. However, no one dared to say what exactly had happened. When Wang Yan and Dai Yuang led the remaining reserve team, along with the seriously injured Ma Xiaotao and the lightly injured Ling Luokan, to Xingluo, Elder Zan, relying on his speed, returned to Shrek Academy first. Upon returning to Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion and seeing Elder Zan, Zhang Lexuan's heart skipped a beat. Elder Xuan's appearance was so similar to when he had tricked and killed so many of her classmates back then. Thinking about what Elder Zan was sent out to do this time, Zhang Lexuan had some questions she wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to speak. La Zan, convene a meeting of the Sea God Pavilion. This old man must apologize with a thorn in my side. Zhang Lexuan, who had once carried the thorns for Elder Zan when he apologized. Elder Zan, Bei, he's all right, but even so, I'm still deeply guilty. Zhang Lexuan breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the Sea God Pavilion meeting was convened at Elder Xuan's request. After recounting the events at the meeting, Elder Zan began to weep bitterly, sipping wine and eating meat, and started to repent. I am guilty. I am a sinner of Shrek Academy. The elders of Shrek Academy were speechless for a moment. A level 98 title Douluo with the strongest soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red rings was facing a Soul King with a soul ring configuration of 3 yellow and 2 purple rings. In this situation, he was allowed to kill someone right in front of him. And after realizing what was happening, he was allowed to arrest the person right in front of him. Even when they chased after him, he was allowed to escape. Even Tang San from N,000 years ago could not have done such a thing. Moreover, with 3 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, he was only missing a white spirit ring, making him the Spirit King with the worst spirit ring ratio. Many elders thought about it for a long time but still couldn't understand how Elder Zan could have made such a mistake. That was my mistake back then. Now that it has happened again, I have no face to stay at Shrek Academy. Elder Mu, I request to be expelled from Shrek Academy as punishment for me. Stop right there. What's done is done, and it's pointless to pursue any further responsibility. Our priority now is to solve the problem, not to shirk responsibility. Xuanzi, do you want to shirk responsibility? Elder Zan shook his head. No, Elder Mu, Whatever the responsibility, I will take it all on myself. I am not the kind of person who would shirk responsibility. Hearing Elder Zan say this, Zhang Lexuan finally breathed a sigh of relief for Dai Yuang and the others. At least they didn't have to kneel down and beg Elder Zan not to leave like she did. Shrek's inner academy has a 5-ring soul king who is of the right age. Take him with you. Also, Cell, ECT a soul master with a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda from the outer academy. Although a 4-ring 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is a bit weaker, with him assisting Dai Yuang and the others, there shouldn't be any problems in this competition. In addition, Mo Zan can also be taken with you. His individual support ability is not strong, but his advantage is his long range. Elder Mu's words resonated with many of the elders. As long as the Soul Master of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda arrived, along with a Soul Emperor and a Soul King, and with Mo Zan secretly contributing, reaching the finals wouldn't be a problem. By then, Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luokan should have recovered by then as well. After all, the Star Luo Empire had a Super Douluo level healing Soul Master, and healing a Soul Emperor and a Soul King during the entire tournament wouldn't be a problem at all. Even though the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy also has Soul Emperors, with 2 Soul Emperors and D2 Soul Kings combined with the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Shrek Academy still has the advantage in this battle. I understand. Don't worry, Elder Mu, I will definitely bring them safely to Xingluo City. After Elder Zan finished speaking, Zhang Lexuan stepped forward. Elder Mu, please let me go this time as well. Okay. Then you can go and watch this game for me. Yes, Elder Mu. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Xingluo City, the capital of the Xingluo Empire. Princess Shu Juju of the Star Luo Empire looked at Dai Yuang, who had come to sign up, and then at the wounded and reserve soldiers behind him. She then pulled Dai Yuang aside. Yuang, what exactly happened? Where are the rest of your Shrek Academy members? How did they end up in such a crippled state? Dai Yuang explained to X. Yu Juju what they had encountered during this period, leaving Shu Juju looking astonished. You mean a 5-ring Soul King with a Soul Ring ratio of 3 yellow and 2 purple, and not even a 10,000-year Soul Ring? Not only defeated your entire Shrek Academy team, but also captured someone in front of Elder Zan, who had the best Soul Ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. And whose soul power level reached level 98, and escaped unscathed. Shu Juju repeated the facts that Dai Yuang had told him with an incredulous expression. Dai Yuang listened to Shu Juju's explanation with a puzzled look on his face. If that incident hadn't actually happened in front of him, he really wouldn't have believed it was true if someone else had told him about it. But unfortunately, this was indeed something he had experienced. Although it sounded like nonsense, Dai Yuang nodded. Yes. After a long silence, he finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Yuang, your Shrek Academy's Elder Zan, he wouldn't happen to be the Supreme Elder of the Evil Soul Masters, would he? Dai Yuang. Chapter 75 Mirror Flower Water Moon. Inside the Minged Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire. A little before the Shrek Academy members were tricked by the Supreme Elder, Xiao Chang, who was heading to the Star Luo Empire, approached Jing Hongchen. Teacher, if I may be so bold, you think too highly of Shrek and his friends. Oh, what do you mean? Jing Hongchen asked, taking a leisurely sip of tea. This time, we have a very high chance of winning against Shrek Academy. If we win, teacher, do you think Shrek Academy will let us go back, or do you think the Star Luo Empire will let us go back easily? Even if we win this time, or even if we don't, Shrek Academy or the Star Luo Empire probably won't let us leave easily. After all, you are the head of the Minged Hall of the Sun Moon Empire, and your only 2 grandchildren are participating in this competition. In addition, there is me, your disciple. If the Star Luo Emperor acts impulsively, or Shrek Academy suddenly becomes unreasonable, judging from the people they have sent out to protect us, I'm afraid my nephew, my senior sister Meng, and I are all in grave danger. No, it's not fair to say we're doomed. The people protecting us this time are too weak. If the Star Luo Empire or Shrek Academy wants to harm us, we're doomed with the few people they've sent out. We might not even be able to get our bodies back. They might even use our bodies to demand a level 9 soul tool from Minged Hall. Yes. And most likely it's a corpse that's already been abused. Xiao Chang added at the end, making Jing Hongqian truly afraid of what might happen. Although Xiao Chang has Shui Di on his side, that is, after all, his last trump card. Once Shui Di appears, it remains to be seen whether Jing Hongqian can still stand firmly on Xiao Chang's side. Therefore, Shui Di's hold refrain from taking action if possible. If she really has to take action, she should do it cleanly. In the original story, Elder Zan of Shrek Academy used Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian to Reden Minged Hull into leaving behind the level 8 soul tool, the Sword of Judgment. Shu Tianren's brainless preparations after the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in Mingdu were most likely inspired by Elder Zan of Shrek Academy. However, Shrek Academy is a positive character created by Tang Jia San Shao, so what he did was correct and without any disadvantages. But when it came to Shu Tianren, it became a completely brainless act. Not only did it bring no real benefits, but it also offended a group of people, forcibly pushing those soul masters who could have watched the shish. Ao and waited for the unification of the continent to the opposite side, adding a layer of hatred to them. Jing Hongqian was silent for a moment and then nodded. You're right, and so am I. How could I not have thought of that at all? With your talent and future potential, I never imagined that they would resort to such desperate measures. Alright, you go back first. I will find a few more L9 soul masters in the Hall of Worship to go with me. Teacher, a few level 9 soul masters might not be enough. After all, we are fighting on foreign soil. If they attack us all at once, even with several level 9 soul masters, we could easily be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Therefore, I have a suggestion. How about we do this? Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. After discussing it with Jing Hongqian, Shao Qi Ang and his group embarked on their journey to Xingluo City, the capital of the Xingluo Empire. Compared to Shrek Academy, the path for Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy has been far too smooth. Not only did no one die on the road, but the soul tool not only ensured the speed of travel, but also ensured that the quality of life along the way was not reduced compared to before. As the senior with the highest cultivation, Ma Rulong even took to the sky when he was bored, using the advantage of soul power to make an ice cream with the milk he brought. Soon, after several days of travel, the group arrived at the Star Emperor Hotel, owned by the Star Luo Empire's royal family, without any major incidents. It feels a bit lacking compared to the Mingdu Grand Hotel. Xiao Chang, who had been staying in the top-tier VIP suite of the Mingdu Grand Hotel for a year since he plundered the Hongqian family's treasure trove, muttered to himself. It's a bit lacking, but it's still not bad. You guys can discuss your tactics against Shrek Academy yourselves. We old guys won't get involved in the specifics. But you can rest assured, if you're going to face Shrek Academy, just kill them. We old guys are here to keep things under control. As long as it's on the field, it doesn't matter how many people you kill. But you also need to be careful not to get killed by Shrek Academy. Life and death are preordained on the field. If you die on the field, we old guys can't get any revenge for you. After all, that's the rule that everyone agrees on. An old man with fiery red hair said that, judging from his aura, he might not be much weaker than Jing Hongqian. Clearly, he was one of the powerful figures from the Sun Moon Empire's Hall of Worship that Jing Hongqian had recruited. Thank you, Your Majesty Tianwo and all your majesties. Ma Rulong led everyone in bowing to the red-haired elder. Then, everyone activated the soul tools to prevent eavesdropping and began to study ways to deal with the Shrek 7 devils in the room. Ma Rulong and Lin Shi had both participated in the previous All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition, but they were only substitutes at that time. However, it was precisely because of this that they were somewhat familiar with this year's opponents. Soon, photos of this year's Shrek 7 devils were piled on the table. Everyone, there are two people we need to pay attention to in this competition. First, Dai Yuang. 5 years ago, his soul power reached level 45, and it was practically a done deal for him to become a soul emperor. But the person we should be most concerned about is not someone else, but this person. As Ma Rulong spoke, he pointed to Gongyang Mo's photo. He was also a soul master 5 years ago. Although he may not have reached the soul emperor level now, He is the most dangerous one. As long as he's around. Brother Ma, please wait a moment. Xiao Chang raised his hand. He really couldn't listen to what Ma Rulong was saying about tactics anymore. They had made a mistake in choosing their enemy from the start. He was underestimating the holy name, Elder Xuanzi, with Ma Rulong's tactics. What's wrong? Actually, you're overthinking it. We don't need to go through all the trouble. This time, our opponent isn't very strong, so too many tactics are unnecessary. If you don't understand what I'm saying now, you'll understand once their team arrives. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. There are some things I might not believe you if I tell you now, but you'll know when they arrive. But it's not good that we're completely unprepared to face Shrek. I'm prepared, Xiao Chang said, pulling out a Tang sword. This is something I specially prepared for this competition. It has a imposing name. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Ma Rulong. Am I misunderstanding something? What's so powerful about the phrase, mirage? Chapter 76. Elder Zan continues to perform steadily. Putting aside the question of what's so imposing about the name, Mirror Flower Water Moon, are you sure this is really a soul tool? I feel like there's absolutely no soul power fluctuation on it. Ma Rulong was full of questions as he looked at the Mirror Flower Water Moon that Xiao Chang had taken out. Brother Ma, don't underestimate this specially made soul tool. It is made of a special rare metal. When used, it can completely control the 5 senses of the person who sees this knife, so that everything they see and hear is under my control. With my current cultivation, no one below the Soul Saint has any power to resist and can only be played with by my Mirror Flower Water Moon. Hearing Xiao Chang's words, everyone was shocked by his soul tool, but the most shocked of all was Tianmeng. A soul tool that can completely control the 5 senses. When did you create something like this? How come I didn't know? Also, this doesn't seem to be a soul tool. It's just a knife made of high-strength rare metal. At most, it's a bit sharper and stronger, but it doesn't have any other special features. Tianmeng asked in Xiao Chang's mental sea, full of questions. That's just an official statement. Tianmeng, think about it. If I display powerful illusion techniques this time, won't I be targeted by certain people afterward? It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. I can't always guard against everyone. If I use my soul skills and Sharingan in combination to create illusions, then those who want to target me will do their best to target me. But if my illusions rely on soul tools, or are simply the result of soul tools, then when targeting me, won't they prioritize targeting some of the soul tools I have? The effect may not be too obvious. But as long as someone tries to secretly steal my soul tool and then tries to use it against me, he has chosen a dead end. So you were actually trying to scam someone. You can't say that, Brother Tianmeng. I'm just taking precautions to ensure my safety, even if it's just a little bit of insurance. Alright, if that's how you see it, then there's no problem. It's always good to be safe. Tianmeng in the Sea of Spirit nodded, quite satisfied with Xiao Chang's cautious nature. After all, he, who was hoping for immortality, was also afraid of encountering a host who often wanted to court death. You said your Mirror Flower Water Moon can completely control the 5 senses, and even a Soul Emperor can't resist it. Ma Rulong asked after observing Xiao Chang's Mirror Flower Water Moon for a while. He really couldn't see anything special about the soul tool that Xiao Chang had taken out. Of course, Brother Ma, would you like to give it a try? Come, let me see. At Ma Rulong's request, Xiao Chang recited the release incantation for Mirror Flower Water Moon. Then, he activated his Sharingan combined with Tenmu's million-year soul skill, mental interference. Soon, Ma Rulong saw what Kakashi was facing. However, only a second later, Ma Rulong shouted that he was surrendering. Since Ma Rulong was one of his own, Xiao Chang naturally dispelled the genjutsu. Ouch! It hurts. Ma Rulong clutched his chest, his entire body soaked in sweat. Although he didn't have a single wound on his body, the knife wounds he had suffered were real and painful. If he hadn't quickly surrendered after sensing something was wrong, he probably would have been bedridden for several days. What's wrong, boss? Seeing that Ma Rulong immediately surrendered and knelt down after Xiao Chang uttered the words, illusionary, and illusionary, the other team members stepped forward to check on Ma Rulong's condition. I'm fine. With this, we don't need to worry about Dai Yuang this time. However, you should save this move for Gongyang Mo first. His support ability is too terrifying. If we let him support the other Shrek 7 devils, we'll be in a difficult situation. Don't worry, Senior Ma. Gongyang Mo won't be in any trouble. Dai Yuang might be able to survive the explosion with the help of the 3 soul skills: White Tiger Protective Barrier, White Tiger Vajra Transformation, and White Tiger Demon God Transformation. But Gongyang Mo, a support type, without Huo Yuhao's reminder this time, his situation is unthinkable. He's definitely going to die, and his body might not even be intact. Instead of worrying about Gongyang Mo, we should worry about Ma Xiaotao. After all, without the existence of the ultimate ice, Ma Xiaotao's physical condition is what it is. And she may not have the opportunity to participate in the competition, let alone replace Dai Yuang as captain. This means that Ma Xiaotao may not have been tricked half to death by the Supreme Elder. Normally, she wouldn't need to participate, but given Elder Xuan's series of actions, it's likely that only Dai Yuang will survive among the regular team members. Under such circumstances, Ma Xiaotao won't be allowed to suppress her anger any longer. She will most likely be summoned by Shrek Academy to fight for some Shrek Academy glory. Ma Rulong. While they were talking each other at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Elder Ma, the teacher leading the team, walked in. Father, you wanted to see me. The situation has changed, and I don't know the specifics, but for some reason, the first battle that was originally supposed to be given to Shrek Academy has been given to us. In an instant, everyone at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was completely dumbfounded. The first battle means the focus of all the audience, which has always been Shrek Academy's privilege and their best opportunity to promote themselves. But now this kind of thin G has fallen on the shoulders of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Is this normal? Father, is there something fishy going on here? I don't know. I made some inquiries, and all I know is this matter seems to be related to the immortal Dr. Douluo. I didn't find out the specifics. Anyway, let's get ready. We're going to be the first to go on stage this time. As long as we can win, that would be a good thing. I understand, Father. Soon, led by Ma Rulong, Xiao Chang and the others arrived at the venue of the first match. Upon seeing that the first to appear this time was not Shrek Academy, but the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, which was originally an enemy of the 3 kingdoms of Douluo continent, Emperor Shu Jiawei of the Star Luo Empire frowned. What's going on? Shouldn't the first match be Shrek Academy's? How did it become Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy? Shu Jiawei asked the title Douluo who was protecting him. Your Majesty, this is because of the healer Douluo Wang Shaner. The immortal healer Douluo. Isn't she in seclusion? What does this have to do with her? Your Majesty, it's because the immortal healer Douluo was in seclusion that, just now, Elder Zan of Shrek Academy suddenly rushed into the immortal healer Douluo's seclusion place and dragged her out of seclusion. Shu Jiawei. Chapter 77 Elder Zan. Relying on the Sun Moon Empire for a 100,000-year soul ring is less reliable than relying on me, the Supreme Elder of Evil Soul Masters. Emperor Shu Jiawei of Xingluo remained silent for a long time, unsure of what to say. It was Princess Juju beside him who voiced the question in his mind. Grandpa Qin, being suddenly pulled out of seclusion during cultivation seems like a risk of going into qi deviation. The guardian Douluo, whom Princess Juju called Grandpa Qin, nodded. That's right. Fortunately, the healer Douluo didn't go into seclusion this time and didn't enter a state of deep meditation, so the damage wasn't too great. The damage wasn't too great. Princess Juju repeated the last words of the guardian Douluo. The guardian Douluo nodded. Yes, the damage wasn't too great, but being suddenly dragged out of seclusion like this is bound to cause some harm. The shock of being startled awake during seclusion alone is enough to make someone never dare to go into seclusion again. As for this sudden interruption of seclusion, the guardian Douluo surnamed Qin shook his head. I don't know the exact extent of the damage, but it shouldn't be minor. Emperor Shu Jiawei of Xingluo and Princess Juju both fell silent. Just moments ago, they felt that the Dr. Immortal Douluo had gone too far in manipulating the competition to benefit the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and discussed Shrek Academy. But now that I look at it, how come the immortal healer only manipulated the match to embarrass Shrek Academy? If this happened, it would be because the healer Douluo couldn't defeat Shrek Academy. Otherwise, killing all the people Shrek Academy brought wouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, seclusion is a matter of life and death. This sudden intrusion and arrest is not just a slap in the face. It's a death sentence. On one hand, they're threatening your life, and on the other hand, you're expected to treat and save someone's life. You don't even treat honest people like this. After a long silence, Shu Jiawei sighed, suppressing the urge to curse, and then instructed his younger sister, Juju. Royal brother, take a high-grade soul bone from the royal treasury and send it to His Majesty the healer Douluo. Also, take some other rare treasures. Be sure to appease His Majesty's emotions. Yes, Your Majesty. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. I am truly sorry to have disturbed you, Your Excellency the healer. On the Shrek team's side, Elder Zan simply captured the healer Douluo and had her treat people, without saying a word more, as if the healer Douluo was just an ordinary subordinate of his. The healer Douluo almost gritted her teeth to pieces, but considering that she was only a level 95 support type while the opponent was a level 98 offensive type, she forced herself to endure it. She was forced to undergo the treatment, but she also had to endure the anger. By the time Zhang Lexuan found out about this, it was too late, or rather, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. She was, after all, just an 8-ring soul Douluo, an ordinary member of the Sea God Pavilion who hadn't yet been promoted to an elder of the Sea God Pavilion. What could she do with that status? Expelling a student might be acceptable, but as for affecting Elder Zan, that's something she doesn't even dare to think about. The only thing she can do is to kneel down and apologize to T. He immortal Dr. Douluo after Elder Zan has finished his work. It's alright, it's not your fault. I wouldn't blame you for this. Oh, so you mean I was wrong? I asked you to save a few students and you kept making excuses. They are the future of Shrek Academy. If something happens to them in the Star Luo Empire, don't blame me for throwing a tantrum here. Hearing Elder Xuan's voice, Zhang Lexuan almost cried. This was clearly an attempt to offend someone to death. Alright, Lazan, get up. It's already a mercy from Shrek Academy that she was allowed to live to reach the title Douluo level. Don't you know? In the past 10,000 years, besides her, has any other angelic martial soul reached the soul saint level? As a remnant of that evil spirit hall, it's already an act of N.E.N.C. from Shrek Academy not to completely sever its lineage. Yet this angel spirit dares to trip up Shrek Academy. If I were younger, I would have swallowed this little angel whole. The healer Douluo clenched her fists. But unfortunately, she was only a support type super Douluo. If they really fought, she wouldn't even be able to defeat a soul saint. It was precisely because of this that SHR Ek Academy was able to allow her angel martial soul to survive and reach the title Douluo level. As for the other soul masters with angelic martial souls, before Yi Gui joined Shrek Academy and Tang Sect, even though there were many evil soul masters in many places, apart from the healing type angelic martial soul, even though the Holy Spirit cult had made evil soul masters almost everywhere, none of the other angelic martial souls had reached the soul saint level. Well, in a place teeming with evil spirit masters, not a single one of the top tier spirits like the angelic spirit has reached the level of a soul saint. Clearly, Shrek Academy has always known who their true enemy is. What are you looking at? I'm already being lenient by not punishing you this time. What do you think? Those trash from the Sun Moon Empire can help you save face and slap Shrek Academy in the face. HMPH. Laughable. The glory that Shrek Academy has accumulated over 10,000 years cannot be decided by the priority of a single match. Just watch, when those trash from the Sun Moon Empire have to struggle to deal with even a casual academy, then the strength of Shrek Academy will be even more coveted by the entire continent. After Elder Zan finished speaking, the healer Douluo, who had been practically berated by Elder Zan, couldn't help but retort. HMPH, you're so confident. Aren't you afraid of being proven wrong later? Quote. Slap in the face. With those soul masters worthless trash. Ridiculous. I'll just watch from here. I'd like to see how these trash can slap me in the face. Elder Zan set up a recliner somewhere with a view of the arena, then ate a bite of wine and a bite of meat, looking extremely relaxed. There's a saying that Elder Zahn was right about. Shrekakadam. Y has been branded as a powerful force in the hearts of many over the past 10,000 years, and this is something that cannot be easily destroyed by others. HMPH, what do you think of Shrek Academy's 10,000 years of foundation? Unless one of them gets a 100,000-year soul ring, but even a 6-soul emperor obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring is something that even my Sure K Academy only had Tang San's ancestor from 10,000 years ago achieve. These are just some Sun Moon Academy's Soul Master Academies. If you expect them to have a 100,000-year soul ring, you might as well expect me to go to the Evil Soul Masters Academy and become their supreme elder. As Elder Zahn spoke, he took a swig of wine. At that moment, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy Y and the Ningfeng Academy on the opposite side had completed the formal naming of their academies. After the referee announced the start, Xiao Chang stood at the front, signaling Ma Rulong to hand everything over to him. And then silently took out his mirror flower water moon. Then Xiao Chang raised his hand and combed his hair, giving himself a style similar to indigo dye. Instantly, Xiao Chang's entire aura seemed to change. Shatter. You illusion, you mirage. Xiao Chang's voice was calm, as if there were no waves in it, but as soon as he finished speaking, the spirit ring that rose up was not as calm as his words. Behind Xiao Chang were Ma Rulong, Lin Shi, and other students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Masters. Except for one of them who had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black rings. The others all had the strongest 6-ring Soul Emperor combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings. But those aren't the main points. The main point is the spirit rings surrounding Xiao Chang. 2 yellows, 1 purple, 2 blacks, and 1 red. Puff 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 puff. Chapter 78. Elder Zahn. If you're going to blackmail me, just say so. When a 100,000-year soul ring appeared beside Xiao Chang, Elder Zahn spat out the wine he had just drunk, which flew 5 meters away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Shrek Academy doesn't have a 6th spirit ring. Yet it's already reached the level of 100,000 years. How could a mere brat from the Sun Moon Empire possibly possess a 100,000-year spirit ring? That's a 100,000-year spirit ring. Even if a soul Douluo were to absorb it, it wouldn't be something they could do so easily. Elder Zahn was greatly alarmed. His voice reached the ears of almost everyone. It wasn't because Elder Zahn used his soul power to deliberately transmit the sound to everyone's ears, it was simply because the entire square was too quiet. The moment Xiao Chang released that red 100,000-year soul ring, almost everyone in the stands held their breath, making the entire Star Luo Empire's arena so quiet you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, Elder Xuan's voice became incredibly clear. No way. Even Shrek Academy doesn't have this kind of spirit ring configuration. Aren't they the #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent? How come their soul ring configurations are worse than those of the Soul Masters from the Sun Moon Empire? I don't know. Could that person be a fake? Maybe he's not actually one of Shrek's people. But he was clearly in Shrek Academy's spectator area. And the guy next to him looks like the son of the White Tiger Duke. That's right. With those blonde hair and heterochromatic eyes, he's definitely from the lineage of Duke White Tiger. Now that you mention it, I remember seeing him in the Dueling Empire competition 5 years ago. He was a little different back then, but he should be Dai Yuang, the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke. Are they really from Shrek Academy? Quote. It shouldn't be wrong. How come the soul ring ratio of the Shrek Academy members is not as good as that of a soul master? Moreover, no soul master in the entire Shrek Academy has this level of soul ring ratio. The audience below the stage were talking amongst themselves, creating a very noisy atmosphere, but Elder Xuan's level 98 soul power allowed him to hear everything clearly. Elder Xuan's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He realized he had misspoke, and so, quiet. Elder Zahn flew into the sky, releasing his powerful pressure at level 98. Which silenced everyone in the arena. HMPH. Kid, your spirit ring configuration does look pretty good, but unfortunately you can fool others, but you can't fool this old man. You must have done a lot of preparation to come up with this spirit ring configuration, imitating the spirit ring configuration of Tang San's ancestor from 10,000 years ago. I ha. They to admire your extensive preparations, but unfortunately, there are still obvious flaws in your spirit ring configuration. 10,000 years ago, Tang San's ancestor only reached the 100,000 Yi AR level when he got his sixth spirit ring thanks to the sacrifice of Xiao Wu's ancestor. Tell me, which spirit beast sacrificed itself to give you your spirit ring? Elder Zan looked at Xiao Chang, and then a pressure came down. But before Xiao Chang could do anything, a tidal Douluo using a protective shield suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chang. It was Zheng Zan, the unbreakable Douluo of the Sun Moon Empire. Seeing the genius of my Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, they planned to destroy him with their intimidation. Shrek Academy has a very clever plan, said Zheng Zan, the unbreakable Douluo, in a righteous and indignant manner. HMPH, I was just asking a junior a question. When did it become your place, a piece of trash with only 1,000-year-old fifth spirit ring, to tell me what to do? Elder Zan glared angrily at the unbreakable Douluo, but just as he was about to make a move, a voice forced him to stop. Ask a junior a question. Then let me ask the juniors of Shrek Academy a question too. The voice came from the unbreakable Douluo, but the owner of the voice was not the unbreakable Douluo, but Jing Hongqian, the master of Mingde Hall, who was thousands of meters away. When Elder Zan saw Jing Hongqian, his face turned ashen. Within 100 meters, he can overpower Jing Hongqian. Between 100 and 1,000 meters, he and Jing Hongqian are evenly matched. The outcome of the battle is hard to predict. However, if it were more than a kilometer away, the danger would shift from Jing Hongqian to Elder Zan. Furthermore, the protective shield of the UNB Reachable Douluo was clearly not something that could be broken at will. Without the ability to take hostages, he was at a complete disadvantage against Jing Hongqian. On the contrary, because Jing Hongqian was far enough away, the Shrek students were completely within Jing Hongqian's attack range. If he desperately protected the Shrek students, he would likely die at Jing Hongqian's hands today. But if he didn't desperately protect these Shrek students, Dai Yuang and Dai Waban wouldn't care. The White Tiger Duke didn't only have these two sons. Besides, with his strength, if he made a mistake and the White Tiger Duke's son died, what could the White Tiger Duke say or do? At worst, he would kneel down to the White Tiger Duke to beg for forgiveness. Given his strength, Duke White Tiger would ultimately not pursue the matter too much. It would be enough to save face for both sides, and the kneeling might not even be necessary. Shu Sanchi's side was also easier to talk to, as it was in a similar situation to that of Duke Baihu. In fact, because only one of them had died, his side was much easier to talk to than Duke Baihu's side. The problem lies with the other three people. One of them is Ma Xiaotao, a genius who will become the future dean of the Outer Academy and even the future vice patriarch of the Sea God Pavilion. Shrek Academy simply cannot afford to lose her. Woe people who are even more important than Ma Xiaotao. Bei Bei, the only great-grandson of the current Sea God Pavilion master of Shrek Academy, and Zhang Lexuan, the fiancé of the current Sea God Pavilion master's only great-grandson. Moreover, her eighth spirit ring is already at the 100,000-year level. As long as she has another 100,000-year spirit ring at the 9th level, her total spirit ring age will exceed 300,000 years, giving her the qualification to challenge for the limit Douluo level. Shrek Academy has already lost enough geniuses over the years, it simply cannot afford any more unnecessary losses. Thinking this, a smile gradually appeared on Elder Xuan's face. Even though it was a rather ugly smile, it was at least a smile. Haha. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. How could I possibly be violent towards a junior? That was all a misunderstanding. My aura has absolutely no possibility of harming anyone. No sooner had Elder Zan finished speaking than Sha O Chang spat out a mouthful of blood 3 meters away. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Chang's body collapsed to the ground, the color draining rapidly from his face, leaving him with a pale, deathly pallor. Teacher, I'm sorry. You went through so much trouble to allow me to fuse with a 100,000-year-old being in my sixth spirit ring, but now I'm afraid I'll have to let you down and won't be able to fulfill my filial duty to you. Master Zan, if you're going to blackmail me, just say so. Can't you be any more fake than this? Chapter 79 Shrek gets a setback. Xuanzi. How dare you harm my disciple like this? Do you really think my Minged hull is made of clay? As Jing Hongshan spoke, more than 200 soul-guided cannons appeared instantly. On the surface, those soul-guided cannons were aimed at Elder Zan. But Elder Zan knew that once these cannons were fired, they would definitely not be aimed at him. Zhang Lexuan, Bei Bei, Ma Xiaotao, and others are Jing Hongshan's targets this time. Jing Hongshan wouldn't dare kill them all, but as long as those geniuses weren't all dead, he had to be careful not to harm them, and could only be beaten by Jing Hongshan from a distance. Closing the distance won't work, whether you close the distance yourself or bring others along to close the distance. If you close the distance yourself, those students will be abandoned. If you bring those students along to get closer to Jing Hongshan, the aftershocks of getting closer will probably kill all the students. Elder Zan glanced at the group of Guardian Douluo from the Star Luo Empire. His intentions clear: to help Shrek Academy protect their students. The reason he didn't say it was because if he did, a fight might break out. If the Star Luo Empire's Guardian Douluo was a little slower, even if he killed all the Star Luo Empire's Guardian Douluo afterward, it would be too late. But precisely because Elder Zan didn't say it, the other Star Luo Empire's Guardian Douluos, although they had already figured out what Elder Zan meant, said they couldn't see it since you didn't explicitly say so. What evidence do you have to prove that they did see it? Elder Zan had just offended the Star Luo Empire's #1 healing type titled Douluo. Under these circumstances, if any titled Douluo dared to volunteer to protect Shrek's students without Elder Zan specifically asking them to do so, their entire family would never be able to find a healing immortal Douluo to treat them again. Even more so, given the status of the healer Douluo in the Star Luo Empire's healing system. It's likely that not only the healer Douluo, but all the healing type soul masters in the entire Star Luo Empire would reject this title Douluo family that helped Shrek Academy. After all, he has accumulated a network of connections over the past 100 years, and with his status as a super Douluo level healer, it's no exaggeration to say that he has countless disciples in the field of healing. Shrek Academy didn't care, since Shrek Academy and healer Douluo were already on opposing sides. In addition, Shrek Academy had its own super Douluo level healing type soul master, ND. This time it was only a temporary requisition of healer Douluo. They would still have to rely on healer Douluo for treatment in the future. Therefore, even though everyone noticed something was wrong this time, every single one of the titled Douluo silently looked away, selectively choosing to keep quiet, completely ignoring all of Elder Xuan's signals, which made Elder Zan want to curse. Those people had already figured out what his eyes meant, but they were all pretending not to understand. What was even more frustrating was that he really couldn't expose them at this time, and he didn't use this as a reason to cause trouble for them afterward. After all, although Shrek Academy was originally the supreme ruler of the Douluo Three Kingdoms, it really couldn't just target the title Douluo of the entire Star Luo Empire without any reason. Zan Lao glanced at the group of titled Douluos who were pretending to be ignorant, and then at Jing Hongshan, the Minged Hall master, who seemed ready to fire at any moment. He clenched his fists and finally gritted his teeth. Fine. I admit defeat this time. State your conditions. Elder Zan roared at Jing Hongshan. He had just finished yelling when he saw Xiao Chang, who was lying on the ground, open his eyes and utter words that sounded extremely weak. Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm too weak, I can't do anything. You went through so much trouble to obtain this 100,000-year spirit ring for me, hoping that I would eventually reach the level of a super Douluo and become the first level 10 spirit master in the history of the continent. But not only am I unable to become the first level 10 spirit master on the continent, but even this incomparably precious 100,000-year spirit ring is going to be wasted. Although my talent, could at least reach the level of a title Douluo, is wasted insignificantly, I am still sorry to you, my teacher. You've really wronged me, haven't you? Elder Zan was so angry at Xiao Chang's words that his face turned red. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as Xiao Chang. He was a level 10 soul master, had wasted a 100,000-year soul ring, and was a title Douluo at the very least. Why the hell did you not say that you could become a god? You didn't even bother to draft this lie. My poor disciple. Back then, For your 100,000-year spirit ring. I mobilized 8 title Douluos from across the country. 3 title Douluos died in battle, and 11 level 9 spirit tools were destroyed, all to successfully help you fuse with this 100,000-year spirit ring. All this was so that you could become a level 10 spirit master and protect my Hongqian family for over 300 years. Now, the pillar of my Hongqian family for 300 years is about to fall like this. Your teacher feels sorry for you. And I feel sorry for the pitiful fate of my Hongqian family. Elder Xuan's brows twitched violently. He had never seen such a shameless person. No, it should be that I have never seen such a shameless master and disciple, and they are all trying to kill him. Not only did Elder Xuan's brows twitch, but even the unbreakable Douluo. Zheng Zan's lips twitched upon hearing Jing Hongqian and Xiao Chang's words. 11 level 9 soul tools, 3 titled Douluo dead. Not to mention that even he didn't know about this, surely the soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire wouldn't be this incompetent. Tell me, what do you want? As Elder Xuan's voice fell, Jing Hongqian immediately took out a list. It was originally a list he had prepared to purchase some goods during his trip to the Star Luo Empire, but due to this incident, he gave it to Elder Zan directly, which saved him some money. Elder Zan took the list from Jing Hongqian and immediately burst into a rage. Cursing. Damn it. Why don't you just rob someone? 10 dragon scale fruits over 50,000 years old, even Shrek Academy doesn't have many of those. 10 spirit type soul bones over 10,000 years old. Do you think spirit type soul bones are as cheap as cabbages? And 30 10,000-year-old whale glue, and 100 green wood marrow hearts over 5,000 years old. Has your Minged Hall gone mad with poverty? Elder Zan didn't mention the rest, because just looking at the first few items was already giving him a headache. Jing Hongqian raised an eyebrow slightly. Mingde Tang was indeed not desperate for money, but his Hongqian family was desperate for money recently. Thanks to Xiao Chang emptying the Hongqian family's treasury, the resources Xiao Hongqian was using were all temporarily obtained by him. The Hongqian family's treasury was too depleted, which was why the items purchased this time were both precious and plentiful. Before Jing Hongqian could say anything, Ma Rulong and the others knelt down at Xiao Chang's signal, while Zan Lao was cursing. Master Hongqian, you must stand up for brother Xiao Chang. He is our beloved friend, our brother. Master Zan. Beloved family. Friends, brothers. All I heard was that I had to pay more. There's nothing we can do. Xiao Chang is just too precious to our Mingde Tang. These are just the costs of treating Xiao Chang. I didn't want this either. You're kidding me. 1/3. 1/3 at most, not a little more. Old Master Zan grumbled, saying that if Bei Bei and Zhang Lexuan weren't so important, he wouldn't even want to give them that third. Okay. Take Xiao Chang down to rest. Jing Hongqian nodded, confirming the final result. Chapter 80 The Duchess's Hobbies. After Shrek Academy agreed to compensate with a large amount of resources, in order to prevent Shrek Academy from reneging on its promise, Jing Hongqian immediately had Elder Zan deliver the items. Elder Zan tried to stall for time. But the cannon muzzle of Jing Hongqian, more than 1,000 meters away, didn't give him a chance. So, Elder Zan used Shrek Academy's gold card to get the resources Jing Honk Hen wanted in the Star Luo Royal Auction House, and only then was the matter officially over. Wang Yan. As soon as the resources were given out, Elder Zan approached Wang Yan with a dark expression. Elder Zan. Elder Zan. Wang Yan bowed and said cautiously, afraid of offending Elder Zan, who was already in a very bad mood. Go back to Shrek Academy and call that brat Yan Xiaojie over. Be quick, so that I won't hesitate to act when I'm about to fight Jing Hongqian. Shrek Academy is different from the Sun Moon Empire. The Sun Moon Empire can create long-distance communication soul tools with its soul tool technology. Although Shrek Academy can also make some communication soul tools with some leaked technology, the communication distance is extremely limited. When the distance is really far, people still have to be sent to convey the information. Therefore, Elder Zan chose Wang Yan, who was of little use to Shrek Academy and whose death would not even be a loss, to deliver the message. Yes, Elder Zan. Upon receiving Elder Xuan's order, Wang Yan immediately departed, heading to Shrek Academy at the fastest speed he could manage. Ma Rulong has already taken care of Ningfeng Academy. So it's time for Shrek Academy to take the stage. No sooner had Wang Yan left than Elder Zan turned his gaze to Dai Yuang after learning about the academies Shrek Academy would be facing this time. Young master of the Dai family, the Sun Moon Empire sent someone to win the first match. This time, you should take care of them all by yourself and show the other academies the strength of Shrek Academy. Tianmeng Academy. The academy of the Star Luo Empire. Let's teach them a lesson. They dared to pretend they didn't understand what I meant just now, so don't blame my people for being ruthless. Dai Yuang opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't dare to contradict Elder Zan, who was in a fit of rage, and simply bowed his head in agreement. Yes, Elder Zan. Soon after, Ma Rulong of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy single-handedly wiped out Ningfeng Academy. Dai Yuang also wiped out Tianmeng Academy of the Star Luo Empire with his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. However, compared to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the students who fought against Shrek Academy were either killed or crippled. Watching Dai Yuang slaughter the students from the Star Luo Empire without showing any mercy to his own people, Emperor Shu Jiawei of the Star Luo Empire frowned. That kid Yuang. His methods are a bit too much. It must be Shrek Academy's request. Since we didn't help them just now. But that's going too far. He's a student at Shrek Academy, but he's also the eldest son of our Duke. Ultimately, the power to act is in his hands. And he decides how things turn out. Given his current state, I really doubt that one day when the Star Luo Empire and Shrek Academy clash, he'll choose to help Shrek Academy destroy the Star Luo Empire. The guardian Douluo beside Emperor Shu Jiawei of the Star Luo Empire remained silent for a long time. Your Majesty is probably overthinking it. I hope so. Ellipsis. Xiao Chang sip. Ed his milk tea and silently watched Dai Yuang display his prowess on the field, his head filled with questions. He couldn't understand which butterfly effect caused Dai Yuang, who should have been either dead or crippled, to not only survive but also appear completely unharmed. Indeed, some things don't go as planned. The butterfly effect is truly unpredictable. Xiao Chang sighed silently, then changed his clothes, put on a personal skin mask, and used his simulated soul skill to leave the hotel to try other local delicacies of the Star Luo Empire. Xiao Chang originally planned to use his 100,000-year soul skill to imitate Huo Gua and show off, but he was suddenly interrupted by Elder Zan for no reason. He could only choose to take advantage of Elder Xuan's situation when he couldn't show off. Fortunately, the effect was not bad. Although in the end Xiao Chang only got a 50,000-year-old dragon scale fruit, 2 10,000-year-old whale glue and 3 5,000-year-old green wood marrow, it was still acceptable overall. Boss, 1 roast chicken, please. Xiao Chang casually ordered after leaving the hotel. With Shui Di protecting him, he didn't have to worry about being targeted by others. Especially since Xiao Chang has even prepared a human skin mask. Even if Shui Di takes action and others accuse Xiao Chang of colluding with soul beasts, Xiao Chang can still deny colluding with soul beasts to the death. In any case, some crimes are considered not committed as long as they are not actually caught, and Shui Di clearly has the ability to prevent Xiao Chang from being caught. And so, Xiao Chang, wearing the human skin mask, enjoyed his food and stroll along the way, and before he knew it, he had arrived near the White Tiger. Xiao Chang thought for a moment, then ed his mental detection to look around the Duke's mansion. In the original novel, Dai Hao claims that he and Huo Yuner are true love, but his so-called true love is tortured to death. Moreover, after finding true love, Dai Hao also has a son with another woman, and that son has already appeared in the story. It is unknown whether there are any other children who have not yet appeared. Given Huo Yuhao's immense strength at the time, the extent of his true love was highly questionable. Therefore, Xiao Chang decided to see just how much true love the White Tiger Duke truly had. With a mental scan, Xiao Chang quickly gained a complete view of the situation inside the White Tiger Duke's mansion. With this million-year level soul skill, no one in the entire White Tiger Duke's mansion discovered Xiao Chang's clandestine probe. Such a large White Tiger Duke's mansion doesn't even have a single title Douluo. Where did all those White Tiger martial soul branches go? Xiao Chang silently complained. And then his mental detection focused on a young woman who looked to be about 30 years old. Judging from her clothes, she should be the wife of the White Tiger Duke, the Duchess Hu Pei. executed him and his mother in Huo Yuhao's memory. The Duchess was seated in the main seat when a maid approached. Madam, shall we call someone over again today? Come here. Why don't you come here? It'll be a good opportunity for Dai Hao to see what kind of things she sleeps on. At the request of the Duchess of White Tiger, a maid quickly brought over a woman who appeared to be one of the Duchess of White Tiger's concubines. Upon seeing the woman's arrival, the Duchess pointed to the ground. The woman hesitated for a moment, then quietly lay down at the Duchess's feet. After she removed the Duchess's boots and black stockings, the Duchess's slightly stained feet were revealed. The concubine then began to massage the Duchess's feet using special techniques, cleaning them thoroughly and ensuring they were well hydrated to prevent them from cracking in the cold weather. Feeling the warmth envelop her left toes, the Duchess stepped onto the warm jade with her right foot and sneered. HMPH, Dai Hao, I wonder if you'll be satisfied with this gift I prepared for you when you return. To be continued.